Chapter 4:14. Feng Yuan heard this and asked, "Then how many Gu are there in this blessed land now?" Hu immortal land spirit slightly raised its head. Right now there are over 860,000 rank 1 Gu, involving 52 types. Over 130,000 rank 2 Gu, 48 types. 5,000 rank 3 Gu, 12 types. Over 60 rank 4 Gu, 8 types. And 1 rank 5 Gu, fox skin Gu. Back then, after Hu Immortal died, her obsession did not dissipate and combined with the heavenly power of this land, forming this mystical existence known as the land spirit. In a sense, it was a continuation of life. Thus, the land spirit was the representative of this blessed land, and knew everything in the blessed land clearly. Now that Feng Yuan was the owner of the blessed land, everything in the blessed land belonged to Feng Yuan. Over 860,000 rank 1 Gu, and 130,000 rank 2 Gu. These two added up to nearly 1 million Gu worms. Feng Yuan could not help but think of his time on Qingmao Mountain, when he schemed and fought for 2 or 3 rank 1 and 2 Gu worms. Blessed lands were created by Gu immortals after all. It was the foundation of immortals. Just this Hu immortal blessed land was enough to support a super clan. 5 or 6 small-sized clans like Guyue village would not be a problem here. As for the number of Gu worms in the blessed land, at rank 3, their numbers decreased sharply. There were less than 100 rank 4 Gu, and only 1 rank 5 Gu fox skin Gu. This kind of situation was also natural. Just like Gu masters. Rank 1 and 2 Gu masters were very common. Rank 3 Gu masters were rare. Rank 4 Gu masters were even rarer. As for rank 5 Gu masters, there were only 1 or 2 in 1 million people. This was a pyramid distribution. The higher it was, the fewer Gu worms there were. Only an extremely small number of Gu worms occupied the top. This blessed land is still young. If it is managed properly in the future, the number of Gu worms will continue to increase. Over 10 million rank 1 and 2 Gu. It is not a difficult matter. But whether they are raised well or not depends on the type and number of rank 4 and 5 Gu. Feng Yuan calculated. When mortals raised Gu, they usually only had 5 or 6 Gu. When Gu immortals raised Gu, they would raise millions or even tens of millions. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Right now, these Gu in Hu immortal blessed land could only be considered passable. Firstly, there were only about 1 million of them. Secondly, they were not specialized in species. Feng Yuan listened to the land spirit's introduction. They were all ordinary goods. If it was the liquor worm or breath concealment Gu, the value would be huge. Even that rank 5 fox skin Gu was an extremely ordinary defensive Gu. They were effective in defending against wind and water path Gu worms, but they could not deal with complex battle situations. They were of little value. Feng Yuan wasn't even interested in looking at it. What truly moved him were the resources of the universe. In Hu immortal blessed land, time flowed 5 times faster than the outside world. In other words, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 5 days in here. This meant that Feng Yuan's cultivation speed in the paradise was 5 times faster than the outside world. 3 months in the outside world. That was 1 year and 3 months in the blessed land. With this, Feng Yuan would be able to cultivate quickly and surpass even more Gu masters, gaining more opportunities. Of course, there were also major drawbacks to this. Feng Yuan's lifespan was only about 100 years. Thus, the speed at which he aged increased by 5 times. The land spirit continued to introduce. Right now, there are thousands of fox groups living in the blessed land. There are red foxes, golden foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes, and so on. Among them, there are 3 largest myriad fox groups. They each have about 800,000 foxes. The total number of foxes is about 4,700,000. Feng Yuan listened quietly, nodding slightly. 3 myriad fox groups meant there were 3 myriad beast kings. In Hu immortal blessed land, the beast groups had not developed to the stage of having beast emperors. The beast groups had a simple structure. From bottom to top, there were 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, and beast emperors. For example, Ba Huang and Ing Ming in 3 Kings Blessed Land were 2 beast emperors with battle strength comparable to rank 5 Gu masters. They could temporarily block Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng's advance. There are many fox groups, but they are all ordinary foxes. There are no mutated beasts. Feng Yuan evaluated inwardly. The value of ordinary wild beasts naturally could not compare to mutated beasts. This was like wild boar and thunder boar, green bull and Kunlun bull, wild dog and lion mastiff. Above mutated beasts, there were desolate beasts. Among the desolate beasts, there were ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Song Zixing's violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. It was one of the 9 true inheritances left behind by Blood Sea ancestor. Immemorial desolate beasts were recorded in the legends of Renzu, for example the 9-tailed fox. To nurture a 9-tailed fox in Hu immortal blessed land, that is definitely a fantasy. Even ancient desolate beasts cannot do it. But for ordinary desolate beasts like hurricane fox or phoenix wing fox, it would be a great fortune to nurture 1 or 2. Feng Yuan considered inwardly. Since he had obtained Hu immortal blessed land, his rebirth plan could be said to have reached a whole new level. He naturally had to make adjustments and modifications. At this time, Jia clan's internal strife was already in full swing. He could not make it in time. The Battle of Yitian Mountain was too far away. Feng Yuan was prepared to make good use of this Hu immortal blessed land and cultivate to Gu immortal realm. This meant that he not only had to resist the success of earthly calamities, he also had to manage them. Currently, the Gu groups were barely satisfactory. Although the fox groups were ordinary, they had the potential to develop. Actually, there are a lot of fox groups in the Blessed Land. At least 3 times as many as now. But during the second earthly calamity, there was a meteor fire rain. The eastern part of the Blessed Land was burnt to a pulp. That time, hundreds of thousands of foxes were burned to death. Even now, the black flames are not extinguished. The fourth earthly calamity was a flood that drowned most of the grassland in the northern part of the Blessed Land, killing a large number of fox groups. Now only this many are left. The land spirit pouted. When she spoke of the earthly calamity, her eyes showed fear and panic. At the same time, she waved her small hand. Smoke surged in the air, showing the eastern and northern parts of the Blessed Land. Feng Yuan saw. The eastern part of the Blessed Land was in a mess. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Many meteorite craters were densely packed, and black flames were burning around the craters. The flames burned quietly without making any sound, but it showed the terrifying intent within. And in the northern part, there was a vast expanse of white water. Dark clouds lingered, drizzling rain fell, the sound of water surged. It was dark and gloomy. Grass and flowers could be seen on the surface of the water, as well as floating fox corpses. This is the black flame meteor, as well as the dark cloud white sea. Seeing such a tragic scene, Feng Yuan's heart sank. The earthly calamity was extremely powerful, and there were countless types. It was impossible to defend against. Every 10 years, it would cause a destructive threat to the Blessed Land. Hu immortal had defended it 5 times, and even lost her life. And the wounds left by the previous earthly calamities were still there, and had not been completely healed. This situation was extremely bad news for Feng Yuan. Hu immortal blessed land had 6 million mu of land, but with the northern and eastern parts gone, she immediately lost 2 million mu of land. Such a loss was too severe. I need to get rid of these 2 big problems. To suppress the black flames and the flood, I have spent a lot of immortal essence. Feng Yuan muttered softly. But immediately after, Hu immortal land spirit told him an even worse piece of news. Master, the biggest problem is here. Look, this is left behind by the 5th earthly calamity. She waved her hand, and the scene changed. Feng Yuan saw that on a burnt black grassland, a figure formed from blue lightning was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was not tall, and had an enchanting body, but was formed purely from lightning, shining with blue light, emitting an extremely terrifying might. Human-shaped lightning, this is the earthly calamity, blue charm shadow. Feng Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. This human-shaped lightning was also one of the earthly calamities, and had extremely strong battle strength, comparable to a rank 6 Gu immortal. Feng Yuan saw this and immediately understood. The culprit that killed Hu immortal was probably this blue charm shadow. The original Hu immortal was an enslavement path Gu master, and could control fox groups. Enslavement path Gu masters were both strong and weak, and were easily countered by beheading the leader. Although there were many fox groups, they could not block the blue charm shadow. Eventually, Hu Immortal was killed by the shadow, and lost her life. Damn it! Why is there such a lightning demon in this blessed land? Feng Yuan's expression turned extremely ugly. He still had ways to deal with the previous problems. However, this humanoid lightning was already beyond the scope of his current abilities. Master, you need to be careful when you go out. This human-shaped lightning will roam around the blessed land. It only dares not get close to Dang Hun Mountain. The land spirit's adorable face was bathed in the blue lightning, and her voice was slightly trembling. Although this shadow is an earthly calamity, it is also one of the living beings. Since it is a living being, it has a soul, and once it gets close to Dang Hun Mountain, its soul will be turned to ashes. Feng Yuan had already calmed down. Maybe I can use Dang Hun Mountain to get rid of this shadow? But how can I lure it? Feng Yuan's mind moved, and he felt his ears buzzing again. He shook his head, and did not think too much. What other bad news do you have? Tell me all of them. He smiled bitterly, and asked the land spirit. The situation was much worse than he had imagined. Hu Immortal blessed land was already on the brink of destruction. Be it internal or external threats, they were all very serious. To Feng Kim Hong, she had Gu Immortal parents and Spirit Affinity House's help. She naturally did not need to worry about these things. But Feng Yuan was alone. Of course, being alone had its own benefits. Biography of Feng Kim Hong recorded that even if Feng Kim Hong obtained a blessed land, she had to contribute a large amount of resources to the sect. The land spirit shook her head. The worst situation had already been reported. The rest were all good news. Firstly, in the southern part of the blessed land, there was a Rockman tribe. Rockmen were a type of variant humans. They lived underground and ate ores as food. This news was an unexpected surprise to Feng Yuan. Secondly, the Gu Immortal blessed land had abundant immortal essence. The land spirit brought Feng Yuan back to Dang Hun Palace. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a huge golden bowl filled with green immortal essence. Other than the green liquid at the bottom of the bowl, most of the immortal essence had automatically condensed into lumps. At first glance, they looked like grapes. This was the unique attribute of a rank 6 Gu Immortal, green grape immortal essence. Each green grape immortal essence bead had more immortal essence than the Three Kings Blessed Land. Chapter 4:15. Feng Yuan counted carefully. There were 78 beads of green grape immortal essence in the golden bowl. Adding the layer of green immortal liquid at the bottom of the bowl, there were 78.5 beads. The abundance of immortal essence was 100 times that of Three Kings Blessed Land. Feng Yuan immediately took out a bead of green grape immortal essence and held it in his hand, then willed and summoned Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was like a jade butterfly that was meticulously carved. It was exquisite and beautiful as it slowly flew over. Feng Yuan's face turned pale, his whole body trembled. Cold sweat poured out of his body, and his vision darkened. If not for his hand holding onto the side of the golden bowl, he would have fallen down. Master, be careful. Your soul is heavily injured. Don't summon the immortal Gu. Otherwise you will fall unconscious again. Little Hu Immortal called out, her tone anxious and her gaze concerned. No worries, I have confidence. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and waved his hand, slowly opening his palm towards Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu smelled the green grape immortal essence, and immediately flapped its wings, gliding in the air for a while before landing on Feng Yuan's palm. Next, it laid on the green grape immortal essence and slowly absorbed it. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu's name contained the word immortal. It was not without reason. Its food was immortal essence. After a long while the whole bead of green grape immortal essence was completely absorbed. Gu masters refined Gu, used Gu, and also nurtured Gu. After Feng Yuan refined it, he did not feed Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. He had been unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. The Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was starving. The lustrous butterfly wings had already dimmed. This was the first time Feng Yuan had fed it. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu ate its fill. It flapped its wings in satisfaction and flew into the air. The lustrous green light appeared again. Bits and pieces scattered along with every flap of its wings. It was a beautiful sight. The unique aura of an immortal goo. It was constantly emitting. The cost of feeding immortal goo is very high. Fixed immortal travel goo needs to consume 1 bead of immortal essence each time. But after this consumption, it does not need to be fed for 6 years. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the higher the cost of feeding it, but at the same time, the interval between feeding was also greatly lengthened. Rank 1 and 2 goo need to be fed many times a day, but at rank 4, they only needed to be fed once every few months. Rank 5 goo could be fed once every 1 or 2 years, and every time it was fed, the price was huge. It fed fixed immortal travel goo. Fang Yuan ignored it and let it fly around Dang Hun Palace as it pleased, as long as it didn't leave Dang Hun Mountain and wasn't killed by that shadow. Currently, Fang Yuan's aperture was only at rank 4 upper stage. It could not contain the complete immortal goo. The main reason for storing the spring and autumn cicada was that it was too weak. Other than that, it was also because of the life goo. After understanding the current situation, Fang Yuan confirmed that he was safe for the time being. Now that he had solved the problem of fixed immortal travel, his next step was to heal the injury on his soul. Let's go. Little fox immortal, bring me out to look for gut stones. The land spirit immediately responded. Master, you should have done this a long time ago. Please come with me. Little fox immortal brought Fang Yuan. They arrived at Dang Hun Mountain. The two walked on the uneven mountain rocks. Fang Yuan's body was swaying, causing the land spirit to be worried. Master, I will teleport you there. Teleport what? You need to save your immortal essence. Fang Yuan opened his eyes wide. Little fox immortal stuck out her tongue. She was startled by Fang Yuan and couldn't help but think, this master is really imposing. Even if he is injured, he is still afraid. Master, there is a gut stone here. After walking for a while, the land spirit stopped and pointed at a stone, shouting. This stone looked like a human gut stone growing on the mountain rocks. Its color was mixed. If one did not look carefully, they would think it was an ordinary stone. Fang Yuan quickly walked over and squatted on the ground, using his hand to break this gut stone. Once the gut stone was broken, a goo flew out and turned into a gray eerie light, entering Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan immediately felt his mind become clear. A brand new strength replenished his soul. The buzzing in his ears also weakened by a lot. Dang Hun Mountain could shake the soul. It was a land of death for all living beings. Now that he was suppressed by the land spirit, Fang Yuan could walk freely. But Dang Hun Mountain was not a pure land of death. The souls of living beings would shatter on the mountain and scatter down, fusing with Dang Hun Mountain. Over time, gut stones would form, and some gut stones contained guts goo that could strengthen one's soul. This was like a place where poisonous snakes lived. There were often detoxifying herbs. All living beings competed. The great Tao was balanced. There was life and death. Dang Hun Mountain seemed like a land of death, but it contained a trace of life. But this guts goo could only exist for an instant. Within that instant, it would either die or be shattered by Dang Hun Mountain. Although the land spirit could suppress Dang Hun Mountain, the gut stones could not be moved and could only be taken away. Thus, Fang Yuan could only walk on Dang Hun Mountain himself. After replenishing this guts goo, Fang Yuan was like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst, drinking a mouthful of cool water. He continued, and under the guidance of the land spirit, a competent guide, he found more than 10 gut stones and smashed them one by one. Fang Yuan thus obtained the nourishment of 8 guts goo. Not only was his soul fully healed, but it was even slightly stronger than before. Ha ha ha, with this Dang Hun Mountain, I will have a mountain of gut stones. As long as I continue to consume guts goo, one day, I will be able to strengthen my soul foundation to an unprecedented level. Halfway up the mountain, Fang Yuan's spirits were lifted as he laughed heartily. Immortal Fox was a lucky dog. Due to a stroke of luck, he managed to obtain Dang Hun Mountain and moved it to his blessed land. But she was also an extremely unlucky person. During the 5th earthly calamity, she died. If not for the blue charm lightning shadow, she would have become the strongest enslavement path expert of the current generation. It is a pity that Hu Immortal had Dang Hun Mountain, but did not have time to grow. Fortunately, this Dang Hun Mountain is in my hands now. The most precious place in Hu Immortal blessed land was this Dang Hun Mountain. Of course, the soul could not be strengthened by guts goo all the time. Once the soul was not condensed enough, using large amounts of guts goo would cause the soul to expand, and it would be a calamity beyond redemption. But Feng Yuan had 500 years of experience. His life had been full of ups and downs since rebirth, and he had often struggled on the edge of life and death. His soul had already become extremely condensed from setbacks. His expression did not change in the face of life and death, and his heart was like ice when disaster struck. To Feng Yuan, using 100 guts goo was not a problem. The benefits of having a deep soul foundation were many. Whether it was refining goo or enslaving beast groups, there were great benefits. Putting these aside, once his soul foundation became deep, Feng Yuan would not have to worry too much about killing methods like Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils. Dang Hun Mountain was a secret forbidden land. It was first recorded in the Legends of Renzu. It was said that verdant great sun charged towards the sky and eventually died. As his father, Renzu, learned of this and was extremely sad, he found wisdom goo to cause trouble. It was wisdom goo that taught verdant great sun to drink wine, which led to this series of events. Wisdom goo quickly said, "Renzu, oh Renzu, don't find trouble with me. Although your son is dead, it is not like he cannot be revived. As long as you enter the door of life and death and bring him to the path of life, to the sunlight, he can be revived." Renzu was stunned. He was overjoyed, but suddenly became furious. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wisdom goo. He questioned, "Wisdom goo, oh Wisdom goo, do you think I am still as ignorant as before? The door of life and death is a dangerous place. Once you enter, you will never come out. Not only did you harm my son, you want to harm me as well?" Wisdom goo quickly said, "Other living beings do not know the trick to entering and leaving the door of life and death, so they cannot come out. But I know these tricks. I will tell you all of them. You are a living person. If you want to enter the door of life and death, you have to enter from the path of death. This path is not ordinary. It is the path left behind by fate goo when it left fairness goo. It is called the path of fate. There are large numbers of worry goo in the path of fate. If you want to enter from the path of death, you need courage goo. This way, you will not have to fear the torture of worry goo. When you enter the door of life and death and see fairness goo, you will already be dead. But at the same time, you will see the soul of your eldest son, verdant great Sunday. Take him away, and come back from another path, the path of life. The path of life is the trace left behind by fate goo when it visited fairness goo. It is also the path of fate. But in this path of fate, there are 3 obstacles. One is Dang Hun Mountain, one is Luopa Valley, and one is Reverse Flow River. If you want to cross Dang Hun Mountain, you need to smash the gut stones on the mountain and obtain the help of Guts goo. If you want to cross Luopa Valley, you need to find the help of Faith goo. If you want to cross the Reverse Flow River, you have to keep moving forward. Don't stop for even a moment. Renzu listened to Wisdom goo's words and let it go. He quickly found Faith goo. Ever since he became blind, Faith goo's light was the only light he could see. "Oh Renzu, I can feel your determination to save your eldest son. I am willing to help you, but please do not give up on this determination. When you give up, I will be far away from you," Faith goo said in a caring tone. Renzu found Courage goo. Courage goo and Hope goo were a pair of good partners. Renzu had Hope goo. He often saw Courage goo and had a good relationship with it. After obtaining Courage goo's help, Renzu arrived at the door of life and death and stepped into the path of death. The path of death was filled with darkness. Large numbers of worry goo were like yellow fireflies, surrounding Renzu like a tsunami. At this time, Courage goo shone and helped Renzu chase away worry goo. Death required courage. Renzu successfully walked down. His body became whiter and more ethereal, gradually turning into a ghost. He could see again. When he reached the end of the path of death, in the deep and stable darkness, he saw Fairness goo. He was extremely shocked at the huge body of Fairness goo. "You are Fairness goo?" Why is your body so huge? The mountain peak is like a speck of dust compared to you. The sea is like a grain of rice compared to you. Chapter 4:16. Renzu saw his eldest son and was overjoyed, running towards him. Verdant Great Sun had also turned into a white ghost, lying beside a lake, scooping up the river water to drink. The river water was like wine, its fragrance permeating the air. Verdant Great Sun drank very contentedly. My son, don't drink anymore, come back with me. Renzu walked forward and shouted. My respected father, why are you here? That's great, come drink with me. Verdant Great Sun opened his sleepy and hazy eyes. Renzu snatched the wine bowl from his hand, saying in exasperation, don't drink anymore, you only know how to drink. Who doesn't know that there is only a lake in the land of death, and the lake water inside is the soup? After the ghost drinks it, it will be muddle-headed and will no longer want to leave. Verdant Great Sun said, Father, you are wrong. This is not soup, it is requiem wine. After drinking it, it can stabilize the soul and get rid of the impurities in the soul, no longer agitated, and obtain great tranquility in the soul. This is the best wine in the world. I don't care what wine it is, you have to come back with me. Renzu pulled Verdant Great Sun's hand, but found that he was as heavy as a mountain, and could not be moved. Verdant Great Sun shook his head. Some people die heavier than a mountain. Some people die lighter than a feather. Father, I had reputation gu in my previous life, and bathed in the light of glory and fell to my death. Here my body became heavier than a mountain, and I can't even move a step. I can only lie here. Ah! Renzu's heart sank, anxiously shouting. I told you, a tall tree attracts the wind. Being famous is not a good thing. Quickly throw away the reputation gu. Verdant Great Sun shook his head and sighed. Fame and fortune cannot be brought with me in life, and cannot be taken away in death. After I died, reputation gu left me, but fixed immortal travel gu is still with me. Fixed immortal travel gu could bring Verdant Great Sun's soul out of the door of life and death. It could even bring him to any place in the outside world. But only by walking on the path of life could Verdant Great Sun truly revive. What should I do? Renzu found that he had been tricked by wisdom gu. Although he came to the deepest part of the door of life and death, the endless darkness of obsession death domain, and also found Verdant Great Sunday. However, he realized that he couldn't take his eldest son with him. At this time, Fairness gu spoke. O Renzu, do you still not understand? There were only two paths leading to the door of life and death, both created by fate gu. Life and death were up to fate. Everything had life and death. Only in this way could the universe circulate endlessly. Your eldest son, Verdant Great Sun, is dead. This is all fate's arrangement. Just accept it. Moreover, he was living very well here. The obsession death domain was the most peaceful place in the world. He's drinking the best wine in the world, without the worries of the outside world. Can't you understand this kind of happiness? The human ancestor stood still. He looked at his own flesh and blood for a long time, before letting out a long sigh. He knew that he couldn't take away his eldest son's soul, at least not this time. He could only bid farewell to Fairness gu and Verdant Great Sun, leaving obsession death domain. He stepped onto another path, a path that symbolized life, moving from darkness to light. But the human ancestor soon noticed. Walking on this path was many times more difficult than walking on the dead end. There were many more worry gu on the path of life than the path of death. When Renzu walked on the path of death, the more he walked, the fewer worry gu obstructed him. But when he walked on the path of life, not only were there many more worry gu, every step he took, even more worry gu flew over and tried to stop him. Soon. Courage gu could not hold on. O Renzu, there are too many worries, they will only continue to increase. Only with peace and death can there be endless worry in life. Quickly go to Dang Hun Mountain, and knock out the gut stones. If you want to survive, courage alone is not enough, you need guts as well. Renzu quickly went to Dang Hun Mountain. Enduring the pain of his soul shaking, he obtained guts gu. With the help of guts gu, his soul strengthened, although it was still shaken, there was no need to worry. He went through Dang Hun Mountain, and arrived at Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley was like a maze, twisting and turning. Sometimes, a vast bewilderment fog spread out, loosening the soul. Sometimes luopa wind that was as sharp as a blade would blow, cutting the soul. Rinzhu fell into the lowest point of his life, not knowing which direction to go. His soul that was strengthened by guts goo gradually loosened in the bewilderment fog. The loosened soul was cut by the luopa wind, falling to the ground in pieces. Rinzhu was almost completely lost, but at this time, Faith Gu flew out and illuminated his path. Rinzhu walked out of Luopa Valley, only the purest lump of soul was left. He let out a huge sigh of relief, feeling that victory was in sight. He came to Reverse Flow River. This was the last hurdle on the path of life. He went against the flow. It was even more difficult. Endless worries pushed against him, making it difficult for him to move forward. But he persevered, walking towards the light. I am almost there. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Rinzhu looked ahead. There was only one last step left. He let out a breath of turbid air, relaxing. Forgetting Wisdom Gu's reminder, he stopped moving. Once he stopped, Rinzhu was immediately washed away by the river. Life was not easy. It was like rowing a boat against the current. If one did not advance, they would fall behind. Rinzhu was washed to the bottom of Luopa Valley. He was so tired he could not move. He was trapped in Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan smashed the last gutstone, groaning in satisfaction. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable. Not only had his heavy injuries completely healed, his soul was at least 5 times stronger than before. A powerful feeling overflowed from the deepest part of his heart. This wasn't a feeling of physical strength, but a feeling of mental strength. Be it thinking about problems or multitasking, Feng Yuan had a feeling of being able to handle them with ease. Unfortunately, there are only over 100 gutstones on Danghun Mountain, and not all of them contain guts goo. Feng Yuan felt slightly regretful. When Danghun Mountain was obtained by Hu Immortal, it had changed hands several times. It was completely clean. Hu Immortal moved it into her blessed land, and managed it for decades. Almost every year, she would enslave large numbers of foxes, and send them to their deaths on Danghun Mountain. Using their souls to irrigate the mountain, they produced gutstones. But these gutstones were almost used up by Hu Immortal. After Hu Immortal died, the gutstones on Danghun Mountain, they had been slowly growing for the last 8 years. Thus, there were only over 100 gutstones, and by now, Feng Yuan had used them all. According to Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit's description, to produce one gutstone, close to 10,000 foxes had to be sacrificed. The stronger the beast kings that died, the more gutstones would be produced. Feng Yuan did not use this method. When the blessed land was strong, it was natural for Hu Immortal to do this. But now the blessed land was extremely weak. The fox groups were also greatly weakened. Slaughtering the fox groups was not a wise long-term plan. After his soul injuries healed, Feng Yuan did not relax. He started to think about his future plans. Obtaining Hu Immortal Blessed Land was no doubt a huge help to his plans. But it also had a huge impact. Now, with Danghun Mountain in my hands, my soul foundation will continue to strengthen. In my previous life, I also had the experience of controlling blood bat groups. I should make use of this huge advantage. Next, I will definitely walk the enslavement path. But enslavement path has its drawbacks. It is easy to be killed. So I cannot relax in my strength path cultivation. This way, Feng Yuan would have to cross both strength and enslavement paths, and construct and feed 2 sets of goo worms. If it was before, Feng Yuan would not be able to afford it. But now he had Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was no problem. The most perfect result would be to refine the second aperture goo. After obtaining the second aperture, 1 set of enslavement path and 1 set of strength path would be clearly separated. They would both be in their own aperture, and would not interfere with each other. At the same time, in terms of primeval essence, it is enough to control 2 sets of goo worms. At that time, Feng Yuan could wave his hand, and the beast group and insect army would engulf the land like a huge wave. In the blink of an eye, blood would flow like a river, and life would be lost. If some blind guy thought he was infallible and barged in, he would be beheaded. Then, Feng Yuan's strength path cultivation would let them understand how cruel reality was, and why flowers were so red. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took out the second aperture goo from his aperture. This goo was shaped like a peanut shell, golden in color, and the markings on its surface were like scarlet blood veins. This was the placenta form of the second aperture goo, formed by fusing a fake goo with a lifespan goo, and could live for 40 years. To truly refine the second aperture goo, I definitely have enough immortal essence, and 2/3 watch goo are also easy to get, but I still need divine travel goo. Fang Yuan pondered. Immortal goo were unique, and in the world, only one immortal goo could exist at any time. Divine travel goo had turned into fixed immortal travel goo, and no longer existed. This allowed a new divine travel goo to appear in the world. Moreover, divine travel goo had an extraordinary advantage: it was easy to obtain. It was not like other immortal goo, which were hard to capture. The legends of Renzu clearly recorded that as long as one drank 4 top-quality wines in the world, they could condense divine travel goo in their bodies. Other than the brewing of wild beasts and natural breeding, because of the flourishing of human winemaking techniques, the number of top-quality wines was much higher than in ancient times. Although it was troublesome to find 4 top-quality wines, as long as he spent some time, he would definitely succeed. To Fang Yuan, with his blessed land and little who immortal land spirits' help, there was great hope in refining the second aperture goo. But the crux of the problem was this. Precisely because divine travel goo was easy to obtain, others could easily take advantage of it. Once others obtained divine travel goo, then no matter how many top-quality wines Fang Yuan drank, he would not be able to obtain divine travel goo. Southern Borders Fei clan has top-quality wine, Zhuangxi Fei. Eastern Seas rank 7 goo immortal, Zui Xianwang, creates a wine sea, storing countless wines, and holds a wine festival every year. Northern Plains Imperial Court has longevity wine. These large forces or goo immortals have 1 or 2 top-quality wines. Their chances of obtaining divine travel goo are much higher than mine. With this, Fang Yuan not only had to resist the earthly calamity and manage the blessed land, he also had to quickly gather 4 top-quality wines to refine the second aperture goo. But these are not the roots. Spring-autumn cicada is the most crucial point. Now that the time flow is 5 times faster, spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is also extremely fast. I have been reborn twice, my luck is already extremely good. I cannot gamble on my luck a 3rd time. Before spring-autumn cicada recovers, I have to at least find success in one fell swoop goo, instant success goo, or natural success goo. Chapter 417. Who Immortal Blessed Land South Underground. Yin Yong, wake up, stop sleeping. You've already slept for 3 years. A voice woke Yin Yong up from his slumber. A gray boulder, its surface was covered with moss. At first, it started to shake, then it started to shake more and more, dust started to fall. The oval boulder was like a blooming flower, it had 4 limbs and a head. Then it stood up, turning into a gray stone man. Yin Yong had woken up. Grandfather? Yin Yong opened his eyes, seeing the rockman that woke him up. It was his 800-year-old grandfather, also the tribe leader of the Huisher tribe. Grandfather, why did you wake me up? I still wanted to sleep for another 2 to 3 years. Yin Yong sighed and grumbled. Rockmen liked to sleep. When sleeping, they would curl their bodies into a ball, forming an oval boulder. Usually, they would sleep for 7 to 8 years. Don't sleep anymore, my grandson. You are already 180 years old. Your father died early. Your grandfather, will not live for long either. In a few decades, you will be the new tribe leader of our Huisher tribe. The old Huisher tribe man rubbed Yin Yong's head and said slowly. Rockmen had a long lifespan, usually around 1,000 years. Normal people cannot live past 100 years, but Yin Yong, who was 180 years old, had just become an adult. Grandfather, I don't want to be some tribe leader. After becoming the tribe leader, I can't sleep as I please. Yin Yong mumbled, but seeing his grandfather's glare, he wisely chose to shut up. Huisher tribe leader said unhappily. You brat, why haven't you matured? You've slept for so many years. Quickly clean up, wipe off the moss on your body, pull out all the weeds. Later, bring the tributes and follow grandfather to the surface to pay respects to the immortals. You cannot forget your etiquette. It's time to pay respects to the immortals again? But why do I remember that there is still more than a year's time? Yin Yong said as he pulled out the weeds. After sleeping for so many years, there were many weeds growing under his armpits, between his legs, his chest and back. Especially the black silk grass between his legs. It was as hard as steel and was slightly curved. Every time he pulled out a grass, Yin Yong would feel pain. Sigh. This time there was a big change. It was a different immortal. This immortal has just arrived not too long ago, and he's the one who wants to gather us. The old clan leader looked worried. A new male immortal? I hope he's easier to talk to than the previous female immortal. Maybe we can talk to him. After all, he has to pay so much tribute every 10 years. It's really a bit strenuous. And the leaders of the other tribes and I share the same opinion. On a wide altar made of bluestone, Feng Yuan was dressed in a black robe. His long black hair flowed down his back as he sat on the main seat. His deep black eyes looked down. Dozens of stone men knelt down below. Among them, there were 8 stone tribe leaders, and 2 of them were gray stone people. 3 granite men, 1 iron man, 1 green stone man and 1 white stone man. At the same time there were offerings. A large number of ores. It contained gold, silver, copper, iron, diamonds, gems and goo worms. Over time the stone man's body would change. Grow all sorts of metals, or diamonds, or gems. Feng Yuan's gaze swept across these worshippers. Immediately he understood why Danghun Palace was so luxurious. These would be huge wealth on earth, but here their greatest use was only as a material for goo refinement. Who immortal used these things to decorate the palace because of a woman's love for beauty? If she had a choice of yuan stone, she would definitely discard these gold, silver, and gems like they were old shoes. Among these offerings, the most valuable were still goo worms. But these goo worms were mostly rank 1 rock skin goo and rank 2 monolith goo. There was only one rank 3 goo worm, a stone aperture goo. Feng Yuan had once used it on Qingmao Mountain. Back then, spring-autumn cicada was suppressing his aperture, and he had no choice but to use it. Rockmen were good at digging, and lived deep underground. Their food was soil. Sometimes, when they dug underground, they would find underground goo worms. What did you say? You want to reduce the offerings? Feng Yuan's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he slowly stood up and walked down the stairs, arriving in front of these Rockman tribe leaders. The Rockmen were tall, kneeling on the ground. Their shoulders were even taller than Feng Yuan's head. Esteemed immortal, our Rockman tribe has already handed over so many offerings for the past 30 years. These years, heaven and earth have been shaking, the north has been flooded, and the east has been on fire. Our lives have been getting harder. Harvesting these things is getting harder and harder. Immortal, please be merciful and forgive us for our incompetence. Please reduce our offerings a little. The oldest of the stone golems begged. Yes, immortal, please reduce the offerings. These years, our tribe's population has been declining. Immortal, please sympathize with us. We will never forget your great kindness. The other Rockman tribe leaders echoed. Reduce offerings? Hee, that's possible. In fact, I can even waive these offerings. Feng Yuan's smile was very gentle and kind. The Rockmen's faces were filled with joy. But I have a condition. Then Feng Yuan changed the topic. I need you to dig a canal for me. The water from the north can flow along the canal to the east where the fire is spreading. What? Hearing this, the Rockmen were shocked. Soon, they came to their senses and shouted loudly. Esteemed immortal, you can't do this. Digging a canal is a huge project. We Rockmen need sleep. If we don't sleep enough, we will die. Also, there are monstrous flames and vast water. You want us to dig a canal? Isn't that asking us to die? Instantly, the crowd was enraged. Many young Rockmen were kneeling at the side, but when they heard the commotion, they impulsively stood up and stared at Feng Yuan with fierce gazes. Master! The Earth Spirit Fox immortal next to Feng Yuan saw this scene, and could not help but worry. The stone man's personality was stubborn, possessing a barbaric aura. He cared even more about dignity and would never stoop to compromise. When they were impulsive, they even dared to attack demon supremacies and immortal supremacies, no matter who they were. To be able to train these Rockmen like this, who immortal had put in a lot of effort and gave the rockmen many benefits. Master, these stone men were all unreasonable. Asking them to worship these things is already the limit. Little Hu Immortal transmitted secretly and anxiously reminded Feng Yuan. Limit? Feng Yuan sneered and grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. He laughed sinisterly. You rockmen are really daring. You actually dare to bargain with me? Humph. The place you live. It's mine. The soil you eat is mine. The spirit spring beside your tribe is also mine. You live here, you are my slaves. I want to dig a canal. This is not a request. It's not an exchange, it's an order. When the stone men heard this, they all stood up with anger on their faces. Immortal, you don't know what's good for you. You dare to look down on us rockmen. Back then, we rockmen migrated here because we believed the words of the previous female immortal. But the environment here is getting worse and worse. It's getting worse and worse. Who wants to stay here? You want us to dig a canal. It's the same as sending us to our deaths. Do you think we rockmen are fools? We rockmen are raised by nature. We're not willing to be your slaves. Let's go. Migrate. I've had enough of this broken place. The rockmen tribe leaders roared and turned hostile on the spot. The attendants they brought along, the young rockmen, all swarmed up. They rubbed their fists and glared fiercely at Feng Yuan. You want to leave? Haha. Feng Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then he stopped laughing and glanced coldly at these rockmen, saying with a cold tone, What do you think this place is? You come as you please and leave as you please? The previous rules don't count. From today onwards, I'm the supreme ruler here. My words are providence. You have to abide by it, even if you don't. Ah. Many young rockmen clenched their fists and roared at the sky. Immortal, you're challenging the bottom line of my tribe. Immortal, although you're powerful, we're not afraid of you. We rockmen never yield to power. We're natural warriors. We're brave and fearless. Only love can make us dig out our hearts and liver. Only gentleness can make us bend our backs. Roar. Feng Yuan pushed his palm and a golden dragon appeared. The golden dragon roared furiously, blasting the loudest stone golem into smithereens. Ah, he killed the granite tribe leader. The old tribe leader is dead. We have to avenge him. Even an immortal will be buried in the fury of my tribe. The death of the granite tribe leader was like a fuse, completely igniting the rockmen's fury. The rockmen attacked Feng Yuan one after another, each step creating a deep pit on the ground with a loud rumbling sound. Dozens of rockmen attacked together, but they had the might of a magnificent army. Countless rays of light rose from their bodies. There were also goo worms residing in the rockman's body. At this moment, they activated according to their wills. But in the next moment, these radiances suddenly disappeared. Little Hu Immortal took action, and imprisoned all the goo worms. Feng Yuan sneered and started the massacre. The rockmen were not afraid of death, but their strength was not as good as Feng Yuan. After a while, they were all smashed into pieces, dying a tragic death here. But these crushed stones were like magnets, condensing and forming new small rockmen. Kill. Resist power, avenge father. We were born in heaven and earth, die in heaven and earth. We've never feared anything. The small rockmen charged over and were slaughtered by Feng Yuan again. But these crushed stones condensed into even smaller rockmen. These rockmen were few in number, but after they formed, they immediately charged at Feng Yuan, shouting the slogan of avenging grandfather and father. This was the reproduction method of rockmen. Rockmen were only male. After the old rockman died, the scattered soul and stone would condense and form a new rockman, inheriting part of the old rockman's memories, as well as some important experiences. Or if the old rockman slept for a long time, the soul foundation would accumulate to a certain extent, and after cutting off part of it, it could also form small rockmen. After Feng Yuan killed the third wave of rockmen, the world finally calmed down. Only one rockman was left, lying on the ground, shivering. What's your name? Feng Yuan slowly walked in front of him. I am Yin Yin Yang. The young rockman stuttered. Do you know why I did not kill you? Feng Yuan stepped on Yin Yang's head. I don't know. Chapter 418. 3 days later, the heavily injured Yin Yong returned to the tribe and woke up all the sleeping rockmen. If it was any other male immortal, he would be a demon, wanting to enslave all of us. Not only that, he even wanted to plunder the handsome men of our rockmen tribe for him to play with. We rockmen are born from the heavens. We are free and unfettered. How can we bow down to his despotic power? We resisted on the spot. The immortal is too strong. But we rockmen are not afraid of sacrifice. We had no fear. We finally injured him and forced him to escape. The other tribesmen were sacrificed, only I returned. I am about to die, but that immortal is still alive. When he escaped, he said that he would lead his fox army to exterminate our rockmen tribe. Yin Yong was powerless, he mournfully complained, bringing his tribesmen a shocking piece of grievous news. The rockmen were shocked and fearful, sorrowful and furious. There were those who declared war, those who wanted revenge, those who wanted to migrate, those who wanted to negotiate. They were like a group of dragons without a leader, be it the successor or the old tribe leader. They all died in Feng Yuan's hands. There were a total of 8 rockmen tribes. It was a mess. Some rockmen wanted to ask Yin Yong about the situation. But Yin Yong's injuries were very heavy. He had been unconscious ever since he returned to report to the police. Before they could come to a conclusion, just like what Yin Yong said, the Fox army started to attack the rockmen tribes. The rockmen resisted, but the Fox army was much larger than them. The situation gradually became dangerous. The 8 tribes had no choice but to work together and retreat underground to defend. But the Fox army still did not let them go. They kept attacking underground. Even though they had to pay a heavy price for every attack, the Fox army was still endless. The rockmen cursed Feng Yuan in pain. Their hatred and anger towards him could not be extinguished even by the heavenly river. The situation was getting worse day by day. Despair spread among the rockmen. But at this moment, Yin Yong woke up. Rockman could recover through sleep, his injuries were healed. He immediately led his tribesmen and fought a few beautiful counterattacks. We rockmen are a brave tribe. We do not fear death. Even an immortal cannot humiliate us. Yin Yong gave a speech everywhere, raising the morale. Don't think that the immortal is so strong. Actually, he's strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He can only send the Fox group to their deaths. He's already injured. At the same time, he encouraged immortals to be injured, bringing hope to the rockmen. A stone man in despair. He clutched at this glimmer of hope like a drowning man clutching at a life-saving straw. Yin Yong changed the topic and talked about the old tribe leaders. He was injured by the combined efforts of the old patriarchs. The sacrifice of the old patriarchs is our greatest sorrow, especially the old Whitestone chief. He died in my arms, and before he died, he entrusted the entire tribe to me. I watched as his soul left his body. He felt guilty. Why was he the one who died instead of me? At this point, he beat his chest and stamped his feet, seeming very sad and sorrowful. Immediately a stoneman persuaded, Lord Yin Yong, don't be sad. You were able to survive, give us a warning, and lead us to victory. This is already very impressive. Not bad. Our Metalstone race admires you. Since the old patriarch has entrusted the clan to you, then I'll give it to you. In that case, please lead us Whitestone people. The stoneman liked to sleep soundly, and was not interested in power and position. Especially now at the moment of life and death, they were in a constant state of anxiety. The rockmen desperately hoped for a strong and brave tribesman to lead them. Thus, Yin Yong first inherited the tribe leader position, and took control of Whitestone tribe. A month later, he took control of the other tribes and became the leader of the 8 rockmen tribes. Another half a month later, he successfully led the rockmen to chase away the Fox horde, and successfully protected their homeland. But this is not enough. As long as the immortals do not die, we will not have a future. The Fox horde will regroup and attack our homeland again. We can only attack that immortal mountain and kill the immortals. Only then will we be able to live a peaceful life. Yin Yong immediately suggested attacking Dang Hun Mountain. But a few rockmen were hesitant. We have just suffered from the chaos of war. We want to sleep now. Our rockmen numbers are greatly reduced. We don't have the strength to attack that demon's nest. We have a large number of offsprings. They were born in the war. We need to raise them well. Let them grow up. Yen Yong could only use Whitestone tribe leader. My tribesmen, do you think I will bring you to your deaths? Attacking the immortal mountain was not my idea. It was a secret that Whitestone tribe leader told me before he died. He said that this immortal mountain is the legendary Dang Hun Mountain. There are gutstones on Dang Hun Mountain. If we rockmen obtain these gutstones, we will be able to increase our strength and strengthen our tribe. Whitestone tribe leader was the oldest and most experienced rockman among all the rockmen. Most of the rockmen thought of him as the sage of the tribe. His last words, along with Yen Yong's high prestige, finally incited all the rockmen to form an expedition army and attack Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan specially arranged some fox horde around Dang Hun Mountain to form a weak defensive line. Yen Yong encouraged the surrounding rockmen. Look, the Immortals' Demon Fox army is almost gone. We are already on our way to victory. The rockmen won along the way, singing their victory songs as they charged up Dang Hun Mountain with high morale. On Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan brought a group of foxes and started a decisive battle with the rockmen. Fang Yuan displayed his terrifying strength, killing many rockmen, causing them to tremble in fear. But at this time, Yen Yong stood out and pointed out that Fang Yuan was injured. He was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and started a decisive battle with Fang Yuan. The fox horde was exterminated. Fang Yuan was indeed no match. He was beaten away by Yen Yong again. Wait until I have accumulated enough immortal essence from the water and fire. I will return. At that time, it will be your doomsday. Before retreating, Fang Yuan shouted with a sinister expression. The rockmen were bulky and moved slowly. They were also not familiar with the terrain of Dang Hun Mountain. They could only let Fang Yuan escape. After beating away the immortals, the rockmen admired and worshipped Yen Yong. They cheered for their victory. My tribesmen, now is not the time to cheer. Yen Yong stood out. We cannot stay on Dang Hun Mountain for long. This is a demonic land. Whitestone tribe leader told me that only during these few days of the year, we rockmen can safely enter and leave this place. Let's move quickly and collect the gutstones on the ground. 3 days later, we need to leave this place. Their bodies were all hard rocks. To maintain such a strong body, the burden on their soul was huge. Once the rockmen moved too much, their soul would be damaged. Therefore, in their lives, they would spend 80% of their time sleeping, using it to nurture their souls. When their soul accumulates to a certain level, a portion of it would overflow. This portion of the soul would land on a rock and form a new life. The Rockman tribe was thus able to reproduce. When the rockmen obtained gutstones, the guts goo would strengthen their soul. Once their soul was strengthened, the overflowing portion would form small rockmen. 3 days later, inside the mountain, Dang Hun Palace, Yen Yong knelt on the ground and lowered his head, respectfully reporting. Reporting to Immortal, after these 3 days of rest, our Rockman tribe has gained 6,000 small rockmen. Including us old tribesmen, the entire tribe's population has increased by 3 times. Fang Yuan sat on the high cloud bed, looking down at Yen Yong. Very good, this way, your rockmen will have enough manpower to excavate the canal. Do you still remember what to do next? I don't need to teach you, right? Yen Yong quickly replied. Supreme Immortal, I did not dare to forget your words. I have always engraved them in my heart. Very good. Fang Yuan lightly nodded. I will give you 3 months. I will order you to excavate a canal that traverses the northeast. 3 months? Yen Yong was dazed. O mighty Immortal, we rockmen need to sleep to nurture our soul. If we overdo it, we will die of exhaustion. The canal is so long. If you only give us 3 months, our rockman tribe will not be able to rest at all. If that's the case, when the canal is excavated, our rockman tribe will probably all die. Hehehe, of course not all will die. I have already calculated, there will be around 200 people left. Fang Yuan smiled. Yen Yong could not help but tremble. His tribe had over 10,000 people now, but after the canal was excavated, there would only be 200 left. This was such a terrifying sacrifice. 3 months later, I want to see a canal. If not before I kill you, I will tell the truth to your tribesmen. Scram. Fang Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. Yen Yong heard this demon-like threat and trembled in fear. He had a deep fear towards Fang Yuan. He did not dare to retort. His body curled into a ball, and he really rolled away. Master, back then, we spent a huge price to bring in these rockmen. At the side, little Hu Immortal Land Spirit persuaded. She could not bear to see large numbers of rockmen die like this. Don't worry, I still have use for the rockmen tribe. Isn't it easy to increase the population? Fang Yuan half reclined on the chair, squinting as he took out a burial soul toad from his aperture. Burial soul toad, rank 4 goo used for storage. It was one of the goo left behind by Hu Immortal. It was only the size of a palm and was grayish-white in color. Its back was covered in black lumps, and its large eyes shone with a strange pale green color. It could only store souls, and when the soul was sucked into its stomach would expand. Fang Yuan used this to collect the souls of the rockmen and fox groups that died in the battle. Right now, this burial soul toad's stomach was flattened. The souls that were inside were placed on Dang Hun Mountain by Fang Yuan, and new gutstones were created. Fang Yuan used a portion of the gutstones to strengthen his soul to 6 times that of a normal person. As for the remaining gutstones, he left them for the rockmen tribe. Chapter 419. Yen Yong rolled out of Dang Hun Palace, passing through several dark and winding paths, before arriving at Dang Hun Mountain. Seeing this pink crystal mountain, Yen Yong let out a breath of turbid air. Being far away from Fang Yuan, the pressure and fear in his heart had dissipated by a lot. After trekking on the mountain for a while, he was finally discovered by his clansmen. "Ah, great, respected tribe leader, our hero, you are here." A few rockmen immediately cheered. "Please let me kiss your toes, to express my admiration for you." A few rockmen knelt on the ground. Great hero, your courage is higher than the heavens, your guts are thicker than the earth." A few little rockmen formed into groups cheering. Yen Yong smiled. No one knew his bitterness. The cheers in his ears were so lively, and many of his clansmen were crowding around him, but he felt incomparably lonely. He looked at his clansmen beside him. These stone men who were brimming with smiles would probably all die in 3 months. They would die from exhaustion from digging the canal. But what could he do? In the eyes of the other rockmen, Dang Hun Mountain's victory was so grand, so worthy of praise. Only he knew, this was just a game that the immortal manipulated behind the scenes. This cruel and cold truth made him deeply understand. Those rockmen's sacrifice, these difficult and glorious victories, how pale and shallow, how laughable and powerless. He led his clansmen to more and more victories. His fear of Fang Yuan also deepened. That immortal, he is a demon. His heart is even colder than us rockmen's. His strength is greater than the mountains. I am so weak. What can I do? Resistance means death. I admit my cowardice. I am really afraid of death. I have not slept enough. I am only 180 years old. Once Yen Yong thought of Fang Yuan's appearance. His heart was filled with fear. His unextinguished conscience was tormenting him. He knew. He was about to personally push almost all of his clansmen to death. He was being interrogated by his conscience. Every praise from his clansmen was like a whip, lashing his heart until it was riddled with scars. "Honorable, beloved chief, you're finally back. Everyone is waiting for you." The rockmen opened up a path, allowing Yen Yong to walk to the high ground unobstructed. "My people, in the past 3 days, our tribe has grown many times stronger. Our expedition has yielded splendid results. However, this kind of victory was far from enough. You are willing to continue walking with me towards a better tomorrow?" Yen Yong looked down from above, asking loudly. The rockmen used their loudest voices to cheer, expressing their 120% support for Yen Yong. Yen Yong nodded. He had already expected this situation. It wasn't that there weren't any troublemakers or wise old stone men, but in the many fierce battles, they had all sacrificed themselves heroically. The only ones left were the stone men. Most of them were newborns and had purer minds. As for those old rockmen, almost all of them were Yen Yong's hardcore supporters. Some were even his fanatical worshippers. Yen Yong patiently waited for the cheers to end. Then he continued. "In the past 3 days, I've been thinking in a place with no one around. How should we deal with the immortal that escaped? With immortal essence, the immortal can mobilize the demon fox army and have terrifying battle strength. He must have retreated to the water swamp in the north, or to the fire pit in the east to catch his breath. We can't let him recover. Tribe leader is right. Tribe leader is too wise. We cannot let that damned immortal accumulate immortal essence. When that damned demon recovers his strength, he will definitely find trouble with us rockmen. But what should we do? The water swamp and the fire pit are both extremely dangerous places. Even us rockmen can't stay there for long. Furthermore, these two places are so vast, who knows where the immortal will run to? The stone men were all talking at once, discussing spiritedly. Yen Yong interrupted everyone's discussion. He shouted, "So, I thought of a solution. We need to use earth to fill up the water swamp and the fire pit. This way, that immortal will not be able to recover his immortal essence." My God. That's a crazy idea. Immediately, a stone man exclaimed, "My great tribe leader, the water swamp is so vast, it makes people feel discouraged. And the fire pit has a fatal heat. How can we use earth to fill it up? That's impossible." An old stone man retorted. Yen Yong looked deeply at this old rockman, remembering it in his heart. This rockman dared to rebuke him. It proved that his admiration for him was not enough. In the future, I will give him the heaviest work, and tire him to death. At this time, another old rockman spoke. "We cannot be rash. I thought of a solution. Maybe we can dig a large canal to divert the water into the fire pit. The power of water and fire will cancel each other out. This will save us a lot of trouble." Yen Yong's killing intent became even more intense. This old rockman was very intelligent. He was more threatening than the previous rockman who rebuked him. He immediately decided to give this old rockman the task of guarding the fire pit. Let the demon fox army kill him, and get rid of this threat as soon as possible. Yen Yong calmly praised this old rockman, shouting, "This is my idea. We need to dig a large canal as soon as possible, to divert the water and quell the fire, not letting immortals have a place to accumulate immortal essence." Actually, before White Rock tribe leader died, he also taught me. He said that the flood in the north, the fire in the east were all caused by that evil male immortal, that they were the source of his power, just like how we rockmen eat the earth. So White Rock tribe leader already predicted this. White Rock tribe leader is indeed the sage of us rockmen. White Rock tribe leader is already 998 years old, of course he knows a lot. The rockmen nodded, praising White Rock tribe leader, at the same time expressing regret for his death. Rockmen slept most of the time. They did not interact much with each other. This sense of distance mystery made the dead White Rock tribe leader's intelligence even more unfathomable. According to the saying on Earth, if the old chief of the White Stone tribe were to hear this from the underworld, he would probably jump out of his coffin in anger. But unfortunately, he was completely killed by Feng Yuan. Even his soul was not spared. It was placed on Dang Hun Mountain by Feng Yuan, and shattered. His essence fell on the mountain, forming a gut stone. It was unknown which stone man had smashed this gall stone into pieces. Or maybe it was Feng Yuan's people. After discussing for a while, the rockmen came to an agreement. They were willing to dig a canal under tribe leader Yen Yong's lead, to connect the water and fire. Feng Yuan hid behind the scenes and saw everything. Seeing that the situation was set, he ordered Little Hu immortal. The land spirit released a trace of Dang Hun Mountain's power. The rockmen instantly felt their souls tremble. They felt dizzy. Many little rockmen fainted on the spot. Not good, let's go out quickly. Dang Hun Mountain is about to show its might. Yin Yong said, smoothly leading his tribesmen down Dang Hun Mountain. They did not return to their original homes, but directly went to the northeast region majestically. In Dang Hun Palace, Feng Yuan watched these rockmen leave through the fluctuating smoke. His expression was emotionless. "Master, have you heard of the story of the rockmen?" Little Fox Immortal's tail swayed uneasily, speaking in a tactful tone. Feng Yuan chuckled. "Are you trying to persuade me to use gentle methods to deal with the rockmen?" "Master, you are so smart." Little Fox Immortal's big eyes shone. It seems you do not understand it well. Most of the time, the power of hatred and fear is greater than gratitude. Back then, When Feng Yuan learned of the existence of a Rockman tribe, he was quite surprised. Rockmen lived underground, they ate soil as food, and were good at digging. A large group of stone men could even build an underground city deep underground. Rockmen could help the Blessed Land's owner excavate underground resources. They were very good slaves. Many Gu immortals wanted to buy many Rockmen and move them to their blessed land. As for Hu immortal blessed land, with Danghun Mountain, as long as there were enough souls, even if there was only one Rockman, they could use the gutstones to reproduce into a huge tribe. Feng Yuan could use this to raise Rockmen on a large scale and engage in slave trade with other Gu immortals. Back then, Hu immortal did all she could to move the Rockmen here. It was because of this plan. Indeed, Rockmen were amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Most Rockmen were tough men with iron bones, brave warriors who did not fear death. Many Gu immortals chose to be gentle, subtly squeezing out the benefits from the Rockmen. Hu immortal used this method. But Feng Yuan did not use this method. It was too gentle. The benefits that could be squeezed out had to be squeezed out cleanly. The competition in this world was so cruel. Not only was it competition between people, the cruel earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations were like a flood, washing away countless heroes throughout history. So what if they were Gu immortals? If they did not fight for every bit of resources, quickly equipping themselves and strengthening themselves, then Hu immortals' outcome was the best example. Demonic Path members should race against time, haggle over every cent, plunder everything to strengthen themselves. Since I am a superior, I should understand. Rules, laws, friendship and morality are all tools to squeeze out benefits. Leniency and conscience, cruelty and hatred, they are all the same. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. After fighting with the Rockmen for so long, there were only 7 months left before the 6th earthly calamity. The water swamp in the north and the fire pit in the east were the scars left behind by the earthly calamity. They were the weak parts of the blessed land. When the earthly calamity strikes, they are the weak points of the blessed land. How much water a wooden barrel can hold is determined by the shortest wooden plank. How heavy a chain could pull up depended mainly on the weakest part of the chain. So what if the Rockmen hate, loathe, and countless people curse me? If pure hatred, loathing, and cursing in this world is useful, then what is the use of strength? Chapter 420. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly, and smoke and dust filled the sky. This was the construction site where the Rockmen were digging the canal. Rockmen eat mud as food. Many Rockmen had goo worms on their bodies that could be used. Lord Tribe Leader, you can't do this anymore. Yesterday, another 3 tribesmen died from exhaustion. They died so pitifully, they did not even have a descendant. An old Rockman knelt in front of Yin Yong, crying loudly. Once a Rockman died from exhaustion, their soul would dissipate. There would not be any leftover souls to form small Rockmen. Yin Yong beat his chest, shouting, "How can I not know? How can I not know? Our tribe's heroes died again. For our tribe's bright future, for a better tomorrow, they sacrificed their lives. Precisely so, we cannot slack off. Ever since we started work, we have already suffered many attacks from the fox groups. These fox groups are getting bigger and bigger. Evidently that male immortal who deserved to be cut into pieces is recovering his immortal essence. We need to continue working hard, dig the canal, and make him lose his foundation of strength." The old Rockman was stunned. "But tribe leader, you are a good Rockman. I understand that you are thinking for our tribe. These heroes will not die for nothing. Look over there. I have already set up heroic tombstones for them. In the future, our children and grandchildren will all pay respects to them and be grateful." Yin Yong pointed far away. There were many tombstones erected there. There were already many of them. The old Rockman looked at the tombstones, sighing. The scene of a large number of Rockmen dying from exhaustion. When they first appeared, Yin Yong, the new tribe leader, had already ordered people to build these tombstones. Their low morale was immediately boosted. Every day, there were Rockmen dying from exhaustion. But they were still working hard. They are all dead. What is the use of these tombstones? The old Rockman was one of the few clear-headed people. He was deeply worried about this. "Tribe leader," he persuaded again. We rockmen also pay attention to reproduction. These rockmen who died from exhaustion, their souls have completely dissipated, they do not even have descendants. Yin Yang's expression did not change, he did not speak. Among the small rockmen beside him, someone shouted angrily, "You old bastard, are you afraid of death?" The old golem straightened his neck and said, "Kid, what are you talking about? I am getting old. But I've always been a stone man. How could a stone man be afraid of death? Since you're not afraid of death, why are you wasting your breath? That's right. We are contributing to the tribe. For the sake of the collective, what's the big deal about sacrificing some personal interests?" Beside Yin Yang, there was a group of little stone golems. At this moment, they all opened their mouths and shouted, "Old senior, if you're tired, you should take a rest first. Don't worry, my time is tight, I still need to rush to other places to monitor the progress." Yin Yang patted the old rockman's shoulder and walked past him, continuing his journey. A group of little rockmen followed behind Yin Yang, chattering away. They expressed their disdain for the old stoneman. Being scolded by this group of juniors made old stone man extremely depressed. He was seething with anger. He wanted to refute loudly, but he saw that there were large stone slabs erected everywhere around the construction site. All kinds of slogans were engraved on the stone slab. "I'll do it even if I die. As long as the people are united, we can build a grand canal within 3 days." The more daring the rockmen are, the more productive they will be. Create a beautiful future for the rockmen. Long live tribe leader Yin Yang. For the rockmen's bright future, sacrifice your life, sacrifice your youth. A fanatical atmosphere enveloped the rockmen's hearts. Even the stone man who died from exhaustion had a smile on his face before he died. Old stone man wanted to speak, but after opening his mouth a few times, nothing came out. He knelt on the ground in a daze. After a long while, he suddenly raised his fist and punched the ground. A muffled sound was heard. Old stone man stood up. Without saying a word, he bent his back and walked towards the construction site. Yin Yang rushed to the next section of the construction site. The river had already started to take shape. Large numbers of adult rockmen were digging in the river. At the side, the little stone men, who were slightly weaker, formed small patrol squads. Some were supervising the construction site, some were carving slogans, some were erecting tombstones of heroes. These little rockmen were called the Rock Guards, formed by Yin Yang himself. Report to tribe leader. 5 to 6 little rockmen immediately rushed in front of Yin Yang, loudly reporting the results of these days of labor. Reporting to the great tribe leader, we have dug another 50 li in this section of the construction site. Reporting to the great tribe leader, we have regretfully sacrificed 120 of our tribe members. They are all heroes of our tribe. Reporting to the great tribe leader, we actually found 3 lazy and sleeping clansmen in the construction site. This is the shame of our rockmen tribe. We must denounce them. Very good, very good. You are all good. Remember, you must erect tombstones for the heroes who died. At the same time, tie up those shameful people, denounce them in front of everyone, let them know their shame and become braver. Yin Yang said, "Yes. You are all the future of our tribe. Seeing you is like seeing the bright future of our tribe. You must continue to work hard." Yin Yang praised. The little rockmen were so excited, their bodies trembled. Everything is for the rockmen tribe. Respected tribe leader Yin Yang, you are our glorious flag. We will unite by your side, and walk towards the bright future together. They all shouted, their eyes filled with passion. Yin Yang subconsciously avoided their gazes. The passion of these little rockmen made him feel terrified. He gazed far away. Far away, every section of the river was being dug intensely. Yin Yang could see many of the rockmen, their broad backs facing the yellow soil and the sky. The river that was tens of meters wide, section after section, extended out of sight. This was such a grand project. Every time Yin Yang saw such a scene, his heart would surge. As long as they were united, the Rockmen tribe's power was so strong, it could change the heavens and earth. But when Yin Yang thought of Feng Yuan, the most terrifying demon in history, his surging heart was like a cold wind blowing past, suddenly turning into a snow-white glacier. No matter if it was the little fox groups outside, or the slogans on the stone slabs, or the organized rock guards, they were all part of that demon's scheme. With so many methods, they managed to weaken the Rockmen tribe's retaliation to the lowest level. Yin Yong personally executed all of this. Seeing the river forming day by day, his fear of Feng Yuan grew. That male immortal not only had terrifying martial strength. What made people feel despair was that his craftiness and viciousness were also unfathomable. Yin Yong felt himself sinking into the abyss. He was as low as an ant. And behind him, it was Feng Yuan's mountain-like figure. He was looking down at him. He was like a walking corpse or a puppet. The strings that controlled his limbs were in Feng Yuan's hands. Every day he saw his tribesmen die. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Seeing his clansmen working so hard to dig the canal, he felt even more desolate and sorrowful. If it is possible, I would rather not know the truth and live in a lie. Wouldn't that make me look happy? Yin Yong retracted his gaze, waving his hand and bringing the little rockmen to the next section of the river. This is the last estrus gu go. Primeval essence had already been poured in. Feng Yuan flicked his finger and shot the green bean-like goo into the sky. Estrus goo exploded, turning into pink light powder that sprinkled down on the fox group below. The entire fox group breathed in the light powder and immediately became restless. Soon, countless male foxes crawled on the female fox's back, moving around and injecting life essence into the female fox's body. Foxes had different gestation periods. For example, golden foxes could give birth to little foxes after 2 months of gestation. Each litter would have 3 to 4 foxes. And for desolate beasts like three-tailed foxes, even 100 years of gestation was not enough. Normally speaking, the stronger the beast, the longer the gestation period. But in the current Hu immortal blessed land, the fox groups were more ordinary, and their gestation period was shorter. Ever since the Rockmen started digging the river, Feng Yuan had been using estrus goo every day to give birth to the little foxes and strengthen the fox group. Hu immortal did not have an immortal goo. During the 5th heavenly calamity, she was killed by the blue charm lightning shadow. Thus she did not have a set of enslavement path goo worms. But in her Dang Hun palace, there were still many goo left. For example, support goo like burial soul toad, expenditure goo like estrus goo, as well as some spare enslavement path goo worms. Most of them were fox enslavement goo. To quickly increase his strength, Feng Yuan had already used up most of these goo. Under his efforts, the number of foxes had increased by several times. Although foxes were omnivores, the blessed land could not support such a large number of foxes. In less than 2 years, many foxes would starve to death because they could not find food. But Feng Yuan could not care about that anymore. His only thought now was to survive the 6th earthly calamity. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. The canal was dug, traversing the northeast. A vast expanse of white water flowed along the wide river, surging and creating countless waves. Whoosh! The water flowed into the burning fire pit. The power of water and fire collided, evaporating the river and forming a large amount of water mist that rose into the sky. When the river water calmed down, the black flames were mostly extinguished, only the edges were left, and there were still 3 areas left. This way, the water and fire were balanced. The water in the north subsided, and the ground was exposed. Large amounts of water flowed along the canal, pouring into dozens of huge craters in the east, forming many lakes, even though there was still a large amount of mud in the north. The east had already turned into scorched earth. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. But the balance of water and fire was like a scar on a bleeding wound. As long as time passed, the east and north would gradually regain their vitality. Under Feng Yuan's secret instructions, Yin Yong brought over 100 rockmen back to their home in the south. Master, what do we do with these clouds? Little Hu immortal looked at the thick sea of clouds in the sky, feeling troubled. Even though it had rained several times, there was still water vapor floating in the sky, condensing into clouds. These clouds blocked the sunlight, shrouding a large area of the east in darkness. It was very annoying. One had to know that there was no strong sunlight or strong winds in the blessed land. These clouds would severely affect the ecology of most of the east. No need to care about it. Feng Yuan took a look at the sea of clouds, before retracting his gaze. He had already expected the appearance of the sea of clouds. It was just a minor detail. The most important thing now was the sixth earthly calamity. Chapter 421. Several months later. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the fox groups had gathered into an army formation, tightly surrounding Dang Hun Mountain. Feng Yuan stood at the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky with a solemn expression. Time passed. Today was the day of the sixth earthly calamity's descent. Even though Feng Yuan was a Gu immortal in the 500 years of his previous life, he could not remain calm facing the earthly calamity. Each earthly calamity would get stronger and stronger. It was a severe test of life and death for the Blessed Land and Gu immortals. By the time Feng Yuan took control of the Blessed Land, there was only 1 year and 3 months left. This time was too short. He could only prepare as much as he could. Digging the canal to balance the water and fire was one. Nurturing the fox groups to reproduce was the second. Keeping fixed immortal travel Gu and preparing to retreat at any time was the third. As for the sea of clouds in the sky and the blue charm lightning shadow in the west, he was powerless even if he wanted to. The wind gradually stopped. Far away in the sky, the sea of clouds rumbled. A lump of light was brewing. It's here. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered softly. Amidst the sea of clouds, the ball of light suddenly exploded, forming a magnificent white round door that faced the vast Blessed Land. The door of light shined with a dazzling light. A huge monster with a yellowish-brown body appeared. It looked like a huge rock. It slowly descended from the door of light. Looking at this, a desolate beast calamity. Feng Yuan squinted, staring at it without blinking. The boulders continued to descend without a sound. Feng Yuan could not help but lick his dry lips, his heart sinking. There were countless types of earthly calamities, among which there were desolate beasts. In the Blessed Land, one or many desolate beasts would appear and attack the center of the Blessed Land together, wreaking havoc in the Blessed Land and wreaking havoc. If they were not exterminated in time, no matter how vast the Blessed Land was, it would be destroyed by them. Damn it. It is actually a desolate beast. I hope this desolate beast has no immortal Gu. Feng Yuan could not help but curse in his heart. If a desolate beast had an immortal Gu, its battle strength would surpass ordinary Gu immortals. This mysterious desolate beast landed on the ground with an agility that did not match its size. From afar, it looked like a boulder that was slightly flat. However, when Feng Yuan looked at it closely, he discovered that the boulder was actually a yellowish-brown carapace that emitted a metallic luster. The carapace was covered with thick mud, just as Feng Yuan was guessing. What exactly was it? A pair of huge pincers that looked like 2 steel pincers extended from the square carapace. Then 18 slender pincers appeared. They came out from both sides and landed on the ground. Then they easily lifted its heavy body up and away from the ground. Mud crab. Upon seeing this scene, Feng Yuan blurted out. He recognized the desolate beast's true appearance. It was a huge crab with a body as big as a mountain. When it propped itself up, its height could reach a quarter of Dang Hun Mountain. Its first pair of pincers were even more terrifying than steel pincers. With a light pinch, it could break a mountain rock. Dragon scissors. Its other 18 chelicerae, although thinner and more slender than the first pair of chelicerae, but in reality, they were even thicker than 100-year-old trees. On its body, there were a large number of parasites. Most were water and earth path Gu worms. Sometimes, there was even an entire group of Gu worms. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land has abundant immortal essence. I have abundant immortal essence. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, rejoicing internally. When the mud crab first appeared, the land spirit had already used the heavenly power of heaven and earth to imprison all of its Gu worms. Be it rank 1 or rank 5 Gu, they could not display their power. The crucial question was whether this desolate beast had an immortal Gu or not. If this mud crab had an immortal Gu, it would depend on what immortal Gu it was. Immortal Gu were unique and extraordinary. The Blessed Land could not imprison them. Immortal Gu were the key factors that affected the entire situation. After the mud crab completely stretched its limbs, It slowly moved its body towards Danghun Mountain. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. Large numbers of fox groups covered the entire mountain, surging towards the desolate beast like a tide. Soon they surrounded the mud crab. Their claws and teeth bit on the mud crab's claws, while the sturdy golden foxes charged over. But the mud crab was huge. It was simply a giant. As it moved forward, ordinary fox groups could not stop it. Instead they were trampled into meat paste. Feng Yuan's expression was cold. He still commanded the foxes to send themselves to death. He had reproduced so many to be sacrificed. Injuries would accumulate. It would be good if he could stop the soul beast for even a little bit. But the mud crab continued to move forward with a crushing momentum, not moving an inch. It was like a moving mountain, ignoring the fox groups below it. The colorful waves of attacks hit the swamp crab's body like countless brilliant fireworks. This was the power of the 100 Beast King, 1000 Beast King, and myriad Beast King of the fox group. They had many goo worms on them. Under the power of the goo groups, the mud on the mud crab's body was completely knocked off. The gigantic yellow river finally stopped for a moment. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out large amounts of mud. At the same time, countless small gates opened on its stomach. Yellow mud gushed out like a yellow mud waterfall. The mud fell on the grassland, instantly forming a large swamp. In the yellow mud, strange-looking crabs stood up. Some were huge, like fierce tigers. Some had sharp claws like steel needles. Some had 8 claws and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a 1,000,000-strong crab army was formed. It is indeed a mud crab. It can give birth to countless small crabs at any time, forming an army. Feng Yuan's expression turned grim. The fox group and the crab army fought, entangling intensely. The fox army shrank greatly, suffering heavy losses. The crab army's casualties were many times that of the fox group, but the desolate beasts continued to produce an endless number of crabs. Feng Yuan quickly mobilized the fox groups hiding outside the mountain. Fortunately, I used up all the estrus goo and produced a large number of fox groups, otherwise the army would not be enough. In this short period of time, Feng Yuan felt dizzy. The number of fox groups he commanded was too huge. Even though his soul was 6 times that of a normal person, he could not endure it. With the crab army opening the way, the mud crab continued to move forward, regaining its previous speed. The claws on both sides of its body. They landed alternately, like a song, with an elegant rhythm. But beneath its feet was a tragic battlefield. Blood flowed like a river. Corpses were piled up. Every inch of land was stained with blood. The mud crab did not differentiate between friend and foe. Every time its claws stepped, a mass of blood would burst out. When the claws were raised, in the deep pit on the ground, there was fox meat paste, as well as the broken shells and limbs of the crab. This desolate beast was so huge and majestic. In all fairness, its speed was not fast. But precisely because of this, it gave people a huge psychological pressure. Seeing it coming over, Feng Yuan felt like a guillotine of death was hanging on his neck. Damn it! Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. The desolate beast in front of him was the king of the swamp. It was covered in carapace, hiding in the depths of the swamp all year round. Even its eyes had degenerated. There was no weakness at all. Feng Yuan mobilized the fox group. He tried to block it, but it was useless. He could only watch helplessly as the swamp crab approached him. Can you teleport it away? Feng Yuan turned his head and asked Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. Gu Immortals were different. Blessed lands were different, and the power of the land spirit was also different. Some land spirits could teleport, for example, the tyrannical tortoise in Three Kings' blessed land. Some land spirits could not even do so. Some land spirits could summon wind and rain, while some could control the flow of time at will. Let me try. Little Hu Immortal's breathing was rapid. She also felt a huge psychological pressure. She mobilized her immortal essence. Using all her strength, her cute little face turned red. Ayaya. She let out a tender, childish cry. With a light swoosh, the giant swamp crab disappeared from where it stood, moving 9,000 paces away. Success. Little Hu Immortal's face was flushed. She gasped for breath. Feng Yuan also let out a sigh of relief. Master, I used a bead of green grape immortal essence just now. Little Hu Immortal reported with a pained expression. No matter. Feng Yuan's expression was cold. He continued to mobilize the countless foxes and continued to attack the mud crab. After a few minutes, the mud crab got close again. The land spirit had to use the same trick again and teleported away. Another bead of green grape immortal essence was lost. Little Hu Immortal was pained, while Feng Yuan's heart was also bleeding. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there were only 78 beads of green grape immortal essence. Feng Yuan used one to feed fixed immortal travel goo. Now he used another 2 to teleport the mud crab. He still had to use this immortal essence to refine goo and manage the entire Blessed Land in the future. There were many places where immortal essence was needed, but Hu Immortal was already dead. These green grape immortal essence were like water without a source. No matter how much was used, it could not be replenished. Some crabs charged up the mountain from a direction that was overlooked. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He immediately ordered the land spirit to release a portion of Danghun Mountain's power. Immediately, the area where the crab army was moving became a dead zone. Countless crabs died instantly, their bodies lying on the ground unharmed, but their souls were shattered. The situation was very strange. Unfortunately, Danghun Mountain's power has a lasting effect on the soul. The desolate beast's soul is strong. It can last for a while. I cannot let it reach Danghun Mountain and destroy this precious forbidden land. Feng Yuan did not participate in the battle personally. Even if he used that set of strength goo, its destructive power was not enough to break the shell of the mud crab. More importantly, the mud crab had not used its immortal goo yet. Feng Yuan did not know if it had won or not. The unknown was a strong deterrence, causing Feng Yuan to not dare to act rashly. Thus, the mud crab attacked again. Just as it was teleported for the third time, Little Hu Immortal's expression suddenly changed. Before Feng Yuan could react, she grabbed Feng Yuan's arm and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, a fierce thunderbolt struck the place where they were originally standing. Rumble! With a loud explosion, mountain rocks flew everywhere. The lightning paused for a moment, before turning back. It turned into a human-shaped lightning, letting out a mournful cry. The culprit was the blue charm lightning shadow. Chapter 422. It hugged its head and howled in pain. The blue lightning was also disorderly and only stabilized after a long time. Evidently, the shadow had suffered soul damage when it entered Danghun Mountain. In Danghun Palace, the smoke shadow reflected this scene. Feng Yuan watched with a livid expression. If not for the land spirit's timely teleportation, he would have died. Little Hu Immortal patted her chest, her face pale with lingering fear. When it rains, it pours. The blue charm shadow had also joined the battle, making the situation even worse. The blue charm shadow's failure in sneak attack made it angry, and it charged at Danghun Mountain. Every time it slammed into the walls, Danghun Palace shook. It hit the surface of the mountain, causing soil to fly and creating huge black pits. Feng Yuan's heart bled as he watched. This was Danghun Mountain. In the entire world, there was only one such place. Fortunately, the blue charm shadow stopped attacking after dozens of times. Its soul was severely injured, and its lightning was very disorderly. It did not dare to attack again. In this period of time, the land spirit teleported the swamp crab twice. In total, it had used up 5 green grape immortal essence beads. And the fox army, which had originally been large in numbers, had already been wiped out. What made Little Hu Immortal discouraged was that this desolate beast only had small scratches on its body, and its steps were as steady as before. It was like a diamond bone that could not be chewed through. Whether it was the blue charm shadow or the swamp crab, they all had the same goal: to destroy the central area, exhaust the immortal essence, and kill the land spirit. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the entire blessed land. They were on the same side, and did not fight amongst themselves. Instead, they cooperated. When Feng Yuan and the land spirit were having a headache over this swamp crab, the blue charm shadow gave up on Danghun Mountain and targeted this land. It did not dare to attack Danghun Mountain. It started to attack the sky and earth. The earth was destroyed, and deep pits appeared. The sky shattered, showing the damage of the mirror. Feng Yuan felt a deep sense of helplessness. Not good, master. A hole has appeared in the blessed land. Little Hu Immortal's tone was anxious. The blue charm shadow's attack shattered the sky and earth, creating a hole in the blessed land. Cut off all the blessed lands around the loophole. Feng Yuan's body was as cold as ice, his tone indifferent. Ah! Little Fox Immortal's eyes widened as she exclaimed. Do this. It was the same as completely abandoning him, and he could never recover. If a hole appeared in a blessed land, it could be filled with immortal essence. If it wasn't mended in time, the hole would expand and form a channel. Once the tunnel was formed, those Gu immortals outside the blessed land would definitely swarm in with ill intentions. At that time, the situation would be even more out of control. Tianti Mountain had demonic path Gu immortals. Righteous path Gu immortals did not dare to attack, because they had huge businesses. However, there was no lack of deranged people in the demonic Dao who worked alone. Love adventure. In any case, Feng Yuan had done this many times in his previous life. Under Feng Yuan's orders, Little Hu Immortal gave up hundreds of acres of blessed land. The blue charm shadow continued to destroy and create loopholes. The land spirit continued to discard it. The swamp crabs kept attacking Dang Hun Mountain. The land spirit had no choice but to teleport continuously. The consumption of green grape immortal essence had already reached 13 beads. Sob sob sob, the blessed land has become smaller. I have also lost a lot of immortal essence. Little Hu Immortal's tears flowed down as she sobbed. Stop crying. Feng Yuan shouted coldly. His expression was ashen. There is no point in delaying like this. Their only hope was to kill these two troublemakers. But I do not have any offensive immortal goo. Even if I use rank 5 goo on the swamp crabs, there will be no effect in a short period of time. I can only take a gamble now. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Desolate beasts were extremely powerful. Just by relying on their majestic physique and fierce recovery ability, they could ignore many rank 5 goo. Especially this swamp crab. Its defense was extremely strong and was considered high level among desolate beasts. Feng Yuan had many rank 5 goo, touch gold goo, loose bones goo, crow 7 goo and so on. When used on the swamp crab, it was like throwing pebbles into a lake. It could only cause slight ripples. He needed to attack continuously to gradually gain some effect. But Feng Yuan could not activate these goo worms to attack. Once he reached the mountain, he would be attacked by the blue charm lightning shadow. Even if he gave the goo worms to the land spirit, Feng Yuan did not dare to take the risk. The land spirit would also perish. Once it was destroyed by the blue charm lightning shadow, Feng Yuan would not even have the ability to use fixed immortal travel goo to retreat. Only immortal goo could change the situation. Although Feng Yuan had 2 immortal goo, they had no offensive ability. Don't teleport anymore. Let this damned swamp crab attack Dang Hun Mountain. Feng Yuan shouted, ordering Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. Release all of Dang Hun Mountain's power. Bus. Dang Hun Mountain had always been restricted by Little Hu Immortal. Now that it was completely released, the whole mountain immediately became hazy. An enormous and formless soul-shaking power directly spread out of the mountain, extending for 3,000 steps, sweeping through the surroundings. Only Dang Hun Palace did not change under the land spirit's control. The gigantic swamp crab quickly got close to Dang Hun Mountain. Under the power of Dang Hun Mountain, its hard shell could not provide any protection. Its soul suffered an intense attack, causing its movements to freeze. But soon it went berserk. Its speed more than doubled as it attacked Dang Hun Mountain. Bam! Its huge claws were like steel pincers, smashing heavily on Dang Hun Mountain. The hard mountain rocks were as fragile as flour at this moment, and holes were easily smashed into them. The huge hole was at least a few hectares in size. Dust rose and the whole of Dang Hun Palace shook. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit's face turned pale. Dang Hun Palace continued to shake. Dust fell and cracks spread on the walls and pillars like snakes. Suddenly Little Hu Immortal let out a miserable cry. Not good. That blue charm lightning shadow has already gone to the north. It is wantonly destroying the heaven and earth, creating many holes. The scene in front of Feng Yuan changed, showing the scene of the blue charm lightning shadow attacking the heaven and earth, creating holes. The blessed lands east and north were constantly being corroded by the remnants of the earthly calamity. They were weaker than the other regions. The blue charm lightning shadow was targeting the blessed land's weakness and attacking it. Luckily, we balanced the fire and water. Otherwise, the blue charm magic shadow would have destroyed everything. It would be 10 times worse than it was now. Master, what should we do? Little Fox Immortal was at a loss. The situation was so bad that it could not get any worse. The swamp crab was like a steel hammer that pierced straight into the heart. It consumed immortal energy intensely, and was wantonly destroying Dang Hun Mountain at the same time. As for the blue charm film, it was extremely sinister. He would specifically look for the weak points of the blessed lands, and make them bleed. Every loophole it created was a bloody wound on the blessed land. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with ferocity. The more dangerous the situation was, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit. Land spirit, move the swamp crab. Move 3,000 steps away each time. Yes. In this way, the distance was shortened, and the consumption of immortal essence was correspondingly reduced. Within 3,000 steps of Dang Hun Mountain, the soul-shaking power could still cause damage to the swamp crabs. Land spirit, abandon the entire northern region, Feng Yuan ordered. Ah! Little Fox Immortal was stunned. She did not dare to believe her ears. Who Immortal Blessed Land's northern region had an area of 1,000,000 hectares. With one sentence from Feng Yuan, he was going to abandon it. Once it was abandoned, Who Immortal Blessed Land would forever lack this piece of land. Feng Yuan was definitely going all out this time. Who Immortal Blessed Land was only 6,000,000 hectares. He was actually going to abandon 1/6 of it. Master, this. Little Fox Immortal hesitated. Quickly do as I say. Feng Yuan stared at the image in front of him and shouted. Little Fox Immortal pouted her red lips as her eyes filled with tears. Tears rolled down her face as she bawled. Land spirit was the representative of heaven and earth. Abandoning the blessed land was like cutting off one's own flesh. Abandoning the entire northern region was like a person chopping off his own leg with his own hands. Master, don't. Little Fox Immortal cried loudly. She begged. But Feng Yuan's expression was as cold as ice. He did not make any compromises. Master's orders could not be disobeyed. Little Fox Immortal could only bear with the pain, and abandon the entire northern region. That blue charm shadow was in the center of the northern region, destroying heaven and earth and creating a hole. When it sensed that something was wrong, it hurriedly moved and attempted to rush out of the northern region. But when it was 10 kilometers away, it did not manage to escape in time and was trapped in the northern region. It let out a shrill, ear-piercing scream. Its voice was filled with indignation. But it made a mistake. The blue charm shadow could only disappear along with the northern region and land in the central continent. Success! Seeing this, Feng Yuan was so excited that he almost shouted. If it was any other time, the blue charm shadow's soul would not be injured, and it would definitely be able to react in time. If not for the fact that it was attacking the heaven and earth crazily, causing it to lose its energy and speed, it would definitely be able to escape quickly. At the crucial moment, Feng Yuan endured the pain and sacrificed himself to protect himself. He finally got rid of the blue charm shadow. As for what kind of trouble it would cause outside the central continent, that was not within Feng Yuan's consideration. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Dang Hun Mountain was still shaking. The wild beast swamp crab's soul was so strong that it forced itself to attack Dang Hun Mountain. The closer it got to Dang Hun Mountain, the stronger the soul-shaking power. Little Who Immortal had to move the swamp crab out again and again. At this point, it depended on the strength of both sides. If the wild beast's soul was strong and pushed down Dang Hun Mountain, it would be Feng Yuan's defeat. On the other hand, if Dang Hun Mountain did not fall, it would be the earthly calamity's failure. Bang, bang, bang. The pillars in Dang Hun Palace kept collapsing and the beams broke. Smoke and dust rose, accompanied by Little Who Immortal's sobs. Feng Yuan's expression was cold as he stood silently. Power, I need more power. He clenched his fists and shouted indignantly in his heart. Why was it that even though it kept growing, it was still so weak in the face of heaven and earth and fate? then continue to grow, become stronger, stronger, and stronger. In this silent shout, the swamp crab's movements gradually slowed. Finally, it collapsed halfway up Dang Hun Mountain, no longer breathing. Chapter 423. Feng Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace. The pink crystal mountain was full of holes and shattered rocks. It was a mess. Red blood, yellow mud, fox and crab corpses piled up together. The desolate beast swamp crab's huge body was pressed down on Dang Hun Mountain's waist. It was like a protruding hill, extremely eye-catching. A light breeze blew Feng Yuan's long black hair. His deep eyes slowly looked at the battlefield. The pungent smell of blood irritated Feng Yuan's nose. Following closely behind him was the land spirit, Little Fox Immortal. Her eyes were red, and there were still traces of tears on her pink little face. She was still sobbing. "Master, our losses are too severe. We lost over 1,000,000 mu of land. We only have 71 beads of immortal essence left. Of the 4,700,000 fox group, only 310,000 remain. We also lost over 700,000 goo worms, who immortal had worked hard for so many years, but after this battle, the entire Blessed Land's development had regressed by 40 years. But Feng Yuan did not think so. His expression was tired, but his eyes could not conceal his joy. He had survived this earthly calamity in the end. This was a critical juncture. Now that this was over, Feng Yuan had time to catch his breath. Facing the seventh earthly calamity, he would have more time to prepare. Don't cry, the Blessed Land is preserved, we have hope. Dang Hun Mountain did not collapse. We have the resources to start. Although we lost 1,000,000 mu of land, we will not need it in the short term. It will not hinder our development. Feng Yuan patted the land spirit's head, continuing to console. Look. Not long later, Dang Hun Mountain will be filled with gutstones, and we will control the Rockmen tribe. Most importantly, that blue charm lightning shadow was chased away. Next, we can develop without any worries. Who immortal Blessed Land will prosper again. This was an extremely intense battle. Countless foxes and crabs died near Dang Hun Mountain. At the same time, the swamp crab's soul was shaken into essence and fell onto Dang Hun Mountain. It could be predicted. Not long after, large numbers of gutstones would appear on Dang Hun Mountain. What Master said makes sense. Little Fox Immortal gradually stopped sobbing and thought about it carefully. That was indeed the case. The earthly calamity was like a baptism. Who immortal Blessed Land managed to survive, but not only did it suffer heavy losses, it also benefited greatly. What a pity, the swamp crab has a large number of goo worms. Now they have all been killed by Dang Hun Mountain. Little Who Immortal pouted. It stared hatefully at the gigantic shell of the mud crab. Rejoice. This desolate beast does not have an immortal goo, otherwise, we might not be standing here. Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh. This was where he was lucky this time. The power of a crucial immortal goo could easily overturn the entire situation. Even if this swamp crab had an immortal goo and was killed by Feng Yuan, how could Feng Yuan capture the immortal goo was a huge problem. Who knew? This wild immortal goo might replace the blue charm lightning shadow and become a huge threat to Who Immortal Blessed Land. They would be able to survive this earthly disaster. Feng Yuan was already satisfied. After all, he was only a rank 4 upper stage mortal goo master, but he managed to kill a desolate beast that even goo immortals had a headache over. Land spirit. Clean up the battlefield. Preserve the swamp crab's corpse well. I am going to rest. Feng Yuan patrolled the area and relaxed, feeling an intense sense of fatigue. He had commanded millions of foxes. His soul and mind were already exhausted. He urgently needed to sleep. Okay. Little Who Immortal replied crisply. She looked at the swamp crab's huge shell, her eyes shining with a bright light. Every desolate beast was a moving treasure trove. Its blood, fur, bones, internal organs and so on were all good materials for goo refinement. You damned crab, I am going to strip you naked. Little Who Immortal wrinkled her nose and grinned, revealing her canine teeth as she walked towards the swamp crab, muttering to herself while gritting her teeth. This time, Feng Yuan had a very comfortable sleep. 3 days later, He woke up and laid on the bed, not wanting to move at all. This time he was truly relaxed. The sixth earthly calamity had just passed. Feng Yuan had gained a lot of time. He could finally let out a sigh of relief. Ever since his first rebirth, he had been roaming around, struggling and resisting. Especially on Sancha Mountain, he had racked his brains and used all his methods. Now he had finally protected the blessed land. To Feng Yuan, it was a stable back. If Hu Immortal Blessed Land was destroyed, he would be in trouble. He had exposed many things. Let's not talk about other things, let's talk about fixed immortal travel goo. Feng Yuan was not a goo immortal yet. This immortal goo could not be kept in his aperture. Its aura would leak out and be easily detected by goo immortals, who would try to snatch it. Now fixed immortal travel goo was placed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and with immortal essence, it could be nurtured. Besides this, there was also the refinement of second aperture goo. Without little Hu Immortal's immortal essence, Feng Yuan could not refine this immortal goo. He would have to wait until he became a goo immortal. By then, divine travel goo would probably belong to someone else. It would be too late. Protecting Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a huge help to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan lay down for a while, before getting up to eat and drink. After filling his stomach, he went back to sleep again. This time, he slept for 10 hours before waking up. His fatigue was swept away, he felt refreshed and his mind was clear. His condition was very good. Land Spirit, where is it? He stomped his feet and called out. With a whoosh, little Hu Immortal tore through the air and teleported, appearing in front of him. Master, I dismantled that crab, we can definitely sell it for a good price. Little Hu Immortal's face was red. She had personally dismantled the culprit. It made her feel both relieved and excited. That's right, Master, there are 3 letters here. During the earthly calamity, someone stuffed them in through the loophole. Little Hu Immortal said as she took out 3 goo and handed them to Feng Yuan. When the loophole was big enough to become a passage, people could enter and leave. Before that, some goo worms could be stuffed in through the loophole. These 3 goo, they were all information path goo worms. One looked like a paper crane. It was rank 3 lightning symbol paper crane goo. One was a green bird, vivid and lifelike. One was a green bird, it was rank 5, it was letter sending goo. One looked like a small sword, it was rank 3 flying sword letter goo. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered. He first took out the letter sending green bird goo. The green bird transformed into a letter. It was a letter from the rank 7 goo immortal Feng Jioga. But Feng Yuan was not shocked. When he saw this messenger green bird goo for the first time, he was shocked. He had a premonition the moment he saw this letter sending green bird goo. His tone was gentle in Feng Jioga's letter. He first expressed his praise and congratulations to Feng Yuan. Then he explained the purpose of the letter. To arrange a battle for his daughter, Feng Kim Hong. It turned out that after Feng Kim Hong returned to Spirit Affinity House, she had been extremely depressed and could not express it. During this period of time, she had been cultivating diligently. She wanted to get back at him. She was the one who proposed the battle. She wanted to have an honorable contest with Feng Yuan, betting on the honor of Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. If you want to fight, so I have to fight? Feng Yuan sneered in disdain. He was so short on time he did not even have enough to cultivate. Feng Yuan would not accept Feng Kim Hong's challenge for nothing. Feng Kim Hong was a heaven's proud daughter. She had a goo immortal parent, and the support of her sect. Even if she had a blessed land, even if an earthly calamity came, there would be a large group of people who would take the initiative to help her. But Feng Yuan was a loner. He had to rely on himself for everything. He had no mood to play with such a rich missy. Her thoughts are not clear. She wants to get back at me. Must I accompany her? Ridiculous. Feng Yuan sneered. Different from others, he was not afraid of Feng Jioga. In the near future, Feng Jioga would be recruited by Celestial Court and successfully ascend. It would not be so easy for him to descend to Central Continent. But in this letter, this father and daughter seem to think I am a disciple of Crane Gate. What is going on? A trace of doubt flashed past Feng Yuan's eyes. The other party was a goo immortal. They naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. This meant that there was definitely a hidden story. Feng Yuan took out the flying sword letter goo. Opening it, it was another challenge letter. But in this letter, it was full of cursing Feng Yuan, cursing Feng Yuan's 8 generations of ancestors, and even using Crane Gate's honor to pressure Feng Yuan, inciting Feng Yuan to accept the challenge. Finally, it was a threat. If Feng Yuan did not agree, he would expose the contents of this letter to the world, letting the whole world know that Feng Yuan was a coward, a coward. Feng Yuan read it carefully and smiled lightly. So it is Jiani Sheng. Jiani Sheng was a metal path gu master. He had a wretched appearance and personality. He was most proficient in sneak attacks, and hated suffering losses the most. He was one of the demonic path gu immortals on Tianti Mountain. He was a true villain. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, he had sneak attacked him several times. Finally, Feng Yuan was enraged and created a sea of blood, trapping Jiani Sheng in his blessed land, not daring to come out and accept the challenge. This lasted for 20 years. Jiani Sheng finally understood that he had provoked someone he should not have provoked. Finally, he could not take it anymore. He knelt in front of Feng Yuan and surrendered, without any demeanor of a gu immortal. As for why this guy challenged Feng Yuan, it was his bad luck. After Feng Yuan abandoned his blessed land, he chased the blue charm lightning shadow to Tianti Mountain, but coincidentally, Jiani Sheng bumped into him. Right now, although Jiani Sheng was a gu immortal, he did not have an immortal gu. He was beaten up by the blue charm lightning shadow. He escaped to his own blessed land in a sorry state. Only then did he get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow. After returning home, he calculated his losses and immediately stomped his feet in anger. After finding out the culprit, he sent the flying sword letter gu to challenge Feng Yuan. He clearly knows I am still immortal, but he challenged me as a gu immortal. He even said it so righteously, claiming to be fair. This guy is still as shameless as he was in my previous life. But why did he treat me as someone from Crane Gate? Feng Yuan was doubtful as he opened the lightning symbol paper Crane Gu. He opened it and took a look. His pupils shrunk as he showed an expression of astonishment. What? Feng Zheng is still alive? As he read on, the doubts in his heart were finally cleared away. So that's it. Feng Yang from Crane Gate is an astute person. He actually thought of this method to get rid of his competitors. But he greatly underestimated me. How can I join Crane Gate? But the transaction in the letter is what I need. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan calmed down. Chapter 424. The towering Tianti Mountain pierced through the clouds, reaching a height of 1,000,000 meters. It was at the center of Central Continent. It was the land of inheritance, the mountain of sages. In ancient times, it was the ladder of immortals and mortals, leading to the celestial court. Immortal Crane Sect's elite disciples were standing at the foot of Tianti Mountain. They had already waited for an hour. How much longer do we have to wait? This Feng Yuan is putting on too much airs, isn't he? Should be quiet. He is Guyue Fengzheng's brother, and now the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Speaking of which, Fengzheng's brother is really amazing. He even defeated Feng Qimhong, Xiao Qixing, and Ying Xingji. So what? If I had a Sect's Supreme Elder supporting me and activating fixed immortal travel gu, I would also be able to obtain the Blessed Land. Our Sect's Elders are really scheming. On the surface, they sent Fengzheng to attract the firepower, but the real trump card is his brother, Feng Yuan. To make this matter seem real, Crane Gate lied to the Sect's disciples. Crane Gate's disciples only then knew that there was a Guyue Feng Yuan in their sect. In these 3 months, Guyue Feng Yuan became the most discussed person in Crane Gate's disciples. He was low-key and mysterious, attracting everyone's curiosity. He amazed the world with a single brilliant feat, helping Crane Gate obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and even gaining face for Crane Gate, causing other disciples to feel proud. The discussions behind him continued to enter Fengzheng's ears. Fengzheng stood at the front of the crowd. His gaze was heavy as he looked at Tianti Mountain. These days, he was like a walking corpse. He did not know how he survived. When Fengzheng left Qingmao Mountain, he was determined to take revenge, to seek justice for his dead clansmen. He was burdened with a blood feud, and the strong will of vengeance supported him, forcing him to cultivate diligently. He worked harder than all the other disciples and did not slack off at all. He had imagined countless times that when he found Feng Yuan, he would defeat Feng Yuan, make him kneel on the ground, and repent for all that he had done on Qingmao Mountain. The people in the underworld who knew about this would be able to rest in peace. Therefore, when he was climbing Danghun Mountain, he wanted to give up countless times, but he persevered countless times. Every time he thought of Feng Yuan, there would always be a strong force in his heart that supported him and allowed him to continue climbing. He was determined to obtain Hu immortal inheritance, not only because he did not want to disappoint his master and the sect's expectations, but also because Hu immortal blessed land increased the possibility of his revenge by several times. However, he never expected that the blow of fate would come so suddenly and so heavily. Guyue Feng Yuan, his biological brother, the protagonist of countless nightmares, had suddenly appeared on top of the mountain. Then, in front of everyone, he seized the inheritance, and even Gu immortals could do nothing about it. The defeated Fangzheng returned to the sect. Shock, pain, bewilderment, fear. He knew the sect's lies, he was an insider and knew the truth of the matter. But it was precisely because of this that the shadow in his heart grew even larger. This Yin shadow was something Feng Yuan had cast on him since he was young. Why is Big Brother so smart? But I am stupid. Why did I still lose to Feng Yuan despite cultivating so hard? Why was it like this in southern border, and now in central continent? Don't tell me that I, Guyue Fangzheng, will have to live under his shadow for the rest of my life, and never be able to defeat him. Every time Fangzheng thought of this, an unwillingness would rise up from the depths of his heart, giving him even more motivation to cultivate even harder. But this time was different. It was different. Thinking of the mission given to him by the sect before he came, Fangzheng's body could not help but shiver. The blessed land was in Feng Yuan's hands. The sect had to recruit Feng Yuan in order to obtain Hu immortal blessed land. As long as he was willing to hand over Hu immortal blessed land, he would become an elder of Crane Gate. In central continent sects, from bottom to top, they were outer disciple, inner disciple, elite disciple, and true disciple, rising through the ranks. Above the disciples were elders, their cultivation was rank 4, and they were in charge of all aspects of the sect. Above the elders were sect leaders, their cultivation was at least rank 5 middle stage, and they were in charge of the sect's affairs. Above the sect leader was the Grand Elder. These supreme elders were all Gu immortals. They were usually secretive and rarely seen, cultivating in seclusion. When the sect was on the brink of destruction, or when a major event occurred, they would come out and let the world know of the deep foundation of Crane Gate as one of the 10 great sects. Ever since I joined Crane Gate, I have been cultivating hard all these years, from outer disciple to inner disciple, then from inner disciple to elite disciple. During the sect assessment, I obtained the first place among the elite disciples with great difficulty. As for him, Feng Yuan, as long as he said a word, he could easily become an elder of the sect. Any disciple who sees him would have to bow and greet him. Every time Fangzheng thought of this, he would feel an incomparable pain in his heart. If Feng Yuan really became an elder, then he, Fangzheng, would have to bow and greet this great enemy of his in the future. What fun would there be in such a life? What meaning would there be? Master, could it be that all the efforts I've put in have been meaningless? At this moment, Fangzheng stood at the foot of Tianti Mountain, waiting for Feng Yuan to summon him. He could not help but fall into deep self-doubt. Master Tenshiru immediately consoled him. Fangzheng, you need to correct your mentality. Crane Gate sacrificed a lot for Hu immortal inheritance, including an immortal Gu. For the sake of the sect, we need to look at the big picture and temporarily put down our personal grudges. Fangzheng, you need to understand it was Crane Gate who nurtured you. Now the sect needs you to make some sacrifices. You need to look at the big picture. You cannot be ungrateful. Saying this, Master Tenshiru sighed in his heart. He understood Fangzheng very well, thus he was even more worried. All along, the thought of revenge was like a pillar that supported Fangzheng forward. It had already become his cultivation obsession. But now, the sect's order was to destroy this obsession of Fangzheng's. This was more fatal than any injury. It was very likely that Fangzheng would suffer such a blow and become dispirited, unable to recover from this setback. But what can we do? After all, that is a blessed land, and at the same time, there is a forbidden land like Dang Hun Mountain. The gut stones on the mountain will be supplied to the sect's disciples, and the whole sect's strength will rise sharply. Besides this, Feng Yuan has blood skull goo, and even fixed immortal travel goo. The value of these things is too great. How can a mere elite disciple compare to them? Master Tenshuru sighed in his heart, but on the surface he said to Fengzheng, "My good disciple, you need to restrain your desire for revenge. A little impatience will spoil great plans. Treat this as a tempering of your nature. When you see your brother, do not attack. In the blessed land, you are not your brother's match." Saying this, Master Tenshuru could not help but think of He Fengyang's instruction before they set off. "I know the grudge between the two brothers, Feng Yuan and Fengzheng. If there is a need, we can sacrifice Fengzheng. You can negotiate on behalf of Fengzheng." He Fengyang was under a lot of pressure. All the supreme elders were paying attention to this matter. "Master, you want me to treat this as a tempering of my nature? I will try my best." Fengzheng's fists loosened and loosened, showing the struggle, pain, and anger in his heart. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find that their enemy was dead. This was pain. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find their enemy, but they could not defeat him, and his enemy was still living happily. This was even more pain. Some people were determined to take revenge, and trained bitterly, only to find that they could not defeat their enemy. They even had to negotiate in a friendly manner, hoping that their enemy would become their superior. This was the greatest pain of all. Fengzheng, don't be too conflicted. Feng Yuan is not having a good time either. The blessed land has an earthly calamity. You cannot imagine the might of an earthly calamity. Even if your brother has immortal goo, he is still immortal. In a while, he will deeply understand the terror of an earthly calamity. By then, the earthly calamity will be full of loopholes, and the losses will be severe. This trip of yours has a high chance of success. Master Tenshuru consoled him. Fengzheng heard this and his mood relaxed a little. The earthly calamity has started. He Fengyang muttered. He lived in seclusion behind the scenes. 1 was to protect these elite disciples, 2 was to prevent other Gu masters from plotting against them, and 3 was to help Feng Yuan at the crucial moment if he could not resist the earthly calamity. At this moment, he stared at the location of Hu immortal blessed land hidden on Tianti Mountain, and sensed the destructive aura unique to the earthly calamity. Soon his lips curled up, because on Tianti Mountain, there was a phenomenon. Piece after piece, the phantom image of a grassland appeared on Tianti Mountain. It was like smoke or fog, illusory and not real. How could there be a grassland on the mountain? This was the loophole of the blessed land, and it was a rather large loophole, allowing outsiders to peek at the scene inside the blessed land. Such a loophole could only be stuffed in some Gu worms. There was still some distance before Gu masters could enter. Master Tenshuru had already shouted, "The loophole has appeared, quick, send the lightning symbol paper crane Gu in." Fengzheng gritted his teeth, and under everyone's gaze, he injected his primeval essence and activated his Gu worm. The lightning symbol paper crane Gu shot into the loophole like a bolt of lightning. But soon, the phantom image of the grassland turned into a lump of primeval chi, dissipating from heaven and earth. The lightning symbol paper crane Gu flew 2 rounds before returning to Fengzheng's hand. This is Feng Yuan. He gave up the blessed land on his own accord, completely abandoning it. It seems he is worried that the loophole will form a passage and allow outside Gu masters to enter. He Fengyang was slightly shocked but soon sneered. "I'll let you cut it. Let's see how far you can cut it. Every piece of blessed land you give up is the same as cutting your own flesh." However, after a while, He Fengyang's expression changed completely. He is still cutting the blessed land? It is probably several thousand mu. He has some courage, no wonder he could take the risk to snatch the inheritance. After a while, He Fengyang's expression turned ugly. Chapter 425. On Tianti Mountain, the holes were densely packed and were appearing frequently. Not only the elite disciples of Crane Gate were watching closely, There were also many Gu immortals hiding behind the scenes, paying close attention. Using this time, Fang Jing tried 3 more times, finally successfully sending the lightning paper crane Gu into the blessed land. A green bird spread its wings and flew over, following the hole and entering Hu immortal blessed land. This is letter sending green bird Gu. What is Feng Jioge trying to do? Fengyang saw this and his expression turned grim. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size, his mouth opened wide and his face was filled with extreme shock. Oh my God! He actually cut off such a big piece of blessed land. Fengyang was tongue-tied. He was like a stone statue. Fang Yuan gave away a whole 500,000 square kilometers of blessed land. The entire mountainside of Tianti Mountain was filled with the shadows of the blessed land. A large grassland covered everyone's vision. A Gu immortal reacted the fastest. His sword light flashed and he revealed his true body. Ha ha ha, such a huge blessed land. It is mine, no one can snatch it from me. Jian Yisheng shouted excitedly. He wanted to pull this territory into his own blessed land and expand his territory. But right at this time, a lightning light shot out. Fuck me. Jian Yisheng was caught off guard. He cursed and was sent flying by the blue charm lightning shadow like a cannonball. Jian Yisheng was not easy to deal with. He immediately fought with the blue charm lightning shadow. The commotion was intense, the mountains shook. The elite disciples of Crane Gate were all dumbfounded. What made them even more shocked was, more than 10 figures appeared on the battlefield like a pack of hungry wolves. They split up this 500,000 square kilometers of Hu immortal blessed land at lightning speed. You damned bitches. I lured the monster away. I worked hard and did a great job, but you didn't leave anything for me. I am your ancestor. I curse you to have your assholes blocked when you shit, and to have sons that grow on your heads. One sword was so angry that he shouted. He had never suffered such a huge loss in his life. He was in a sorry state after being chased by the blue charm shadows. There's also that little thief Fang Yuan. He's truly vicious and audacious, actually scheming against me. Fight me if you have the guts. He shot out the flying sword letter Gu. The flying sword letter Gu's speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, it had the ability to pierce through space. Even if there were no loopholes, it could still shoot into the blessed land. Everyone at the Crane Gate was dumbfounded. Is this the demeanor of a Gu immortal? This Jian Yisheng is truly an embarrassment to us Gu immortals. Fengyang could not help but cover his face with his hands. At this moment, it glowed with a platinum light. There was a vermilion gate tower within the light. It was 30 meters tall and had a 9-colored plaque on it. The pink auspicious clouds gathered, and the rainbow light shone on Fang Jing's body. In the blink of an eye, Fang Jing disappeared from where he stood. Moving the blue charm shadow or the desolate beast swamp crab out of the blessed land was beyond little Hu immortal's abilities. But to move a Fang Jing, it was still possible. Therein, Fengyang's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. It was the blue charm shadow, but the platinum radiance brought along the vermilion door. It suddenly retracted. The blue charm lightning shadow's attempt to charge into Hu immortal blessed land failed. Fang Jing felt his vision blur for a moment before he focused his eyes again. The scenery around them had changed drastically. He was on the grassland, and the grass was all around his feet. The sea of clouds above their heads cast a thick shadow. Not far away, there were a few lakes with clear and crystalline waves. We've reached Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Jing reacted quickly. The Gu worms on his body were all sealed, just like when he first entered the blessed land. A cloud of smoke rose in front of him and expanded to the size of a floor mirror. Fang Yuan's figure appeared in the mirror. He was sitting leaning against the back of a chair. His legs were crossed. His left hand was placed on his raised knee, while his right elbow was placed on the large armrest, and his palm was supporting his face. His black hair hung down freely, and his eyes were half squinted. His leisurely and languid movements and demeanor gave off a dangerous, demonic and dark feeling. My adorable little brother, to think I could see you in Central Continent. Fang Yuan spoke. His voice was so foreign to Fang Jing, yet so familiar. Fang Jing's body shook, his eyes were filled with intense hatred as he growled. Guyue Fang Yuan, you are a deranged demon, an executioner who slaughtered my kin. I will kill you with my own hands." Saying so, he charged towards Fang Yuan. But this Fang Yuan was just an image formed by a cloud of smoke. Fang Zheng dispersed the smoke. Soon, the dispersed smoke gathered again, forming a perfect image of Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng pointed at Fang Yuan and shouted, "Fang Yuan, you don't even have the courage to meet me? You coward! Shameless traitor! Inhumane bastard! The worst that could happen was death. Yet, in order to drag out an ignoble existence, you killed your entire family. How could you do such a treacherous thing? Are you still human?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily and leaned against the back of the chair in satisfaction. "My dear little brother, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Whether I did it or not, they will die. If that's the case, why can't I live? Without my counterattack, do you think you will be brought back to Central Continent? On the contrary, I am the one who saved you. I'm your savior after all." Bullshit. Preposterous and shameless. Fang Zheng heard Fang Yuan call himself his savior, and his nose became crooked. The smile on Fang Yuan's lips gradually disappeared, and he sighed. "Fang Zheng, my little brother, you really disappoint me. You haven't improved at all these years. No matter how high your cultivation is, you are just someone's pawn. All right, let's get down to business. I have read the letter from Crane Gate. Don't talk nonsense about promising me the position of an elder from now on. Instead, we can make a deal." Fang Zheng's chest heaved up and down, and his breathing was heavy. He stared at Fang Yuan's image with hatred in his eyes. This pair of brothers looked so similar, almost identical, and they had the most intimate blood connection. Unfortunately, they were mortal enemies. Fang Zheng breathed roughly a few times, and finally restrained his surging killing intent towards Fang Yuan. Thinking of the sect's orders, he said, "Our sect is not interested in the fox groups or goo worms in who immortal blessed land, but the guts goo on Dang Hun Mountain have some value. Our sect will send more disciples here, bring them to Dang Hun Mountain." "Stop." Before Fang Zheng finished speaking, Fang Yuan interrupted, "I still don't believe your Crane Gate sincerity. This is what I want, prepare it for me first, and give it to me as soon as possible. I don't have Yuan stone, but I have the corpse of the desolate beast swamp crab that can be used for the transaction as Yuan stone. The details are in the letter. Go back and take a good look." The moment he said that, a tiny lightning bolt flew over, landing in Fang Zheng's hand. It was that electric paper crane goo. This electric paper crane goo had already been refined by Fang Yuan for his own use. The contents were the goo worms that Fang Yuan wanted, all kinds of materials, as well as the swamp crab's blood, meat, bones, carapace and so on. Fang Zheng raised his head, and was about to speak when the scene in front of him changed. He was transported out again. "Check it. Is there anything wrong?" After Fang Zheng left, Fang Yuan did not relax and instructed the land spirit. Blessed lands could not imprison immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not meet Fang Zheng personally, because he was worried that there was an immortal goo hidden on him. Crane Gate was a huge clan, they would not lack immortal goo. Although Fang Zheng's aperture could not hold an immortal goo, and could easily leak the immortal goo's aura, but the goo master world was full of strange things. There were many methods to hide the immortal goo's aura. Fang Yuan had to be on guard against this. The land spirit checked it several times, and after confirming there was no problem, Fang Yuan relaxed. "I passed the earthly calamity. Is this considered a blessing in disguise?" Fang Yuan squinted, considering his situation. The situation in front of him. It was much more advantageous than what he had expected. In order to swallow who immortal blessed land, Crane Gate actually covered for their enemy, Fang Yuan. Such boldness, as expected of one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Everything was based on benefits, enemies, friends. Everything was built on this foundation. In other words, this was the so-called big picture view. Under the restrictions of the system, under the requirement of the big picture view, even if Fang Zheng hated him, so what? Wasn't he still obediently negotiating with him? Once they realize that they cannot control me, they will lose everything if they attack forcefully, so Crane Gate will come to negotiate and trade. Even if they find out, they won't say anything about the righteous and demonic factions colluding. Because Crane Gate has already admitted that I am their disciple. This is a meticulous plan. But this is what I need. Even if this disciple's identity is fake, it is enough to intimidate other forces. Looking at Jiani Sheng and Feng Jiuge's letters, I will know how precious this identity is. Feng Yuan thought. He did not mind this identity. In essence, he was still a demonic path cultivator. He was still a human. He could still do things freely. Nobody could restrict him. But at the same time, he could trade for other resources he needed. Come, I still want to go to Langya Blessed Land and snatch connecting heaven goo. Now that I have Crane Gate to trade, I do not need to do so. But Crane Gate will not let me go after I snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Negotiating now is because they are afraid of me. There is no choice. I cannot be careless and give them a chance. Feng Yuan warned himself. As for his brother Fengzheng, he was secondary. Killing him would at most raise his aptitude by using Blood Skull Goo. But the disadvantage was that he would become enemies with Crane Gate and put himself in a dangerous situation. Killing his own brother. This was a pure demonic act. If outsiders knew about it, they would think that Feng Yuan had betrayed Crane Gate. By then, the 10 great sects and countless demonic path Gu immortals would place their greedy gazes on Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Once this matter was exposed, even if Crane Gate wanted to put on a show, they would not be able to do it. In Feng Yuan's current situation, raising his aptitude was secondary. No matter how much he raised his aptitude, he needed resources to cultivate. Chapter 426. He Fengyang carefully looked at the densely packed letter that was flickering with lightning. Feng Yuan only wanted 3 things: yuan stone, goo worms, and materials. 5 million yuan stone? Sure. Not to mention 5 million. Even 10 million or 50 million would be fine. He Fengyang sneered. At the level of Gu immortals, immortal essence was the most important. They could have as many yuan stone as they wanted, they did not care. Oh, and 5 spring egg goo? He Fengyang was slightly stunned. Spring egg goo was a rank 5 goo. It looked like a white goose egg, and was obtained by killing specific eggmen. If the spring egg goo was planted deep underground, it would form a primeval water spring. This meant that a spirit spring could be grown. Every spring egg goo represented a small-scale spirit spring. Every small-scale spirit spring, from the moment it forms to the moment it disappears, could produce at least 100 million yuan stone. But spring egg goo's value was much higher than 100 million yuan stone. Gu immortals often bought them and planted them in their blessed land to form a spirit spring that could nourish all living beings. With a sufficient spirit spring, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be denser, and it would be beneficial for nurturing and strengthening Gu worms. On the contrary, without a spirit spring, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be diluted by immortal essence and produced. In a sense, spirit springs could save immortal essence. To think that this Feng Yuan, a mere mortal, also knows the importance of spring egg goo. But this goo is in short supply even for Gu immortals. How could we give you 5 at once? 3 is more or less enough. Your Hu Immortal Blessed Land will belong to our Crane Gate sooner or later. He Fengyang shifted his gaze and looked at the contents below. Below, Feng Yuan listed many Gu worms. What does he want so many low-rank Gu worms for? He Fengyang was puzzled. If Feng Yuan wanted those rank 5 high-quality Gu worms, or rare and powerful ones, then so be it. But what he wanted to trade were some rank 2 and rank 3 Gu worms. Although there were rank 4 ones, their numbers were few. I understand. This kid's wariness was really strong. He is afraid that if he directly asks for a rank 5 Gu, we will tamper with the Gu worms, so he plans to refine the Gu himself. The process of Gu refinement had to be precise and meticulous. If a Gu worm was tampered with, it would destroy the entire refinement process. Conversely, successfully refined Gu worms are all safe and clean. He Fengyang suddenly felt a little troubled. It turned out that he did have such a plan. Now that he saw this, he understood that this plot had failed before it could even be carried out. This kid is not easy to deal with. But how does he know so many Gu refinement recipes? Looks like his background is definitely not simple. He Fengyang was secretly shocked. But on second thought he smiled again. This Feng Yuan. You don't know what's good for you. Was gu so easy to refine? Every gu refinement was a huge investment. The higher the rank of the gu, the higher the failure rate and the greater the loss. How old are you? Gu refinement is not something that can be done with just talent. The most important thing is the accumulation of experience. He Fengyang did not know Feng Yuan's background, nor did he know that fixed immortal travel gu was refined by Feng Yuan. If he knew, he would not be able to laugh. He Fengyang continued to read. Oh. Among them he also asked for relic gu. 1 yellow gold relic gu. 3 purple crystal relic gu. He Fengyang's gaze paused, knowing what Feng Yuan was planning. Feng Yuan had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. This was already known to the gu immortals of the 10 sects. It was not a secret. Feng Yuan used a yellow gold relic gu. That was rank 4 peak stage. After advancing to rank 5 initial stage, he could use 3 purple crystal relic gu to jump to rank 5 peak stage. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. It had a huge business. They naturally had these relic gu. Every year, there would be disciples and elders who would unexpectedly obtain relic gu and offer them to the sect in exchange for contribution points. And the sect would also give the bronze to purple crystal relic gu. As the sect's mission rewards, they would be given out. He Fengyang could take out these relic gu, but letting Feng Yuan advance to rank 5 so quickly was not in line with Crane Gate's benefits. This time, I will first trade a purple crystal relic gu to make this Feng Yuan covet it. These relic gu are what he wants the most. I need to stop him and make him trade the guts gu. He Fengyang continued to read. Other than gu worms, there were some materials. Most of these materials were very common. There were some rare gu refinement materials, but they were not in large quantities. It seems this kid has made up his mind to refine gu. Refine. But why does he want star heron bile, toadstone, ascension wine and so on? These extremely uncommon materials. There were very few recipes that could be used for these materials. Some of them were as valuable as the parts of desolate beasts. Even He Fengyang had to spend a lot of effort to get these things. No matter if this kid is deliberately mystifying me, or trying to divert my attention, or refining some rare gu worm, I cannot give him all these materials at once. By making him anxious, he would be able to find out his true intentions. I will give him a jar of ascension wine this time. This ascension wine was a top-quality wine, brewed by Crane Gate's 3rd Supreme Elder. It was He Fengyang who had joined the 3rd Supreme Elder over 100 years ago. During the banquet, the 3rd Supreme Elder was in a good mood and rewarded him with 3 jars of ascension wine. The 3rd Supreme Elder liked to drink wine. It was one of the pleasures of life. But He Fengyang did not like it. Ascension wine was the most worthless to him. At the end of the letter, He Fengyang saw the parts of the desolate beast swamp crab. He licked his lips. This was a desolate beast, an existence comparable to gu immortals. So many desolate beast corpses. It seems this earthly calamity is a desolate beast calamity. This kid Feng Yuan's luck is really good. He used Dang Hun Mountain to kill the swamp crab's soul, and obtained such a complete swamp crab corpse. He Fengyang only needed a moment to guess the earthly calamity's situation. This swamp crab can be eaten completely, but did Feng Yuan ask for any rockmen in this letter? Is it because he does not know about rockmen and has limited knowledge? Or is it because the group that migrated there are still alive? There is too little information. What was the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land? How did Feng Yuan obtain fixed immortal travel gu? And who was behind him? He Fengyang did not know these questions. Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert and Eastern Sea. These 5 regions were independent. They each had their own barriers, and were extremely vast. Crane Gate did not even have complete control over Central Continent, not to mention extending their tentacles into Southern Border's various regions. However, ever since Feng Yuan snatched Hu Immortal Inheritance, Crane Gate had already sent elders to Southern Border to investigate. Several days later, we're here, let's plant the spirit spring here. On the grassland, Feng Yuan stopped and said to little Hu Immortal who was following behind him, Little Who Immortal nodded her small head. She waved her hand and spring egg goo flew out. The spring egg goo landed on the ground and drilled deep into the soil. In just a moment, Feng Yuan felt the ground shaking and the sound of flowing water. It became louder and louder. Next, with a bang, spring water spurted out of the ground, reaching a height of 20 to 30 feet. The spring water was milky white in color. Water vapor dissipated. After a few breaths of time, Feng Yuan could feel the primeval qi in the air. It had become extremely dense. Primeval qi is the source qi of all living beings. The more abundant the primeval qi, the more fertile the land, and the more lush the vegetation. The more prosperous the beast groups will be, the more benefits the rockmen will gain. Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The transaction with Crane Gate was a success. Feng Yuan sold all the swamp crab corpses. At the same time, he obtained a large portion of the things he wanted. Among them, there were 3 spring egg goo. This spring egg goo was rank 5. It was rank 5 and could only be used once, turning into a small spirit spring. Activating it had a high requirement on the goo master's primeval essence. At least a rank 5 upper stage goo master had to expend all their primeval essence to successfully activate it. Feng Yuan only had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. He could not activate the spring egg goo. But fortunately, he had the land spirit Little Who Immortal as Feng Yuan's helper. These 3 spring egg goo were buried by Feng Yuan near the Rockman tribe's homeland. After the 6th earthly calamity, the fox groups in Who Immortal blessed land were pitifully few and not worth nurturing. Feng Yuan placed all his attention on the Rockman tribe. Now there were only a few hundred Rockmen left. They were even rarer than the foxes. But with Dang Hun Mountain and these 3 spirit springs, the Rockman tribe would rapidly grow stronger. Master, this is great. With these 3 spirit springs, the expenditure of green grape immortal essence will be reduced. Little Who Immortal smiled happily as she looked at the spring water spurting into the sky. These 3 spirit springs can produce at least 300 million yuan stone. It can last for 50 to 60 years. But for the entire blessed land, it is far from enough. Even the southern part of the blessed land is lacking. Feng Yuan said. Spirit springs were divided into small, medium and large. Small spirit springs could last for 50 to 60 years, medium spirit springs could last for over 100 years, and large spirit springs could last for hundreds of years. The gushing spring water pushed the surrounding soil away, and the spring mouth gradually expanded. The spring water's momentum was not strong enough, and the height was slowly decreasing. After 4 to 5 days, the spring mouth would officially form, and the spring water would flow, soaking the surrounding soil. In the next few months, the dense primeval energy would condense into the first batch of yuan stone. Let's go back first. The Rockman tribe over there should be overjoyed. Feng Yuan ordered the land spirit. In the next moment, the 2 teleported to Dang Hun Mountain. Heavens, so many gut stones. This place is a mess. There was indeed a huge battle. Maybe that male immortal is already dead. Our Rockman tribe will usher in a glorious tomorrow. Our descendants will be endless. Tribe leader Yen Yong. We can build the largest Rockman tribe in the world. The stonemen cheered and shouted, venting the excitement and happiness they felt at this moment. Dang Hun Mountain was filled with gut stones. Within 5 steps, there would definitely be one. The Rockmen enthusiastically crushed the gut stones, strengthening their souls. Many small Rockmen were already born, and they were also beating the gut stones. The new souls quickly grew stronger, allowing them to control more stones as their bodies. There were originally only a few hundred Rockmen left, but in just a day, their population expanded by 10 times. The larger the population, the faster the growth. On the second morning, their population broke 10,000. On the third evening, they had 300,000 tribesmen. All the gut stones on Dang Hun Mountain were also harvested. On the 4th day, Dang Hun Mountain started to show its might. The Rockmen could only reluctantly leave, majestically returning to their homes. Chapter 427. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. In the huge stone cauldron that was as tall as 5 people, the green-blue liquid was bubbling continuously. All in the water looked like it was boiling, but it was actually overflowing with cold air. Even if a rockman were to put his hand in, he would instantly turn into a popsicle. Feng Yuan stood in front of the cauldron, splitting his attention to control it while taking out the primeval elder goo. He multitasked, activating the primeval elder goo as pieces of yuan stone flew out. Plop, plop, plop. Yuan stone fell into the cauldron, splashing water. Primeval elder goo was a rank 3 storage goo. It could store 1,000,000 yuan stone at most. It was like a crystal ball, translucent. The clouds in the ball condensed into Old Man Cloud. There were a lot of yuan stone stored inside. Old Man Cloud was smiling. When yuan stone was little, it was a crying expression. When large numbers of yuan stone were thrown in, Old Man Cloud's smile gradually disappeared, turning into a bitter melon expression. Feng Yuan had used over 500,000 yuan stone in this goo refinement. If it was before, he would not have been able to afford it. But now he was rich and imposing. After selling the desolate beast swamp crab and buying a lot, he still had over 6 million yuan stone left. Yuan stone was thrown in, forming a whirlpool in the cauldron, causing the liquid to spin rapidly. The cauldron was shaking slightly. The goo refinement was at a crucial moment. Feng Yuan was completely focused. He could not be distracted anymore. His forehead was soon covered in sweat. He could only call out softly, "Land spirit." "Yes." Little Hu Immortal answered crisply, quickly throwing silver ingots into the cauldron. The silver ingots fell into the water, causing the whirlpool to slow down. The silver ingots finally calmed the water in the cauldron, turning into solid silver ice cubes. Finally, the liquid in the cauldron completely froze. Large amounts of silver fog spread out. It froze the cauldron, even spreading 5 steps away, dyeing the ground silver. Feng Yuan breathed heavily. The goo refinement has been going on for 3 days. It is finally over. Rise. The silver ice cubes cracked. Goo worms flew out. These goo were all rank 3, shaped like small cups or trumpet flowers. His palm was wide enough to hold 3 of these goo. Their entire bodies shone with a brilliant silver light. Used to store liquids, they were used to store goo worms. Little Hu Immortal counted carefully and beamed. She clapped her hands and said excitedly, 137, 146, 159. Master, you are amazing, refining 159 rank 3 goo at once. We can sell it for a lot of money. What are these goo worms? Hee. These are all silver light cup goo. I still need to use them to refine goo, so I won't sell them. Feng Yuan smiled. This silver light goo was refined by a goo immortal 380 years after Feng Yuan's previous life. The fusion continued. After reaching rank 5, it would be the goo Feng Yuan needed. Of course, it was impossible to sell it now. These days, I have used large numbers of guts goo to strengthen my soul to 52 times that of a normal person. That was why he wasn't too tired. Feng Yuan was very satisfied with the result of this goo refinement. The benefits of strengthening the soul foundation were starting to show. If Feng Yang saw this, he would not dare to underestimate Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's goo refinement attainment. It was already much higher than him. But his head was still slightly dizzy. Every time he refined goo, his soul would be burdened. Not to mention Feng Yuan's large-scale goo refinement. If it was before, Feng Yuan could only rest and sleep to recover his soul. But now he had a better method. Land spirit, this cauldron is already useless, get rid of it. I will take a walk outside. Yes, master. Little Hu Immortal immediately started working. 3 to 4 days had passed. Large numbers of gutstones condensed on Dang Hun Mountain again. Feng Yuan casually stepped on a few pieces, and the flying guts goo immediately recovered his soul, and even strengthened it a little. Feng Yuan immediately felt that his head was no longer dizzy, and his thoughts were as fast as lightning. He laughed heartily. This guts goo is indeed a legendary goo, its effect is amazing. I might as well strengthen my soul to the limit today. 68 times. Feng Yuan felt refreshed, and his movements were light and quick. 77 times. Feng Yuan's thoughts were like lightning, every thought flashing like sparks. 85 times. The strength of Feng Yuan's soul had already surpassed the limit of his body. 92 times. Feng Yuan could clearly feel his soul. In his senses, his soul was grayish-white, and its appearance was no different from Feng Yuan's, except that it was extremely strong, with bulging muscles and a body like a bear or a tiger. And although Feng Yuan's body was strong, he only had the back of a wolf and the waist of a bee. His soul was stored in this body, and there was a feeling of pressure. Had he reached the limit? 93 times. Feng Yuan stored another guts goo, and his soul was strengthened again. This time, Feng Yuan felt an unprecedented carefree and comfortable feeling. This kind of pleasure was 100 times better than taking drugs, tasting delicacies, or even having intercourse. Even a tough man like Feng Yuan could not help but let out a moan of pleasure. The indescribable comfort and intoxication made one forget to return and enjoy the endless taste. A cold light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes, but his heart was on high alert. He crushed the gut stone again, and his soul became stronger again. This time, the feeling of comfort was several times stronger than before. 97 times, 98 times, 99 times. The feeling of comfort that came from the depths of his soul was so strong that Feng Yuan's whole body was trembling, his muscles and bones were numb, and the feeling was indescribable. 100 times. The intense intoxication was like a hurricane, and Feng Yuan almost fainted. This is the limit, I can't use guts goo anymore. Feng Yuan bit the tip of his tongue, and used the pain to keep himself awake, and not lose himself in it. Ordinary people could only raise their soul by 100 times, and it was commonly known as 100-man soul. This was also the limit of life and death. If the soul was strengthened even a little, the whole soul would explode with a loud bang. It would be like eating too much and causing the stomach to burst. But the explosion of the soul was countless times more serious than a bloated stomach. The soul would completely dissipate, instantly destroyed, and after being preserved for a period of time, it would slowly rot into white bones. If Feng Yuan was immersed in the pleasant feeling, he could not help but use another guts goo. He did not even have the chance to activate Autumn Cicada, and directly died, completely vanishing from this world. It is a pity I do not have Luopa Valley. In Luopa Valley, there is bewilderment fog, which can make the soul loose. There is also Luopa wind, which can cut the soul. When the soul is tortured like this, it will become even more condensed and refined. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. The strengthening of the soul was only an advantage in terms of quantity. It had to be refined and condensed. That was the advantage in quality. In this world, there were many Gu masters who focused on soul cultivation, and they were collectively called Soul Path Gu masters. Soul Path and Strength Path were equally famous. They were also the glory of the olden antiquity era. It was just that Strength Path had declined by now, but Soul Path had not declined. It was still a major path in the current era. The Gu master who created Soul Path. In the entire history of the world, he was extremely famous. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, a rank 9 Gu immortal who looked down on the universe and ignored all living beings. He was truly invincible in the world, a legend that dominated an entire era. At the same time, he was also the rank 9 Gu immortal with the greatest killing intent. Among all the immortal venerables and demon venerables, he killed the most people. In his dark era, he treated the 5 regions as his slaughterhouse. All living beings were silent. He could slaughter them as he pleased. They were powerless to resist. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once said, "In this huge world, Dang Hun Mountain is the best choice for strengthening the soul, and Luopa Valley is the best choice for refining the soul. If one could obtain a mountain and a valley, they would definitely achieve great success in Soul Path. They would be able to roam the world unhindered." Thus, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were Soul Path Gu cultivators. 2 sacred lands that were equally powerful. Feng Yuan was extremely fortunate to obtain Dang Hun Mountain. It was a great benefit from his rebirth. But the chances of obtaining Luopa Valley were very slim. He did not even know where Luopa Valley was. However, even though I do not have Luopa Valley, I can use other Soul Path Gu worms to replace it. Divine Soul Gu, Dragon Soul Gu, Ice Soul Gu, Dream Soul Gu, Moon Soul Gu, General Soul Gu, Resentful Soul Gu, Poem Soul Gu, and others can refine my soul, allowing me to continue strengthening my soul and break through 100-man soul to 1,000-man soul. or even 10,000 man soul. He could not use Crane Gate to obtain these goo worms. If Crane Gate tampered with the goo worms that directly affected the soul, it would be too dangerous. But Feng Yuan knew very little about the refinement recipes of these goo worms. Most importantly, he had not considered which goo worm was most suitable for him. For now, 100 man soul is enough to deal with the situation. I should focus on how to trade rockmen. Feng Yuan's thoughts wandered for a while before coming back to his senses. The desolate beast swamp crab had already been sold, but Feng Yuan did not intend to sell the gutstones for the following transactions. Selling the gutstones would strengthen Crane Gate. This was not something he wanted to see. In the following days, Feng Yuan continued to refine goo and cleanse his aperture. A month's time passed quickly. Because of Nine Eyes Liquor Worm's help, Feng Yuan successfully advanced to rank 4 peak stage. At the same time, he refined 155 Golden Cup Goo. Golden Cup Goo and Silver Cup Goo were not much different. They were both rank 3 goo used to store liquid. Next, he used Golden Cup Goo and Silver Cup Goo to refine together. After spending 7 days and 6 nights, with good luck, he finally obtained 3 rank 4 Golden Cup and Silver Cup Goo. He put down his work and looked at the Rockman tribe. So many days have passed, the Rockman tribe should have split up. Most of the Stone Man's life was spent sleeping. Normally speaking, when a Rockman is close to 300 years old, their soul will accumulate to a certain extent, and they will be able to produce a descendant. After that, every 200 years, a young Rockman will be produced. If nothing goes wrong, when a Rockman lives to 1,000 years old and dies of old age, he will have 4 descendants. But because of the gutstones, the Rockman tribe's population increased rapidly, from a few hundred to over 300,000. The rapid increase in population caused the Rockman's internal conflicts to increase, intensify and erupt. The Rockman's social structure was very loose. They could only organize 100,000 people at most. Sure enough, after the coup d'état, the Rockman tribe split into 3, each tribe having an average of 100,000 people, each with a spirit spring as the center, settling down. Feng Yuan took out the newly refined slavery goo and gave it to Little Who Immortal Land Spirit. Slavery goo, from rank 1 to rank 5. Feng Yuan refined all rank 3 slavery goo. It was enough to control the Rockman tribe. Little Who Immortal moved the slavery goo 10,000 li away and directly used it on the crucial Rockman. How could the Rockman's souls be the match of Feng Yuan's 100-man soul? They were easily enslaved. In an instant, Feng Yuan controlled 3 Rockman tribe leaders, including Yen Yong, as well as more than 10 Rockman elders. At once, the 300,000 Rockmen were under his control, turning one's hand into rain. This move already had a trace of a Goo Immortal's elegance. Pure sight. Chapter 428. Not selling gutstones but Rockmen? Feng Yang looked at the letter in his hand with a dark expression. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo was what Crane Gate needed the most. Once they had the Guts Goo to increase their soul foundation, the strength of all Crane Gate disciples would increase by 30%. Moreover, gutstones could not leave Dang Hun Mountain, they could only be mined on the spot. This way, using this excuse, Crane Gate's disciples could enter Who Immortal Blessed Land. As time passed, Feng Yuan's vigilance would gradually decrease, and it would be much easier for Crane Gate to secretly tamper with him. But Feng Yuan refused to sell gutstones no matter what. Feng Yang was gloomy. Since when did I, a grand Goo Immortal, have to be troubled by a mortal thief? He gritted his teeth as he thought. His handsome young face was now somewhat distorted. He had battle strength, but he could not use it. Feng Yuan was holed up in Who Immortal Blessed Land like a tortoise, and with fixed immortal travel goo, he could leave at any time. Feng Yang, and even the entire Crane Gate, were afraid of harming him, and did not dare to touch him for the time being. It seems that the Rockmen that Who Immortal moved in back then are still alive. But this thief Feng Yuan sold so many Rockmen at once. How many guts goo did he use to nurture them? Thinking of this, Feng Yang felt his heart bleeding. Several months had passed since the last transaction. The time in Who Immortal Blessed Land had been extended by 5 times. That was only about a year. Fang Yuan nurtured so many young and strong rockmen. If he gave these guts Gu to Crane Gate to nurture disciples, how good would that be? But this scoundrel Fang Yuan would rather nurture the rockmen than let immortal Crane sect use them. His heart could be destroyed. He could be destroyed. What made He Fengyang angry was not just this. More importantly, he was still angry at himself. Fang Yuan sold so many rockmen. Even if he was a Gu immortal, he could not help but be moved. In the Blessed Land, if there were enough rockmen, Gu immortals could excavate underground and extract large amounts of underground resources. All kinds of metals, gems, ores, as well as Gu worms, underground creatures, and so on, came in an endless stream. Other than that, if there were more stone men, they would be able to build an underground city. This would indirectly expand the space of the Blessed Land. There was no strength in the Blessed Land. The resources that Gu immortals excavated mostly came from the surface. This is just a flat surface. However, with the addition of the stone men, they could even use the underground. The benefits would definitely multiply. And on the market, the supply of stone slaves could not meet the demand. The stone man spent most of his life sleeping. An ordinary stone man would die at 1,000 years old. In his life, he could only produce 4 descendants. If he used soul path Gu worms to strengthen the rockman's soul, it was not impossible. Many Gu immortals had tried but had never succeeded. There was only one reason. That was the cost. The value of a soul path Gu worm was much higher than a single rockman. Unless there were some Gu immortals who had special needs for the rockman, the losses would outweigh the gains. In this world, only Fang Yuan, who controlled Dang Hun Mountain, could do this. He could raise so many rockmen without restraint. And in this transaction, the price that Fang Yuan gave in the letter, it also moved He Fengyang quite a bit. Even if Crane Gate did not use it himself, he could sell it for a profit. But even if there was a bargain in this transaction, He Fengyang was still unhappy. He knew that this was the bait that Fang Yuan threw out. He was not afraid that you would not be moved. He was not afraid that you would not eat it. And just like what Fang Yuan expected, He Fengyang was moved, Crane Gate would also be moved, and the other Gu immortals would also be moved. The rockman slave trade would be popular for at least 100 years. Fang Yuan, this despicable thief, he is truly crafty. But with this batch of rockmen, first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder could see the results. It can also make that Lei Ten shut his mouth. And I can finally let out a sigh of relief. He Fengyang took a few deep breaths and calmed his heart. He squinted his eyes, and his lips curled into a cold smile. But Fang Yuan, don't be too smug. Since you don't want to sell Guts Gu, I won't sell Relic Gu either. Don't you want yellow gold Relic Gu and purple crystal Relic Gu? No way. Fang Yuan was lying on the chair, looking at Crane Gate's reply. Because the blue charm lightning shadow was still guarding Tianti Mountain, Little Hu Immortal did not dare to open the Blessed Land's entrance. So Crane Gate used Flying Sword letter Gu. Fang Yuan took a look and saw the contents. He Fengyang's letter, other than agreeing to the transaction, he also clearly stated he wanted to trade Guts Gu. For Guts Gu he could sell Relic Gu. He could even personally help him pass the 7th earthly calamity. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Letting He Fengyang enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land was much more dangerous than the earthly calamity. It was impossible. As for blocking Relic Gu, could it block Fang Yuan's lifeline? What a laughable plan. I will definitely not trade Guts Gu, but I can sell the rockmen, and at the same time, I am not afraid Crane Gate will not be moved. But from now on, I can't always transact with Immortal Crane Sect. I need to expand. Fang Yuan pondered. With his 500 years of experience in his previous life, Fang Yuan knew that his selling price was slightly lower than the Gu Immortal market. Crane Gate would definitely make a profit from this transaction. But this was also Fang Yuan's intentional arrangement. Right now, he needed the identity of Crane Gate's disciple, and also needed to stabilize and protect this weak and fake relationship. With this benefit in hand, the pressure on He Fengyang has eased. He wants to slowly scheme for my Blessed Land, and I also need this slowly. When I become a Gu Immortal in the future, would I still be afraid of Crane Gate's attitude? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He looked at the letter again. At the end of the letter, He Fengyang had set a time, asking Fang Yuan to open the door and send in the whole earth goo. The scale of this transaction was huge. Fang Yuan wanted to sell 60,000 rockmen. But these rockmen could not leave through the Blessed Land's door. Right now, that blue charm lightning shadow was still roaming around Tianti Mountain. If the door was opened and it charged in again, Fang Yuan would be in huge trouble. In this situation, he had to use the whole earth goo. This goo was a rank 5 goo. There were 2 of them, a mother goo and a child goo. Its use was to set up a space path passage between 2 places. A goo master could enter from the child goo and exit from the mother goo. Similarly, from the mother goo, they could instantly reach the child goo. Whole earth goo was often used to connect 2 blessed lands. Normally, whole earth goo was used to transport all kinds of resources. During battle, reinforcements could use whole earth goo to quickly reinforce the blessed land. To carry out the transaction and transport these rockmen, it is unavoidable to use whole earth goo. But I am worried that your whole earth goo will be tampered with. It is better for me to refine it myself to protect myself. Fang Yuan thought of this, and a trace of spring-autumn cicadas aura leaked out, as he casually refined the flying sword letter goo in his hand, and quickly sent a reply. Half a day later, He Fengyang received the reply letter, and opened it to see a large number of goo worms listed, as well as all kinds of materials. Oh, you don't want to use the whole earth goo I gave you, but instead modified the recipe of the whole earth goo, and want to refine a new goo worm yourself? He Fengyang showed anger. Bullshit. Whole earth goo has been widely used for over 500 years. The recipe has long been known to goo immortals. How can you modify it? This little thief Fang Yuan is too vigilant. He wants to use this to extort a sum of money from me, so that I will not dare to reject his transaction. I don't need to look to know that among these goo refinement materials, there must be a relic goo, or a spring egg goo, or a rare strength path goo worm. Nothing? He Fengyang took a few glances, but did not find any relic goo, spring egg goo, or strength path goo worms. Instead, there were large numbers of unorthodox materials and low-rank goo worms. The highest rank 5 goo worm was the Earth Path goo worm Mountain goo, used to increase the success rate of the goo refinement. Other than that, there were also many rank 4 goo, like the common move position goo, and the extremely useful side push guide goo. He Fengyang's thoughts wavered. Looking at this, it seems like he really wants to refine goo. As long as his luck is normal, these materials can already refine 3 whole earth goo. Don't tell me. He really modified the recipe of the whole earth goo? No, Fang Yuan is only immortal. How can it be? But what if it is the goo immortal behind him? If it was a modified recipe, then the new goo would definitely be stronger than the whole earth goo. He Fengyang could not help but feel a rush of excitement. Even if he could not get the recipe, after Fang Yuan refines it, he would definitely hand over the child goo to him. At that time, as a grand goo immortal, he would be able to reverse deduce many things from the child goo, and even restore the recipe. 2 days later, Fang Yuan received a letter. Fang Yuan opened it, and as expected, He Fengyang found all sorts of excuses in the letter, purposely cutting off many materials and goo worms. The motive was obvious. He was trying to probe Fang Yuan's true recipe. Fang Yuan could not help but shake his head and laugh. He Fengyang was too meticulous. This was his strength, but also his weakness. Although the number of times they interacted was pitifully small, Fang Yuan had already seen through most of He Fengyang's character. He immediately replied righteously, requesting He Fengyang not to cut anything. Otherwise he would not be able to refine the goo worms. But He Fengyang feigned civility, continuing to make excuses until Fang Yuan almost believed him. After a few letters, Fang Yuan helplessly chose to compromise, and listed another list. Lad, you are still too inexperienced to compete with me. He Fengyang received the letter, and handed over a portion of the items listed on the list. Then he continued to find excuses to delay. In the end he wasted a whole day. When Fang Yuan showed extreme helplessness and anger, He Fengyang finally stopped. Feeling that the time was right, he held on to the 6th list that he had cut off and went back to study it. But his refinement path attainment was not good. After painstakingly researching and refining many times, he could not see any results. Half a month later in Central Continent time, he received the whole earth goo from Feng Yuan. He acted like he had obtained a treasure, and continued to study it patiently. This time he studied for 3 whole days, and finally succeeded in reverse deducing the recipe. Seeing this recipe, Feng Yang shouted furiously, "Feng Yuan, you little bastard! This is clearly an ordinary whole earth goo recipe." Chapter 429. Who Immortal Blessed Land, a vast grassland in the west. Literature Hall. A vast expanse of green land stretched out continuously. A newborn little fox was playing with a fluttering butterfly. In Who Immortal Blessed Land, foxes were the strongest predators, thus they lived without worries. Although the 6th earthly calamity had a disastrous loss, they still managed to preserve their fire. On the vast grassland, the fox group slowly but steadily continued. Suddenly, the space fluctuated and 2 figures appeared, scaring the little fox away. Of these 2, one was a black-robed man, tall and handsome, with black hair and eyes as deep as ink. The other was a cute and tender little girl, wearing a colorful dress. Her eyes were like stars and her snow-white fox tail was fluffy and soft, the fine fur at the tip of the tail slightly trembling in the wind. They were none other than Feng Yuan and little Who Immortal Land Spirit. "The location is not bad, let's do it here." Feng Yuan looked around and took out whole earth goo from his aperture. This goo was shaped like a walnut, it looked like wood, hard and uneven, and was as big as a watermelon. Whole earth goo was a rank 5 goo master. At least a rank 5 peak stage goo master could activate it with all their strength. Feng Yuan naturally could not do it, so he handed the goo to the land spirit. After little Who Immortal activated it, whole earth goo immediately burst out with an intense red light, and plunged into the grassland. In an instant, the red light soared to the sky and the surrounding 100 li of earth trembled. In a flash, the red light disappeared and a crack that was 270 feet long appeared on the ground. The soil on both sides of the crack bulged. If one looked down from the sky, it would look like a person's lips. Next, the crack slowly opened to 2 sides, revealing 2 rows of compact square rocks that looked like human teeth. The teeth also opened. A huge dark hole was revealed. "Master, I'm hungry." The crack earth's mouth opened and closed, producing a loud sound that caused the surrounding ground to tremble. Feng Yuan laughed and took out the primeval elder goo. Activating his primeval essence, the amiable-looking old man Yun's joyous expression gradually disappeared, because large amounts of yuan stone were taken out and thrown into the crack earth's mouth. After throwing in 200,000 yuan stone, Feng Yuan stopped. He placed the primeval elder goo back into his aperture. The huge mouth slowly closed, and the 2 rows of stone teeth continued to grind against each other, crushing the primordial stones into powder. Then, there was a loud gulp, like the sound of a person swallowing food. The surface of the earth shook. After swallowing these yuan stones, the earth-splitting mouth calmed down, and no longer made any noise. At this step, the whole earth goo was completed. Once it landed here, it could no longer move. When Fenyang's child goo was successfully activated, both sides could communicate with each other. The cost of feeding whole earth goo was extremely high. Within a year, it had to be fed with 200,000 yuan stone. And every time he used it, it also consumed a large amount of yuan stone. Which mortal goo master could afford to use it alone? Other than large sects and clans, only goo immortals with large businesses could raise and use these whole earth goo alone. Land spirit, this place must be heavily guarded from now on. Enslave some foxes. We will live in this area. Feng Yuan looked at the earth fissure in front of him as he arranged. Yes, master. To protect our homeland we need to fight. That damned immortal is making a comeback. They're coming back, and we have to face them head-on. For a beautiful future. Tribesmen, raise your fists. Although we have some grudges with the other 2 tribes, these are small internal conflicts of our Rockman tribe. This time, our 3 tribes will each send out 20,000 warriors to form an alliance army and march towards the west, directly attacking the Immortal's nest. This is a great war, everything is for the benefit of the people. Our fathers and ancestors sacrificed their lives and scattered their souls to defeat the Immortal. Only then can we live in peace now. We need to follow in our ancestors' footsteps and fight bravely. The land spirit mobilized the fox groups and appeared around the Rockman tribe. The Rockman higher-ups took the chance and quickly formed an alliance army. The alliance army moved majestically towards the western part of the Blessed Land. Along the way, there were 5 to 6 small-scale battles. The Rockman army won all of them while the fox groups retreated in defeat. Look there. That is the demon's nest. Yen Yong stood up and arrived in front of the whole Earth Gu. Earth, you are our mother. You raised our Rockman tribe. Why are you protecting that damned immortal? Yen Yong shouted in pain. At this time, the earth crack opened its mouth and little Hu Immortal used a goo worm to change her voice. The Rockman army heard a gentle female voice. "O Rockman, my children. It is not that I want to protect that immortal, but that immortal entered my stomach and is residing in my heart, threatening me to protect him. I will open my mouth now and ask you to destroy him. I will give you my blessings." The Rockmen were shocked before cheering loudly. Mother Earth has spoken. We are warriors blessed by Mother Earth. How despicable is that immortal? He actually threatened our benevolent and gentle Mother Earth. We will definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces. The morale of the Rockman Alliance army rose greatly. The earth crack opened its mouth and Yen Yong took the lead shouting, "Rockmen charge!" Saying so, he jumped into the hole. "Charge! We cannot let our tribe's hero fight alone. Charge, we have no fear. We are omnipotent. We want to slaughter the immortal. Mother Earth is on our side. We will definitely win this battle." The Rockmen jumped into the earth crack like dumplings. In the deep and dark tunnel, they fell down. After a while, they landed on solid ground. Where is this? Why is it so dark? This place is darker than underground. We cannot see anything. How can we fight if we can't see? The Rockmen were confused when they suddenly heard loud coughing sounds. A lump of light suddenly split above their heads. Rapid air currents formed and enveloped them, shooting them out. 230, 240. The Crane Gate disciples stood beside the whole Earth Gu's child Gu, carefully counting the Rockmen that were shot out. The Rockmen fell to the ground after being shot out of the earth crack. They were immediately restrained by the Crane Gate disciple, unable to resist or move. Yen Yong and some Rockmen elders stood at the side, lowering their heads as they looked at this scene, keeping quiet out of fear. He Fengyang, who was furious after being tricked by Feng Yuan, considered the big picture, and did not destroy the whole Earth Gu's child Gu in a fit of anger. He planted it on Feihe Mountain. As for the Rockmen, Feng Yuan only used their tribe's belief in Mother Earth, then used the Fox Group and the cooperation of the Rockmen higher-ups to successfully lure 60,000 young Rockmen to Feihe Mountain and sell them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. In this world, other than the orthodox Renzu bloodline, there were also variant humans. Although variant humans were smarter than other life forms, they could not compare to humans. Hairy men were ignorant, eggmen were innocent, rockmen were crude. Even a 7 or 8-year-old smart child could be tricked. Be it southern border or central continent. Such things often happened. Some child would meet a hairy man or rockman and be tricked into the market. After the variant humans were sold, they would still be ignorant. They would count the child's money. After this transaction, Feng Yuan only received 1,600,000 yuan stone. Although the 60,000 rockmen were young and strong, they were not as valuable as a swamp crab. Feng Yuan still had to pay for the Gu refinement materials, and using whole earth Gu cost 65,000 yuan stone. At the same time, he bought some ordinary materials. To take revenge on Feng Yuan, Fengyang raised the price by 10%. The things that Feng Yuan wanted were also reduced by a lot. Feng Yuan did not mind. He had already gotten what he wanted. After the transaction was completed, Yen Yong and the other rockmen returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land using whole earth Gu. Feng Yuan had already arranged the explanation for them. He believed the rockmen tribes would not retaliate. Even if they retaliated, he would kill them and raise another batch. There were still many gutstones on Dang Hun Mountain anyway. Feng Yuan calmed down and continued to cultivate. But when he reached rank 4 peak stage, Nine Eyes Liquor Worm lost its effect. Liquor Worm could refine the quality of primeval essence, but it could only raise it by a small realm. When Fang Yuan reached rank 4 peak stage, he already had peak stage true gold primeval essence. He had already reached the peak. If he went any higher, it would be rank 5 initial stage light purple primeval essence. Fang Yuan sealed Nine Eyes Liquor Worm. This was the goo worm that had accompanied him all the way from Qing Mao Mountain. From rank 1 liquor worm, it fused all the way to rank 4, and now it was finally retiring. Relying on true gold primeval essence to refine his aperture, Fang Yuan's cultivation speed slowed down. Of course, because he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, compared to ordinary goo masters in the outside world. Fang Yuan's cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster. If I continue cultivating like this, by the 7th earthly calamity, I will have at least rank 5 middle stage cultivation, close to upper stage. Fang Yuan had a great aptitude now. It was not a problem to break through to rank 5. But the higher a goo master's cultivation, the longer it would take to advance. Rank 5 middle stage, and this was after including the purple crystal relic goo in his possession. This level was many times better than the 500 years of his previous life. Right now he was over 30, but was already rank 4 peak stage. In his previous life of 500 years, he was still struggling in rank 2 realm at this age. But this speed is still too slow. The Blessed Land has the 7th earthly calamity, and I have the internal threat of spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan calculated, in at most 3 years he would have to leave the Blessed Land and go through a series of adventures. At least, he would have to find smooth success goo or instant success goo to use spring-autumn cicada, and obtain more chances of survival. Chapter 430. Crack. Fang Yuan crushed the gut stone with one hand. Immediately, a lump of mud flowed out and stained his hand. Fang Yuan's gaze was extremely solemn as he casually picked up a pebble from the mountain and held it tightly in his hand. The yellow mud on his hand melted the pebble at a slow speed, turning the sturdy rock into even more mud. After a while, Fang Yuan could clearly feel the pebble in his hand shrinking. About 15 minutes later, the pebble completely turned into mud and disappeared. The yellow mud flowed through the gaps between Fang Yuan's fingers and onto Dang Hun Mountain, causing continuous damage to Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before slowly asking, "How serious is the situation?" Little Hu Immortal wiped her tears and replied while sobbing, "Right now, most of Dang Hun Mountain has already been corroded by the yellow mud. 6 out of 10 gutstones below the mountain waist are yellow mud. Master, what do we do? Dang Hun Mountain is going to die. Sob sob sob. It's all my fault. I did not detect it in advance." Fang Yuan patted Little Hu Immortal's head and consoled. "This is not your fault. No need to blame yourself. The culprit is that swamp crab. It is truly a desolate beast, truly an earthly calamity." Land spirits had different abilities. They were all related to the Goo Immortal and the Blessed Land. He sighed and continued, "I was feeling lucky that the desolate beast did not have an immortal goo. It turns out that this swamp crab had already used an expendable immortal goo. The immortal goo's power is hidden in the mud. Flesh and blood are fine, but the mountain rocks will suffer and will gradually be assimilated into mud." In the earthly calamity earlier, the swamp crab spat out large amounts of mud, from which a crab army emerged. Fang Yuan killed a vast number of crabs, but in fact, his true trump card was this yellow mud. Fang Yuan guessed that this should be the effect of the rank 6 Gruel Mud Goo. Gruel Mud Goo was a naturally formed goo. There were many rank 1 and 2, while rank 3 and 4 were also common. They were often used by goo masters to construct cities. Rank 5 goo masters were rare, and when many rank 5 goo masters did not have a powerful rank 5 goo, they would often choose the Gruel Mud Goo and use it temporarily. At rank 6, there was only one in the entire world. Moreover, Gruel Mud Immortal Goo could only be used once. The Gruel Mud Goo could only be used on soil, so the swamp that swamp crabs lived in must have been affected by the immortal goo. The swamp crab spat out mud from the swamp every day. Thus it brought the power of the Gruel Mud Goo to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After the mud crab died, although the battlefield had been cleaned, a large amount of yellow mud had seeped into the mountains and the earth. The immortal Gruul mud's power was so concealed. The yellow mud naturally did not have the slightest aura of the immortal goo. If Feng Yuan had not arranged for the rockmen to enter the mountain to knock on the rocks, they might not have found any clues. However, even if he discovered the truth in advance, when the earthly calamity arrived, he would not be able to escape. He did not have the ability to stop it. Feng Yuan's face darkened. Dang Hun Mountain was being corroded by the power of the immortal goo, gradually turning into yellow mud. This was a grievous news. In the entire Hu immortal blessed land, the most valuable thing was this mountain. He planned to use this mountain to nurture rockmen and sell them. From now on he would strengthen his soul. He still had to rely on this mountain. He could not sit back and watch the situation worsen. Immediately, Feng Yuan ordered little Hu immortal. Try to get rid of the yellow mud. This way, the danger would be greatly alleviated. But Dang Hun Mountain's interior was also being corroded. This method could not cure the root of the problem. This was the power of the Gruul mud immortal goo. To get rid of it, Feng Yuan had to borrow the power of other immortal goo. I took such a huge risk and luckily obtained a sacred land for strengthening my soul. Even if I become a goo immortal in the future, this Dang Hun Mountain will be of great use. I cannot let it be destroyed like this. Heaven does not want this sacred land to fall into the hands of humans. Thus it sent down such an earthly calamity. Thus, I will go against heaven. Fighting with humans, fighting with heaven. This is the joy of life. With Feng Yuan's knowledge, he was not at a loss of what to do. He thought of more than 10 solutions, eliminating the unrealistic ones. More than half of them were eliminated. After eliminating the more difficult ones, only 3 were left. The first was Earth Path rank 6 turn into rock goo. This goo was currently in Western Desert, controlled by rank 6 goo immortal Sun Qin. Sun Qin was a righteous path goo master. He used this goo to turn sand into rock, allowing mortals to build cities in the desert. He was deeply grateful to mortals. He was soft-hearted and valued kinship, doting on his great-granddaughter the most. If Feng Yuan could capture his great-granddaughter as a hostage, he would definitely be able to make him submit. The second was also an Earth Path rank 6 immortal goo, called Comeback Mountain. This goo had already appeared in the world, hidden in Eastern Sea's Haishur blessed land. Feng Yuan could enter the blessed land and use another immortal goo to exchange for this goo. The third was the Time Path rank 6 immortal goo landscape as before. This goo had not been born yet. It was not formed naturally. Its owner, Tai Bai Yunsheng, was only a rank 5 goo master in Northern Plains. I refined fixed immortal travel immortal goo in front of everyone at Southern Border's Sancha Mountain. Needless to say, Southern Border is in an uproar right now. Immortal with an immortal goo. I'm afraid Southern Border's goo immortals have been alerted and are searching for me everywhere. Before Feng Yuan became a goo immortal, he would not even think of stepping into Southern Border. Although the 5 regions are independent, Southern Border's super clan E-Clan has connections with a mysterious force in Eastern Sea. It will take at least 2 to 3 years for the news of me refining an immortal goo to spread to Central Continent and other places. But Eastern Sea might not be the same. Feng Yuan first eliminated Eastern Sea. As for Western Desert, it is the most developed place in the world. Cities depend on the oases in the desert to survive. If I can sell the rockmen there, I will definitely make a huge profit. Unfortunately, the development of trade means the development of information and intelligence. I am a Southern Border goo master. I am definitely a fat sheep. If I go there, I might be noticed the moment I enter the city. In his previous life, Feng Yuan roamed the 5 regions for 500 years before finally choosing to settle in Central Continent and become a goo immortal. He had a good understanding of Western Desert's situation. Compared to Western Desert, Northern Plains is a huge grassland. The large tribes graze, migrate, fight, and reproduce on the grassland. Their mobility is very high. Some small and medium-sized tribes have even more chaotic management. I can take advantage of this situation. Western Desert was different from Northern Plains. In Western Desert, humans relied on oases to live. Many of them gathered together all year round. As long as the oases were not lost, No one would be so bored as to travel long distances in the vast desert where danger lurked everywhere, to search for another oasis. But in northern plains, tribes had to migrate from time to time in search of fertile and fresh grassland. The climate there was constantly changing. From time to time, there would be strong weather changes that could destroy their homes overnight, forcing the tribes to migrate again. This way, tribes would move all over the place. Conflicts were unavoidable. Thus, northern plains had the most Gu masters, and was also the most proficient in fighting among the 5 regions. If Feng Yuan chose Western Desert and kidnapped hostages to threaten Gu immortals, it would definitely cause a huge and lasting commotion in the peaceful Western Desert. But if he chose Northern Plains, even if he killed the rank 5 Gu master Tai by Yunsheng, the commotion would only last for a while. After a few months, people would forget about him. After careful consideration, Feng Yuan felt that the chaotic Northern Plains was more suitable for him to act in. Western Desert Sun Chui was already a Gu immortal, while Northern Plains Tai by Yunsheng was only rank 5 peak stage. After deciding on a direction, Feng Yuan racked his brains, searching for all kinds of useful information from his memories to weave his plan for Northern Plains. Plans could not keep up with changes. Since rebirth, his plans had been constantly changing. The first time on Qingmao Mountain was when he obtained a great aptitude. It was a huge breakthrough and thus changed. The second time on Sanchao Mountain was when Feng Yuan soared to the sky in one step. His original plan became even more unrecognizable. Although there were still benefits in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Feng Yuan could no longer stay in southern border. As for Central Continent, it was even more impossible. He was immortal, famous in the Righteous Path's 10 great sects. He was targeted by the entire Crane Gate and many demonic path Gu immortals on Tianti Mountain. As long as he did not become a Gu immortal, he would have to hide in the Blessed Land, unable to come out. He had originally planned to live well in Hu immortal Blessed Land. There were sufficient resources in the Blessed Land. Feng Yuan wanted to imitate Feng Jioga and cultivate hard to reach Gu immortal realm as soon as possible, and get rid of Spring-Autumn Cicada, his biggest internal threat. Feng Yuan was a risk-taker. He liked to use small means to win big, and often struggled on the line between life and death, but this did not mean he rejected a peaceful and stable life. If he did not use a safe and stable cultivation method, instead he liked to jump around and cause trouble everywhere, taking risks and trying things recklessly. That was a problem for his brain. Loneliness, solitude, boredom, these had never been an obstacle to Feng Yuan's cultivation. If his temperament was so shallow that he could not endure these, how could he successfully walk down this path? However, the world changed. Things did not go according to one's wishes. That was the nature of life. Feng Yuan wanted to cultivate hard, and the Blessed Land's development was fast and good. Chapter 431. Howl. In the dark grassland, the poison-beard wolf king raised its neck and let out a long howl. The ears of the hundreds of poison-beard wolves around it twitched, and their bodies shot out like arrows. The wolf group split into 2 groups. They were organized like an army. The young girl Guyao ran with all her might, but her horse had died long ago. Her little red leather boots stepped on the muddy swamp, already as heavy as lead. The stampeding poison-beard wolves successfully surrounded her, and then quickly closed in. But they were wary of the girl's powerful Gu worms. They only circled around her, and did not dare to attack. Suddenly, one of the poison-beard wolves became impatient and charged out. It moved quickly. Its body turned into a black shadow as it pounced towards Guyao. Guyao shouted and activated her Gu worm, pointing with her finger, and a light blue water arrow flew out. The water arrow shot out in a spiral and accurately pierced the poison-beard wolf's head. This bold poison-beard wolf died on the spot. Its corpse fell on the rotten grassland and rolled for a while before stopping. Blood flowed out from the wound and dyed the surrounding grassland red. The restless wolves paused for a moment, but soon the smell of blood in the air stirred up the savagery and cruelty in their bones. At once, hundreds of poison-beard wolves howled. Guyao's beautiful face was filled with despair and regret. He really shouldn't have come to this poison grassland alone to search for some snow willow. Right now, She was in a desperate situation, and was about to be torn to pieces by the wolf group. She swallowed it. Father, I am sorry, I cannot be filial to you anymore. I know. You arranged a marriage for me, it is for my own good. But I really do not want to get married. Ancestor in longevity heaven, if you can hear my prayers, please send a brave warrior to save me. That attack earlier had already used up the last trace of white-silver primeval essence in Guyao's aperture. All Guyao could do was to pray. The wolf group finally lost their patience. The Wolf King howled, and all the poison-beard wolves charged towards the girl in the center with terrifying momentum. I am going to die. Guyao's face was pale. She was at a loss as she looked at the wolf group's advance. At this moment, an intense green light suddenly flashed. When the light shone on the poison-beard wolves, they all closed their eyes. It let out a howling sound. A charging pack of wolves. They collided with each other. One fell down, implicating the other. Their momentum instantly collapsed, and the scene became chaotic. What's going on? Guyao was shocked. Ignoring her tears, she tried her best to look. The figure of a young man appeared in the green light. After the green light dissipated, a naked man appeared in front of Guyao. One. Alone? Guyao's eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape. She thought incredulously. Could it be that my ancestors in the longevity heaven heard my prayers and sent reinforcements? But why was this reinforcement not wearing any clothes? Guyao suddenly had a big question in her heart. We've reached the northern plains? Barefooted on the grass, Fang Yuan quickly looked around. Why are there people and wolves? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He did not expect to encounter an accident the moment he stepped into the northern plains. He had to keep his trip to the northern plains a secret, but he was exposed the moment he arrived. The Wolf King roared. It suddenly jumped and opened its mouth, its sharp teeth biting towards Fang Yuan's neck. Humph, a mere 100 Beast King. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light. He pushed out a golden dragon. Rank 4 golden dragon Gu. Roar. The 4-clawed golden dragon roared. It bared its fangs and claws as it flew out, crashing into the poison-beard Wolf King. This 100 Beast King's bones were instantly shattered. It was sent flying like a broken sack. After it landed on the ground, it howled and struggled, but it could not get up. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He sent out another golden dragon. Only then did the poison-beard Wolf King die. Once the Wolf King died, the wolf group collapsed. In a few breaths of time, they escaped 100 li away. Only the Wolf King's corpse was left, and the young girl Guyao looked at Fang Yuan blankly. Fang Yuan turned his deep and serene gaze towards this young girl. The young girl was wearing a leather robe unique to the northern plains. The long-sleeved robe was blue and white. The edges were embroidered with gold. It looked pure and noble. She had a purple gold belt around her waist. Her thick black hair was adorned with many fine and beautiful hair accessories. His feet were clad in scarlet leather boots. Her skin was slightly dark, with a hint of red. It was the unique skin color of northern plains. Her figure was slim and fit, like a cute deer. Guyao was forced to take a step back by Fang Yuan's gaze. She asked curiously, "Who are you? Are you the hero who came down from the longevity heaven to save me?" Before Fang Yuan could reply, she continued, "I am a member of Gu tribe. My name is Guyao. My father is the tribe leader of Gu tribe. Young warrior, you saved my life. You will receive the warmest welcome from Gu tribe." "Oh, I have not asked for your name." Fang Yuan laughed. "Beautiful grassland girl, you can call me Chang Shanin. The longevity heaven is where giant sun immortal lives. How could I come from there? I am only an ordinary Gu master." Saying so, he took out a wine cup from his aperture. The top half of the cup was gold, while the bottom half was silver. It was rank 5, used for storage. It was the moving perspective cup Gu that Fang Yuan refined in the Blessed Land. Immediately, Fang Yuan poured his primeval essence into it, and took out a set of clothes. This was a black tight-fitting battle attire. After Fang Yuan wore it, he gave off a heroic and steady aura. During the whole process, Guyao stared at him without blinking. Her heart was pounding, and her face was flushed red. The young girls of the grassland were so passionate. Fang Yuan wore his clothes, and walked towards the poison-beard Wolf King's corpse. Poison-beard wolves were a common type of wolf in northern plains. But different from other wolves, it did not have a single hair on its body was black, and its skin looked like it was coated with a layer of enamel. It did not have ears, and had 2 5-inch long feelers. When it ran, the feelers would hang at its sides. When it fought, the feelers would stand up high. Feng Yuan searched for a while, but did not find anything. This poison-beard wolf was a 100-beast king, and had a rank 2 goo worm in its body. This wolf had 2 rank 2 goo on it, acid water goo and poison needle goo. Acid water goo could make it spit out green acid, corroding flesh and even iron and stone. Poison needle goo could shoot out poison needles to attack the enemy. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan only obtained the fragments of these 2 goo worms. The Wolf King did not have a defensive goo. No wonder it was easily killed by Feng Yuan. Normal beast kings could have a beast enslavement goo. For example, the dog enslavement goo on the Dog King. The Wolf King had a wolf enslavement goo. Even if it was a rank 2 wolf enslavement goo, Feng Yuan needed it. Just as Feng Yuan was searching the wolf corpse, Gu Yao walked over. Chang Shanin, your name sounds familiar. Are you a member of the Chang clan? But looking at your clothes, you seem to be an outsider, right? Are you from Eastern Sea, Central Continent, or Western Desert? Feng Yuan stood up. I am from Northern Plains. The young girl grinned, revealing her pearly white teeth. You liar! How can we have such an accent in Northern Plains? Warrior Chang Shanin, don't worry. You've saved my life, so you're the benefactor of our Gu tribe. Our Gu tribe will not reject you. Be it Central Continent, Southern Border or Northern Plains, as long as one was an outsider, they would be ostracized. Not waiting for Feng Yuan to reply, the lively young girl pointed at the fixed immortal travel goo on Feng Yuan's shoulder, asking, Warrior Chang Shanin, the goo on your shoulder is really beautiful. What goo is this? Is this the goo that brought you here? Feng Yuan's gaze concentrated, carefully observing the young girl's expression. He found that she did not seem to be faking it, and was truly ignorant, not recognizing this fixed immortal travel goo. Only then did he relax. Killing intent surged in his heart, but on the surface he showed a sincere and kind smile. Beautiful girl, are you Tian Ke? Why are you always chirping? Alright, I have to go now. See you again. Feng Yuan raised his head, using the stars in the sky to determine his direction. Next he walked past Gu Yao, towards the depths of poison grassland. The young girl quickly chased. I am not Tian Quebec. Who asked you to be so mysterious, suddenly appearing again? Hey, don't go that way. That direction is the only way to get out of poison grassland. I am going in, Feng Yuan said without turning his head. Why do you want to go in? The deeper you go into poison grassland, the more dangerous it is. Although you are rank 3 peak stage, a strong man's fists cannot hold off a pack of wolves. Gu Yao jogged over to Feng Yuan, persuading him. The 5 regions of the Gu Master world were independent. When Gu Masters crossed regions, their battle strength would be suppressed by a rank. Feng Yuan was a southern border Gu Master, but when he went to Northern Plains, he would be suppressed in a different place. Although he still had rank 4 peak stage true gold primeval essence in his aperture, its effect was only equivalent to rank 3 peak stage snow silver primeval essence. Thus, Gu Yao could sense that his aura was rank 3 peak stage, and the rank 4 golden dragon goo from southern border only had the power of a rank 3 goo. If it was in southern border, golden dragon goo would definitely be able to kill the poison-beard wolf king with one strike. But in northern plains, Feng Yuan had to use it twice to kill the poison-beard wolf king, and even leave the wolf king's corpse intact. Feng Yuan slowed his steps, looking at Gu Yao with a solemn expression and firm gaze. I have my reasons for going to poison grassland. Gu Yao was stunned by his bearing, and only reacted after Feng Yuan took a few more steps. The young girl quickly chased. Warrior Chang Shanin, let me go with you. We can take care of each other. She took the bait. Feng Yuan's lips curled up. His current battle strength was only equivalent to rank 3 peak stage. It was not enough to enter the depths of poison grassland. Thus, he urgently needed Northern Plains goo worms to arm himself. But even if he killed Gu Yao, he might not be able to get all her gu worms. Thus, Fang Yuan used a small scheme, loosening the reins only to grasp them better, and easily lured Gu Yao to his side. Chapter 432. Even though this was Fang Yuan's intention, and Gu Yao also volunteered to join, Fang Yuan still said to her, "Take care of me? What do I need you to take care of me for?" Saying so, he glanced at her, his tone carrying some arrogance. The young girl immediately raised her head. "Do you know, poison grassland is covered in purple poisonous fog. Breathing it for a long time will poison you. I have a gu worm that can detoxify it. Also, the deeper you go into the grassland, the thicker the poisonous fog, and there are also ghosts and vengeful spirits. At that time, you will not be able to tell the direction. Only my returned heart gu can point you to the correct way back." Gulp. The young girl was speaking when her stomach suddenly made a sound. Fang Yuan looked at her stomach, and the young girl's face instantly turned red. She stuttered as she explained, "That, my big stomach horse was eaten by poison-beard wolves. Yuan stone and rations are all inside." Big stomach horse was a type of riding beast. It was very common in northern plains. It had two stomachs. One main stomach was used to digest food, while the other was used to store supplies. Northern plains gu masters, when migrating, would use large numbers of these big stomach horses. Fang Yuan asked curiously, "Your father is the tribe leader of Gu tribe, and you are his daughter. Why are you using such an ordinary riding beast?" "Sai, it is because he took my gu. I escaped alone, and was able to bring along a big stomach horse, and even prepare so many supplies. It is already very amazing." Gu Yao was a straightforward person, but after saying it, she felt it was inappropriate, and her expression froze, realizing she had said something wrong. "Escaped? Is it to escape marriage?" Fang Yuan raised his brows. The young girl exclaimed, her eyes wide open as she looked at Fang Yuan. "You have a mind-reading gu? How did you know?" Fang Yuan laughed. He was only guessing, but it was not without evidence. In northern plains, women's status was much lower than men. They could even be treated as goods in the market, and be bought and sold casually. In southern border, there were female tribe leaders, but in northern plains there were no such cases. Women could not hold power. Why was it so? This tradition could be traced back to the era of the giant sun immortal. And in his memories in these 3 years, northern plains was filled with heroes vying for supremacy. A storm was brewing. In the end, the He family's patriarch, He Lulan, succeeded in becoming the ruler of the imperial court for 10 years. He was also the most controversial ruler of the grassland in later generations. He Lulan was extremely lecherous. After he dominated the grasslands, he searched for beauties from all the tribes and took them into his harem. But on the other hand, he promoted new policies to raise the status of women in an attempt to make men and women equal. This severely violated the interests of all sides. It intensified the conflicts and caused the political system of northern plains to become unstable. Thus, He Lulan had only been the ruler of the grasslands for 2 years, before she was tricked into leaving the royal court by her own people and assassinated. Soon after, all the tribes united to overthrow He tribe's rule and fight for the throne of the imperial court again. The bloody storm lasted for 5 years before it gradually subsided. After this battle, the various clans of the grassland went through a chaotic battle, and their vitality was greatly damaged. It would also be a failure for Zhongzhou state in the battle to attack the 4 regions in the future. Thus, many young girls in northern plains would often choose to escape from arranged marriages. The girl in front of him was the daughter of a tribe leader, but she came to poison grassland alone. Fang Yuan naturally had such a guess. Fang Yuan took out food from moving perspective cup gu, and gave it to Gu Yao. This girl was clearly extremely hungry. As she wolfed down the food, her eyes turned as she said in a muffled voice, "The one who wants to marry me is Man Duo from Man tribe. He is the 3rd son of Man tribe leader. He is thin and small like a monkey, and his body is frail and sickly. He only has rank 2 cultivation. Normally, he uses his father to bully the men and women in the tribe. He does not have any heroic spirit. I do not want to marry such a good-for-nothing." But Man tribe is powerful. Our Good tribe has just migrated here, and our strength is greatly reduced. Man tribe's betrothal gift was very grand. They even promised to give a piece of fertile grassland to our Good tribe. Father saw this and wanted to marry me off. In a fit of anger, I escaped. Warrior Changshanin, why don't you kidnap me? Northern Plains people were fierce and had a custom, that was to kidnap a bride. The bride who was kidnapped was often more precious than the bride who was officially married. Fang Yuan laughed. I have no interest in you, quickly eat, we will continue our journey after you are full. Gu Yao's black eyes moved. There is another way, that is to marry into our Gu tribe. According to the rules of the grassland, only warriors can have beauties. Even if Man tribe comes to find trouble, they will have to follow the rules and let that skinny monkey man duo fight you one-on-one. Warrior Changshanin, you are so strong, you can definitely beat that man duo into a pig's head. Fang Yuan stopped smiling. I said I have no interest in you. Gu Yao, however, was even more passionate, showing the direct and unrestrained nature of Northern Plains women. Why not? Am I not beautiful? I am the beauty of Gu tribe. That man duo saw me from afar and became infatuated with me, begging his father to propose marriage. Warrior Changshanin, marrying into Gu tribe is also good for you. You are an outsider. If you do not marry into our tribe, others will not treat you as one of their own. You will always be ostracized and guarded against in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan said solemnly. I said before, I am a Northern Plainsman. Gu Yao laughed. Warrior, you can't lie to me. Your accent betrays your background. Your food is not Northern Plains tea cakes and meat jerky. Just marry me. Don't you feel that our meeting is arranged by the longevity heaven? Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids. A cold light flashed in his eyes as the smile on his face widened. Let me think about it first. You don't have to make a decision so hastily. Fang Yuan said as he took out Yuan stone and passed it to Gu Yao. Gu Yao nodded. Then you have to think carefully, think carefully. She took the Yuan stone and said in a serious tone, I will return these Yuan stones to you. Fang Yuan nodded. Gu Yao did not speak anymore, instead concentrating on absorbing the Yuan stone to replenish her primeval essence and quickly recover her strength. As they moved deeper into poison grassland, the thin poisonous gas in the air gradually became denser. Originally, it could not be seen with the naked eye, but now, they could see a faint purple color. Stop, there is a wolf group. Gu Yao, who was walking, suddenly stopped, unconcealable fear in her eyes. Evidently, the battle with the poison-beard wolf group had left a deep impression on her. Fang Yuan stopped, and after 3 breaths of time, he used his Gu worm to detect the traces of the wolf group. He glanced at Gu Yao. As expected of the daughter of a tribe, the investigative Gu worm she was equipped with was top-notch. Fang Yuan's rank for investigative Gu was refined by him in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But in Northern Plains, it was suppressed and could not compare to Gu Yao's rank 3 Gu. The wolf group's excited howls became louder and louder. Soon, hundreds of poison-beard wolves appeared in their field of vision. So many wolves. Gu Yao's face was pale, her body trembled as she took in a deep breath. The wolf group this time was several times more than the previous time. There were close to 1,000. The stronger the beast king, the larger the scale of the beast horde. This meant that this 100-beast wolf king was stronger than the previous one. What are you panicking for? Just protect yourself. Fang Yuan snorted, stomping his feet as he ran towards the wolf group. Gu Yao saw this and could not help but gasp, wanting to stop Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had already charged into the wolf group. Many poison-beard wolves ran towards Gu Yao. The young girl shouted, Water armor. Immediately, water vapor condensed, forming a light blue armor that covered her whole body. Spiral water arrow Gu. She stretched out her finger, and a spiral water arrow flew out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, 3 poison-beard wolves were killed, while 5 or 6 were injured. But at the same time, more than 10 poison-beard wolves charged over. The young girl panicked, retreating as she tried to deal with them. Water dragon Gu. She pushed with her palms, and a 3-clawed water dragon flew out, sweeping the surroundings and causing water vapor to surge. Once the water dragon appeared, Gu Yao managed to stabilize the situation. Warrior Changshan, you cannot die. The young girl quickly looked towards the center of the wolf group. Seeing this, she was almost stunned. Different from what she had expected, Fang Yuan was rampaging through the wolf group. Each time he charged, he would send large numbers of poison-beard wolves flying. The ferocious poison-beard wolf seemed weaker than a sheep under his feet. His body was covered in a layer of shining golden armor, and from time to time he would summon a golden dragon to sweep the surroundings. There were so many poison-beard wolves, but they could not subdue him. He was fearless and fierce. His fighting style was extremely fierce. Each punch and kick created a sound of wind. His strength was so great that if the poison-beard wolves were hit by his punches and kicks, their bones would shatter, and they would fall to the ground, unable to get up again. Not only that, he was fighting with the Wolf King. This poison-beard Wolf King was indeed stronger. Its body flickered with lightning, and it spat out green poison from time to time, while running extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages when it ran. This Wolf King has at least 3 wild gu. Gu Yao sensed this, and her heart sank, worrying for Fang Yuan. But soon, the young girl let go of her worries, and admiration towards Fang Yuan rose in her heart. Fang Yuan's fighting style was extremely smart. He continued to run, and did not just tangle with the Wolf King, but used the ordinary poison-beard wolves to obstruct the Wolf King's movement. The Wolf King had a movement gu, but was restrained by the wolf group, and could only take a beating. Fang Yuan's punches landed on flesh, his attacks were fierce, and Gu Yao's blood boiled as she watched. This is a true man, she praised in her heart, and after getting rid of the trouble around her, she shouted and summoned a water dragon, charging towards the wolf group. She was a rank 3 middle stage gu master after all, she could not be underestimated. The wolf group was attacked, and immediately went into chaos. A large portion of them charged towards her. Fang Yuan's expression changed and he shouted, "Who told you to come? Go to the side." The young girl's face turned pale from the wolf group's counterattack, and she quickly retreated. Fang Yuan continued to charge with boundless momentum, and after spending a lot of effort, he managed to get the wolf group's attention back to him. After a while he suddenly erupted and sent out beast phantoms, breaking the Wolf King's defense. Taking this chance, he got close, and pressed the Wolf King's head on the ground, and punched it fiercely. The scene was brutal, and this Wolf King that was about to become a 1,000-beast king was beaten to death by Fang Yuan just like that. Are you looking down on our good tribe? Changshan, you scoundrel! Gu Yao gritted her teeth in hatred, but had a trace of doubt in her heart. But this name Changshan is really familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Where did I hear of it? Poison grassland was covered in dark clouds all year round. In this dusky sky, the two trekked for a while. Fang Yuan stopped. In front of him, there was a large field of sunflowers. These sunflowers had dark purple branches, broad petals as black as ink, and at the heart of the basin-sized flower, there was a pale human face. Ghost-faced sunflowers. Seeing this, Gu Yao quickly held her breath, grabbing Fang Yuan's sleeves, saying in a very soft voice, "Many people must have died here, many ghosts wandered around. That is why so many ghost-faced sunflowers grew. Every ghost-faced sunflower was a wronged soul. Let's take a detour. So many ghost-faced sunflowers must have many ghost cry gu inside them. There might even be ghost-face gu." Ghost cry gu was a rank 3 soul path gu worm. It could emit screams and cause the soul to tremble. Ghost face gu was a rank 4 soul path gu worm. It could cause a huge impact on the soul. Such a large field of ghost-faced sunflowers. How long would it take a detour? Fang Yuan gazed at this sea of sunflowers. He did not show it on the surface, but he was inwardly happy. This confirmed that the direction he was walking in was not wrong. As long as he walked in this direction, he would find that battlefield 20 years ago, and obtain the gu worms left behind on the battlefield. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Border had many mountains, it was easy to distinguish directions. Northern Plains was boundless, It was all grassland, it was easy to get lost. Thus, Gu Yao would carry the supplementary Gu worm, Return Heart Gu. Return Heart Gu could always point to the direction of the Gu master's home. But Return Heart Gu could only point to the direction, it could not point to the location. Feng Yuan wanted to ensure the direction was correct. He would have to take the risk to cross this sea of sunflowers. Fortunately, he was prepared. Taking out his sleeves from the girl's hand, Feng Yuan squatted down, placing his palms on the ground, then mobilized his primeval essence, activating the Gu worms in his aperture. Soon green grass grew on the ground. The lush grass grew steadily. The slender grass leaves intertwined with each other, gradually forming human-shaped puppets. Enslavement Path, Rank 3 Grass Puppet Gu. This was a Gu worm that only southern border had. Gu Yao watched in amazement as grass puppets grew one after another, quickly gathering into a field. These grass puppets were short and sturdy. The grass leaves were tightly woven, holding a bamboo blade in one hand, and a rattan shield in the other. These were the Rank 3 rattan shell grass soldiers. In the past, on Sanchao Mountain, when Feng Yuan fought 1 against 7, Tai Ruanan had used this Gu. Afterwards, when Feng Yuan killed a Gu master in 3 Kings Blessed Land, his spoils of war included the grass puppet Gu. Grass puppet Gu was quite common in southern border. Rank 3 grass puppet Gu could form rattan shell grass soldiers, having the battle strength to kill a Rank 1 Gu master. Rank 4 grass puppet Gu could form grass sword elite soldiers, having even stronger battle strength. But in northern plains, the grass puppet Gu would also be suppressed. The formed rattan shell grass soldiers would become weak. But Feng Yuan did not use this batch of rattan shell grass soldiers for battle, so it did not matter. After a while, close to 1,000 rattan shell grass soldiers opened up a path in front of them. Feng Yuan held Gu Yao's hand, and under the protection of another 100 rattan shell grass soldiers, entered the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers. Meh. Every time Ghost Cry Gu let out a shriek, a group of rattan shell grass soldiers would fall. Ghost Cry Gu's sounds were also different. Some were sharp screams, some were like trembling sheep's cries, and some seemed to be complaining with hidden bitterness. Ghost, there are ghost faces rising up. The girl shuddered, looking at the pale and terrifying ghost faces floating up from the sea of sunflowers, her delicate body trembling in fear. Feng Yuan gently patted her hand, then calmly mobilized the puppets. Chapter 434. The process of crossing the sea of sunflowers was a close shave. Gu Yao looked back and let out a breath of turbid air. Her worried heart was finally at ease. To think it was so easy to cross the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers. After calming down, the young girl looked at the grass puppets around her. There were only dozens of puppets left, forming a weak defense around her. Gu Yao had never seen such a Gu in her life. Today was an eye-opener. These Gu, although their battle strength is not high, they are the best cannon fodder. Chang Shan-yin really came prepared. Thinking of this, the young girl turned around and sized up the people around her. The more she interacted with Feng Yuan, the more curious Gu Yao became, and the stronger her desire to investigate became. What kind of person is he? What is his motive in entering poison grassland? Chang Shan-yin. I have really heard of this name before. Ah. The young girl's face suddenly turned red. When crossing the sea of sunflowers earlier, Feng Yuan held her hand. Those ghostly cries and the floating ghostly faces scared her, and she unconsciously got closer to Feng Yuan, gradually hugging his arm in her bosom, but she did not even notice it. Gu Yao quickly let go of Feng Yuan's arm, breaking free from his grasp. After pulling a safe distance, Feng Yuan slowly stopped and turned around to look at the sunflowers behind him. These Ghost Cry Gu and Ghost Face Gu are good Gu, but I do not have specialized Gu worms to capture them. Capturing wild Gu worms also required special methods. These 2 Gu worms belonged to Soul Path, and the Gu needed to capture them were even more special. It is time. Feng Yuan's gaze concentrated, throwing away the regret in his heart. He turned his gaze to the immortal Gu on his shoulder, fixed immortal travel. The immortal Gu's aura was too strong. It could not be stored in mortal apertures. Spring-autumn cicada could barely be stored because it was weak. Even though Feng Yuan ordered fixed immortal travel to lie on his shoulder and not move, the immortal Gu's aura was still leaking. If a Gu immortal sensed it, it would be a fatal disaster. Thankfully, Feng Yuan was prepared for this. He took out Bright Pearl Gu. Go! He injected his primeval essence and Bright Pearl Gu immediately turned into a ball of gentle white light, floating towards fixed immortal travel and covering it. Bright Pearl Gu was a rank 4 storage Gu. It was specially used to seal Gu worms and make them hibernate, making them easy to preserve. Feng Yuan expended almost all of his primeval essence before successfully sealing Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was shaped like a jade butterfly, sealed in a fist-sized transparent pearl. But it was an immortal Gu. Its aura was still leaking from this pearl. However, it was many times weaker than before. Feng Yuan was not surprised. This was just the first step. The rest of the journey was much smoother. Perhaps it was because of the obstruction of the Sunflower Sea. The poison-beard wolves did not appear again. As the two of them went deeper into the grassland, the poisonous mist became thicker and thicker. They could already clearly see the purple mist floating in the air. When the two started coughing, they stopped and took out their Gu worms to clear the accumulated poison in their bodies. The deeper they went into the grassland, the thicker the poisonous fog became. The two of them stopped more frequently as well. In order to avoid breathing in too much of the poisonous mist while talking, the lively Gu Yao also began to remain silent. Gradually, the purple poisonous fog started to block their vision. How much deeper do we have to go? Gu Yao could not help but ask. The depths of the poisonous grassland was a forbidden zone for life. The deeper they went, the stronger the beasts inside. Many experts who went to explore died here, never to return. Among them, there were many rank 3 peak stage and rank 4 experts. Soon, Feng Yuan replied plainly, his footsteps slowing down until he stopped. Are we there? Is it here? Gu Yao asked excitedly. Feng Yuan did not say a word. He squatted down carefully and pushed aside the twisted poisonous grass on the ground, revealing a cave that was covered by the grass. This cave was as big as a bowl. The edges were smooth. The cave was deep and dark. Gu Yao saw this and her gaze froze. Her breathing became rapid. This is the hole dug by the earth spike rats. There are thousands of them. They gather in groups and hide under the grass. As long as there is a slight tremor, they will attack from underground. Their heads are like steel. Once they shoot out, they can pierce through a person's feet. Even the hooves of iron hooves horses can be easily pierced. We cannot go any further. Once we are surrounded, we have no chance of survival. We will be drowned by the countless earth spike rats. Along the way, we did not meet any poison-beard wolves. This means that the earth spike rats are the overlords here. Maybe the earth spike rat king underground is a myriad beast king. The young girl had lived in the grassland since young. She knew the strength of the earth spike rats very well. No, my destination is still ahead. Feng Yuan stood up. Tang Shanin. Excessive bravery is courting death. You won't be able to walk through it. In fact, if you take just a few steps, you'll be surrounded by the gophers, Gu Yao hurriedly advised. But Feng Yuan smiled plainly. Who said I want to go there? The moment he said that, pitch-black bone wings grew out from his back. This is... Gu Yao stared with wide eyes. Before she could react, Feng Yuan had already carried her. As the young girl screamed, Feng Yuan flapped his wings and flew off the ground. Gu Yao felt her heart in her throat. The wind whistled in her ears. She felt like she was flying in the clouds. Her legs were not touching the ground. She subconsciously hugged Feng Yuan's neck tightly. After a while, the young girl adapted and smiled in Feng Yuan's embrace. Feng Yuan, to think you can fly. Father has a soaring cloud Gu. When I was young, he often brought me to play in the sky. Sigh, it is a pity that the soaring cloud Gu is a rank 4 Gu. It is not suitable for me. Even if I could use it, Father would not allow it. He is afraid I would fall from the sky. Gu Yao recalled for a while before asking curiously. Chang Shanin, what flying Gu is this? Why have I never seen it before? Feng Yuan did not reply. The young girl was unresigned. Is this the rank 3 eagle wings Gu? This height and speed is about the same as the eagle wings Gu. But it doesn't seem to be. Fang Yuan sighed. You have too many questions. Rather than asking questions, why don't you use your energy on the shadow crows in front of us? Shadow crows? Bright pearl Gu had fixed immortal travel sealed inside. It was like a pure white amber. In front of Gu Yao, Fang Yuan took out the dust Gu without any hesitation. The dust Gu was like a cocoon. It was dark gray in color and felt like sand in his hand. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence, and the dust Gu exploded into a puff of gray smoke. The gray smoke had its own intelligence and landed on the bright pearl Gu. The bright pearl Gu that was emitting a bright white light was covered by this dust and immediately became dim. The immortal Gu fixed immortal travels, aura weakened again. This was the dust of the treasure pearl. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, when he went to Central Continent and caused the 5 regions chaotic war, some Gu masters sneaked into other regions to fight and hide their identity and aura, so they developed this method. What are you doing? Gu Yao asked curiously. Fang Yuan did not answer her. He kept the dark pearl and continued on his journey. The two continued to move forward. The poisonous fog in the air was getting thicker and thicker. The purple color was starting to affect their vision. The two had to stop more frequently and use Gu worms to get rid of the accumulated poison in their bodies. Crack! A crisp sound came from under their feet, as if they had stepped on a dried tree branch. Gu Yao looked down in confusion, then screamed and quickly jumped back like a rabbit. Why is there a human skull here? Her voice was trembling. Because this place was originally a battlefield. Fang Yuan walked in front of her. He did not turn back and instead quickened his pace. Battlefield? Hey, wait for me, don't walk so fast. Gu Yao quickly followed Fang Yuan's footsteps. The more she walked, the more shocked she became. Originally, the thick purple poisonous fog had blocked her vision, but now that she got closer, she saw that there were many white bones on the slightly rotten grass. There were human bones and also wolf bones. The ground was also filled with deep pits and trenches. It was clear that an intense battle had occurred here. So many people died. Who was it that fought a life and death battle here? But the deep pits and trenches were already filled with poisonous grass. Together with the other traces, this battlefield has at least 20 years of history. Gu Yao landed behind Fang Yuan. Seeing him searching as if he was looking for something, she immediately understood. So Chang Shanyan's motive for entering poison grassland was this battlefield. What is he looking for? Wait a minute. There was indeed a huge battle in poison grassland 20 years ago. Father had talked to someone before. I was at the side. A memory surfaced from the depths of Gu Yao's mind. At that time, Gu Yao was still young, around 4 to 5 years old. Her father had invited a distinguished guest to a banquet and brought her with him. In the tent, the adults talked about the heroes of the grassland. Speaking of which, Chang tribe has produced a character this time. You mean Wolf King? That's right. This person is an enslavement path Gu master that Chang tribe heavily nurtured. In his hands, the wolf group can move like the wind and attack like the rain. He can change the formation at will. He is truly skilled. Most importantly, he is a righteous person and is extremely filial to his mother. This time, his mother was poisoned and could only be cured by the snow wash Gu on the snow willow. He ignored the obstruction and entered poison grassland alone. It was precisely because of this that Wolf King lost his life. That's right, this was a scheme from start to finish, meticulously planned by Wolf King's archenemy Hatu Gu. Hatu Gu wanted to kill Wolf King, but Wolf King is not someone to be trifled with. He killed Hatu Gu's group of bandits and got rid of a huge threat to the grassland. But it is a pity that Wolf King Chang Shanin, this hero, lost his life in poison grassland. Chang Shanin? You are Wolf King Chang Shanin. Thinking of this, Gu Yao opened her mouth in shock, staring at Fang Yuan. Oh, you also know Chang Shanin? Fang Yuan replied plainly, still searching for something. But Guyao shook her head. No, that's not right. Looking at his age, if Chang Shanin was still alive, he should be 40 or 50 years old. How could he be at your age? Moreover, your appearance and accent are all wrong. You are not Chang Shanin. He. If I am not Chang Shanin, then who am I? That's right, who are you? Why are you pretending to be a dead Gu master? Guyao was full of questions. Suddenly her eyes brightened. Wait. Although not long after Chang Shanin died, his mother also died from the poison. But he is already married and left behind a bloodline. His son has already grown up, and is also an outstanding talent. Don't tell me you are Chang Shanyan's son? Fang Yuan smiled and was about to answer her, when he heard a strange sound. This sound was like old wheels rolling on the ground. Along with this voice, a huge white bone wheel rolled out from the purple mist. It was as tall as 2 people, half a foot wide, and was made of white bones. The surface of the wheel was covered in sharp bone spikes. At the center of the wheel was a huge skull. The terrifying eye sockets of the skull were burning with blood-red flames. Be careful, this is Ha-Tu Gu's rank 5 Gu, Battle Bone Wheel. Fang Yuan had just warned when the wheel suddenly accelerated, rolling over with an imposing aura. Golden Dragon Gu. Fang Yuan pushed with his palms. The golden dragon roared and slammed onto the wheel. The wheel shook for a moment before easily crushing the golden dragon and crashing into Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly spread his bone wings and flew into the sky. But the wheel also lifted off the ground and flew into the sky. Golden Coat Gu. Fang Yuan saw that he could not dodge and could only take it head-on. Bam! He was sent flying and landed on the ground, his body covered in mud and grass. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 spiraling water arrows hit the wheel. The white bone wheel landed on the ground, raising a large amount of mud. It gave up on Fang Yuan and changed its direction, crashing towards Guyao. Guyao quickly activated Water Trace Gu and activated her water armor, dodging and retaliating. Fang Yuan also rushed over to help. This was a tough battle. The opponent was a rank 5 Gu, the core Gu that the original owner, Ha-Tu Gu, relied on to become famous. After Ha-Tu Gu died, it became a wild Gu, feeding on the white bones on the battlefield. The white bone chariot's attacks were majestic and fierce, often crushing its opponents into meat paste. Fang Yuan was suppressed and his battle strength fell. He did not bring a rank 5 Gu, and could not fight the white bone wheel head-on. His original plan was to avoid the white bone wheel and search for Chang Shanyan's corpse. But now that he had Guyao's help, he changed his plan and chose to fight. After fighting for over 4 hours, relying on Fang Yuan's tactic of restraining the enemy, the two bullied the white bone wheel's lack of intelligence. They took turns to breathe and gradually wore down the white bone wheel, finally causing it to fall to the ground. After the battle was decided, Fang Yuan immediately placed his hands on the white bone wheel and swept it with his will and primeval essence. The white bone wheel was a rank 5 Gu. Thus even rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada and Fixed Immortal Travels aura could not help Fang Yuan refine it instantly. But the wheel was full of cracks and almost fell apart. It was in a terrible state and was on the verge of destruction. Fang Yuan had 100-man soul. He was full of vigor and his will was like steel. He poured his primeval essence into it and spent another 15 minutes before he finally subdued it. These rank 4 Gu were like oval-shaped rocks, slightly bigger than a fist. The surface of the rocks was covered in veins, making people think of a turtle shell. Once Spring-Autumn Cicadas aura leaked out, Fang Yuan instantly refined these turtle breath Gu. He took out all these turtle breath Gu and under Gu Yao's curious gaze, he crushed them one by one, revealing the Gu worms inside. A total of 8 Gu worms, all belonging to the enslavement path. They were all rare rank 4 Gu. Among them, some were even more precious than ordinary rank 5 Gu. Chang Shan-yin used this set of Gu worms to make a name for himself in northern plains. He then used this Gu to kill a rank 5 enemy. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan kept all of them for his own use. Chapter 437. But just obtaining goo worms was not Fang Yuan's entire goal. After throwing these goo worms into his aperture, he looked at Chang Shanyan's corpse. He started to use goo worms to detoxify the corpse. Isn't he already dead? Gu Yao asked with a strange expression. Detoxifying a living person was fine, but why did he have to detoxify a dead person? Fang Yuan did not answer her directly, instead requesting, "Don't just watch, use your cleansing goo to help." With Fang Yuan and Gu Yao's help, the poison in Chang Shanyan's body was gradually expelled. Is he Chang Shanin? Your father? Gu Yao suddenly realized something, looking at Fang Yuan with an inquisitive gaze. But she quickly denied it. No, Chang Shanyan's son is a Northern Plains native. From your appearance, you are an outsider. Fang Yuan snorted, saying expressionlessly, I said I am Chang Shanin. As the poison dissipated, the pale green color on Chang Shanyan's skin faded away, returning to his original skin color. Fang Yuan saw that it was about time. He called the girl to the side and took off Chang Shanyan's clothes, using clean water to wash them. You want to bring his corpse back? Gu Yao guessed. But immediately after, Fang Yuan's actions overturned her guess. The girl saw Fang Yuan taking out a lump of black ants from his aperture. Fang Yuan used his primeval essence, and the black ants immediately dispersed, landing on Chang Shanyan's naked and pale corpse and starting to eat. These black ants crawled all over Chang Shanyan's body, swallowing his skin, leaving behind a completely unrecognizable corpse with its flesh and tendons exposed. Gu Yao saw this and almost vomited in disgust. Fang Yuan collected this lump of black ants again, taking out a seed and planting it on the ground. As he injected his primeval essence, the seed sprouted at a visible speed, growing into a beautiful flower. The flower bloomed, but in the center of the flower was a strange and thick blood-colored membrane, like a person's mouth. Inside the petals, there were rows of tiny serrations. The black ants gathered together and climbed up the flower, burrowing into the heart of the flower. The flower closed up again. The sawtooth inside rotated crazily and rubbed against each other. The entire flower trembled and made a buzzing sound. Fang Yuan took out another goo, and before Gu Yao could see it clearly, the goo turned into a colorful flame and attached itself to the strange and terrifying flower. In the burning of the flames, the flowers twisted crazily, letting out squeaking sounds. The scream was so sharp that Gu Yao had to take a dozen steps back and cover her ears with both hands. At this point, the young girl also knew that something was wrong. Such a strange method exuded a sinister demonic aura. Gu Yao looked at Fang Yuan with a pale face, but the latter's expression did not change. He stood on the spot, his eyes shining as he stared at the flower bud beneath his feet. Open! Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed and he shouted. A small slit opened up on the corolla, absorbing all the colorful flames. Next, the entire flower bud exploded and a goo flew out. This goo was colorful and constantly changing colors, sometimes yellow-green, sometimes blood-purple. It was like smoke or mist, floating in the air. Human skin goo, I have finally refined it. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a long sigh of relief. He then took out a clean and sharp dagger from the moving perspective cup goo. The following scene will be a little bloody, you can close your eyes. He held the dagger and said to Gu Yao. Gu Yao's breathing was slightly rough. She looked at Fang Yuan with a bewildered gaze, not saying a word. But at the next moment, the young girl's pupils shrunk and she covered her mouth with both hands, but she could not hide her scream. Under her frightened gaze, Fang Yuan aimed the dagger at his chest and lightly cut it. Swoosh! When Fang Yuan landed on the grassland, this 100-beast wolf king wagged its tail like a puppy, circling around Fang Yuan's feet. The wolf group it brought also did not move under its command, becoming Fang Yuan's lackeys. This was the second wolf group that Fang Yuan had subdued. Like this, Fang Yuan's forces became stronger, and the wolf group around him also became larger. The fleeing journey had unknowingly turned into a leisurely stroll in the park. When the wolf group around Fang Yuan expanded to over 2,000, and with 400 beast wolf kings, poison grassland was no longer scary. With the capital to settle down, Fang Yuan started to deal with the goo worms that came from southern border. Northern Plains people were xenophobic. With his original appearance, he would be ostracized and vigilant wherever he went, and it was not convenient for him to do anything. And these southern border goo worms were the biggest flaw that exposed his identity. The cautious Fang Yuan would not allow these flaws to exist. Chapter 439. The vast and boundless poison grassland became even darker at night. Wind whistled in their ears, wolves howled from somewhere, like the cries of ghosts. A bonfire was burning on the grassland. Gu Yao leaned against the bonfire, gradually getting rid of the cold on her body. There was a pot on the bonfire. Inside was a fragrant meat soup. Gu Yao swallowed her saliva, feeling even hungrier. Finally, she swallowed her saliva, asking Fang Yuan, "Senior Chang Shanin, is this pot of meat soup ready?" Fang Yuan sat opposite the young girl. The two were separated by the bonfire. "No rush, this meat has just been put into the pot. It needs to wait for the water to boil. After that, when the meat inside is completely soft, it will be interesting to eat." Fang Yuan took out the moving perspective cup Gu as he said plainly, "Oh, we still need to wait so long." Gu Yao pouted. Her beautiful face under the illumination of the fire, together with the grassland's long robe and exquisite accessories, showed off her unique charm. But such a beautiful scene did not cause Fang Yuan's gaze to pause for even a moment. His gaze was focused on the moving perspective cup Gu in his hand. Moving perspective cup Gu was a rank 5 Gu, but in Northern Plains, it was suppressed to rank 4. In terms of capacity, it was even weaker than some rank 4 Gu. In terms of feeding, it was extremely expensive, occupying the peak of rank 5 Gu. In terms of primeval essence expenditure, it was barely passable. But why did Fang Yuan not choose others, but chose it, spending so much effort and resources to refine it? It was because it originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable stole from heaven and earth. He was the wealthiest venerable in history. He spent his entire life's effort to find the legendary Space Cave. Space Cave was first recorded in The Legends of Renzu. Space Cave was a forbidden land on the same level as the River of Time. In the River of Time, there were large numbers of Time Path Goo worms. And in the Space Cave, there were countless Space Path Goo worms. It connected the 5 regions, hiding in unknown places. Opening the door from the Space Cave, one could instantly reach other places in the world. The door that led to it was also called the Space Door. The Space Door was everywhere. It could be in a small crack of a finger, or it could cover the vast sky. As long as there was space, there would be a door to the cave. But since ancient times, very few people have been able to find the Void Cave, let alone enter it. In the entire history of the human race, only one person had entered and exited. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable researched the recipe of moving cup goo. He wanted to stuff this moving cup goo into the Space Cave and bring out the wild goo worms inside the Space Cave. But he failed, and yet he succeeded. Over 400 years later, his blessed land was excavated by someone. Goo immortals from all over fought over it. The recipe of moving perspective goo was also widely spread. Its powerful effect quickly made it popular in the 5 regions. It was revered by countless goo immortals. Fang Yuan took out the golden dragon goo from his aperture. The rank 4 golden dragon goo had been suppressed to rank 3. After it flew out, it entered the moving perspective goo. Fang Yuan poured a large amount of primeval essence into moving perspective goo. The cup, which had a golden top and a silver bottom, immediately emitted a dazzling gold and silver light as it slowly floated in the air. Fang Yuan retracted his palm, then slowly pushed the cup in front of him. The moving perspective goo moved forward, before it started to vanish, first at the edge, then more than half, until it completely vanished into the air. Gu Yao stood up, her eyes wide open as she looked at this scene in amazement. At the same time, far away in Central Continent, in Who Immortal Blessed Land, little Who Immortal sensed something. She teleported to a secret room in Dang Hun Palace. In the secret room, a moving perspective Gu gave off a dazzling light as it floated in the air. As if it was being pulled by an invisible force, it slowly moved forward, before vanishing into the air. When the moving perspective Gu completely vanished, Feng Yuan slowly spread his palm, and continued to pour his primeval essence. Suddenly, a speck of gold and silver light blossomed in the air above his palm. Next, Gu Yao saw the edge of a cup appear in the air, followed by half a cup, until the entire cup appeared in the air. Finally, the light dissipated, and the cup-shaped Gu worm slowly landed in Feng Yuan's palm. Success. Feng Yuan muttered. Seeing this cup, he knew that this matter was not out of his control. Senior Chang Shanin, what are you doing? There is something wrong with this Gu. Gu Yao walked a few steps towards Feng Yuan, extremely curious. What's wrong? Feng Yuan smiled lightly, taking out a yuan stone, and quickly recovering his primeval essence. Gu Yao did not speak, she only stared at the moving perspective cup Gu. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she shouted. This Gu is different, it was gold on top and silver on the bottom, but now it is silver on top and gold on the bottom. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. That's right. There was not only one moving perspective Gu, but two. Of these two Gu, one had a golden top and a silver bottom, while the other had a golden top and a silver top. Only when the two formed a set would it be a complete moving perspective Gu. Before Feng Yuan left, he brought one with him and placed the other in Who Immortal Blessed Land. When he injected his primeval essence, the two moving perspective Gu entered the space cave at the same time, and completed the exchange in the space cave. The one in the Blessed Land came to Feng Yuan's side. As for Feng Yuan's cup with the golden dragon Gu, it returned to Who Immortal Blessed Land. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable wanted to use moving perspective Gu to steal the Gu worms in the space cave. He failed, he did not achieve his goal. But moving perspective Gu, on a different level, was a huge success. Using the space cave that was everywhere, a pair of moving perspective Gu could complete the exchange in the space cave, forming the transportation of resources. And more importantly, it was only rank 5, it was not the only immortal Gu. In Feng Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, moving perspective Gu became a must-have Gu worm for all forces. Even Gu immortals were competing to use it. Feng Yuan took out a letter from this moving perspective Gu. The letter was naturally written by little Who Immortal. It described the current situation in the Blessed Land. Feng Yuan had only spent 5 to 6 days in Poison Grassland, but a month had passed in Who Immortal Blessed Land. The letter said that other than Dang Hun Mountain, the Blessed Land was doing well. Crane Gate suggested another transaction, but little Who Immortal tactfully rejected according to Feng Yuan's instructions. If the transactions increased, the chances of Crane Gate finding out that Feng Yuan was not in the Blessed Land would be higher. Feng Yuan was in Northern Plains, but he was worried about the Blessed Land. Using moving perspective Gu to exchange letters, he could manipulate the situation behind the scenes, and prevent people with ulterior motives from succeeding. Feng Yuan looked at the letter and immediately replied. Gu Yao was puzzled, she did not recognize Central Continent's words. Along with this letter, Feng Yuan put in 3 rank 4 Gu, Golden Coat Gu, Charging Crash Gu and Bone Wings Gu. The more things there were, the more primeval essence would be expended when moving perspective Gu. In fact, the distance between the 2 cups had nothing to do with it. This was because moving perspective Gu had a mystical concept. It made use of the space cave, a mystical forbidden passage. Feng Yuan's previous attempt was only a test. After confirming that moving perspective Gu could work normally, he began to put the southern border Gu worms back into Who Immortal Blessed Land, and let little Who Immortal feed them. In the Blessed Land, little Who Immortal was lying on the table, staring at the air with her bright eyes. The golden dragon Gu and the moving perspective Gu on the table had already been taken away by her. Suddenly, the moving perspective Gu floated up, and went back into the space cave. Next, it changed to another one, landing on the table. Little Hu Immortal quickly took out the item in the moving perspective goo, and seeing Feng Yuan's reply, she was overjoyed, shouting, "Master's reply!" Like this, the primeval essence in Feng Yuan's aperture was almost used up again. He had no choice but to hold the Yuan stone again, to replenish his primeval essence. Gu Yao stood at the side, gradually noticing something amiss. Her curiosity was aroused, and she asked a few more questions. But Feng Yuan only smiled, not answering her directly. "Humph, acting so mysterious. What's so great about it?" The young girl pouted, angrily returning to her original seat. She sat down, frowning as she stared angrily at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan ignored her, making Gu Yao even more furious. She had been doted on by her father since young, and was the beauty of the tribe. No one had ever dared to look down on her. But Feng Yuan ignored her along the way. Many young men pursued her passionately, fueling her arrogant temper. Gu Yao stared at Feng Yuan for a while, but Feng Yuan recovered his primeval essence, and continued moving the perspective cup again, still ignoring her. This Northern Plains girl's sullen mood gradually dissipated. He is Chang Shanin after all. He is not someone those foolish and superficial guys can compare to. What kind of person am I in his eyes? I am just a junior that he met by chance. Thinking of this, Gu Yao could not help but feel disheartened. Looking at Feng Yuan's side profile, she could not help but fall into a daze. Feng Yuan used human skin goo to change his face, the unique appearance of a Northern Plains man. It was more in line with Gu Yao's sense of beauty. When Chang Shanin was young, he was one of the few handsome youths in Chang tribe. His facial features were regular, his nose was tall, his brown eyes were deep, and his thin lips were pursed, silently showing his strong personality. His hair was already slightly white, showing the vicissitudes of a mature man. It was a strong attraction to the young girl. The bonfire swayed with the wind. The light of the fire illuminated Feng Yuan's face, showing his firm and steady aura. Looking at her leaving figure, the smile on Feng Yuan's face quickly disappeared, and his gaze turned cold. He didn't expect that Gu Yao would be so moved by him. It was simply a matter of deep love. However, love was something that couldn't be reasoned with, and couldn't be predicted with common sense. When Gu Yue climbed Chengbai Mountain in the desolate Yin, he was pursued by the Stone Man. According to U003CU003C, the legends of Renzu 003EU003E, Renzu failed to save his eldest son, verdant great son, and at the final juncture of his revival, he failed and was swept into Luopa Valley by Reverse Flow River. His second daughter, Guyue Desolate Yin, knew of this news and tried to save her father. However, to enter the door of life and death, one needed the help of Courage Gu and Faith Gu. But these Gu worms were with her father, Renzu. Guyue Desolate Yin couldn't enter the door of life and death, but she wanted to save Renzu. She couldn't think of a method, so she could only ask Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu told her two methods. The first method was to enter the space cave and open the space door, directly arriving at Renzu's side. Then through the space cave, she could escape the door of life and death. But this method could only save Renzu's soul. It couldn't revive him. The second method was to climb to the peak of Chengbai Mountain and find that one and only Success Gu. As long as she made a wish to Success Gu, Guyue Desolate Yin would be able to save Renzu and revive him. Guyue Desolate Yin knew of the existence of the space cave long ago, but she couldn't find a way to enter it. Moreover, she wanted to revive her father, so she came to Chengbai Mountain. Chengbai Mountain was not tall, it was just a small mound. It was very special. It was made up of billions of pebbles. These pebbles were actually Failure Gu. There was still one and only Success Gu. It was at the peak of Chengbai Mountain. Guyue Desolate Yin came to the foot of the mountain and started to climb Chengbai Mountain. Her movement woke up the nearby Love Gu that was sleeping. Love Gu was disturbed from its beautiful dream. It was furious and wanted to take revenge on Guyue Desolate Yin. It used its unique power to enlighten a rock. The rock gained life because of love, turning into a rockman. The rockman was tall and mighty. His body was covered in gold, silver, copper, and iron. It was very beautiful and dazzling. After the rockman was born, the first thing he saw was Guyua Desolate Een. He was shocked at her heavenly immortal appearance, and was immediately subdued by her beauty. He followed Guyua Desolate Een all the way, looking at her graceful back. His heart was filled with love. Finally, he could not hold back anymore. He ran in front of Guyua Desolate Een and stopped her, shouting loudly, "Beautiful lady, your appearance is so dazzling. Your figure is so elegant. Your temperament is so noble. The moment I saw you, I was subdued by you. You are my love. Please be merciful and accept my love for you." They could not be too full, or their battle strength would be affected. When the hump wolf hunted earlier, why did it wait patiently for the gray rabbit to return after it was full? It was the same logic. Only when the wolf group was in a half-starved state would they be able to fight more fiercely and cruelly. After fighting for such a long time, be it the hump wolf or the poison-beard wolves, they had expended a lot of their stamina. They were hungry. Feng Yuan willed, and the poison-beard wolves started to eat the corpses on the ground. The camel wolf swallowed the gray rabbit into its stomach, and then under Feng Yuan's forceful command, it also ate the dead female wolf and cubs. Feng Yuan stood on the spot, taking out his rations and eating them with cold water. 3 days had passed since he killed Guyao. Guyao was bound to die. The moment she saw fixed immortal travel, she was destined to die. Furthermore, she had seen Feng Yuan arrive naked in northern plains, and saw him bury the immortal Gu, as well as the scene of him using moving perspective Gu. She knew too many things. In Feng Yuan's heart, she was a target he had to kill. But Feng Yuan had just arrived. His battle strength was weak. Guyao could be of help to him in poison grassland. But Guyao could not live. Her naivety could be used by Feng Yuan, and others could make use of her as well. Such a burden, with the soul of a normal person, as long as she was hit by someone else's mind-reading Gu or memory Gu. Feng Yuan's arrangements would become a joke, and the secrets that he had been hiding would be exposed to the public. Feng Yuan's killing was premeditated. As Guyao charged through the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers, the earth-drilling rat group, the shadow crow's obstruction, and found Changshan Yin, changing his skin, finding the snow-wash Gu, and burying the earth treasury flower king Gu, her value was gradually decreasing. At the same time, her threat level was also increasing. Her love for Feng Yuan made Feng Yuan, who was disguised as Changshan Yin, feel like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat and a dagger on his back. A woman in love would naturally try to understand the person she loved, including the present, future, and past. What would happen when she found out the truth? Furthermore, she had a tribe behind her. She was the young miss of the tribe. Being in love with such a person, no matter how low profile Feng Yuan kept, he would become the center of attention. Don't forget that Man tribe's second young master, Man Duo, was extremely infatuated with Guyao's beauty. If Feng Yuan returned with Guyao, he would definitely become the target of Gu tribe and Man tribe. Why should he attract so much hatred for a burden? Feng Yuan was not afraid of hatred, but he did not come to northern plains for a holiday. His time was tight. It was a race against time. Danghun Mountain was dying step by step. Spring-autumn cicada was recovering step by step. But his cultivation was still at rank 4 peak stage. He had to succeed. There could be no failure. Once he failed, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Not even his bones would be left. The path he walked was destined to be lonely. There were only 2 outcomes, either success or destruction. Thus, when the two got close to the periphery of poison grassland, Feng Yuan took advantage of the fact that there were few people around, and it was convenient for him to kill. After killing Guyao, Feng Yuan ordered the poison-beard wolves to eat her up. Her soul was not spared either. It was swallowed by the soul burial toad, and was now in the blessed land. completely destroyed by Dang Hun Mountain. The traces left by the bonfire were also carefully removed by Fang Yuan, not leaving behind any hidden dangers. In short, Guyao had completely disappeared from this world. The only trace left was probably the excrement of the poison-beard wolves. Fang Yuan looked back. The poison grassland was still covered in dark clouds. The light was dim and the wind was chilly. On the poison grassland, there were purple-black poisonous grasses growing in strange shapes. Compared to the grassland where the sunlight shone, it was a stark contrast, as if they were two different worlds. The eastern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land is also covered in thick clouds. If I do not deal with it in time, that area might develop towards the direction of the poison grassland. Poison grassland. I will return. Fang Yuan muttered as he spoke. His body suddenly felt light. Ever since he entered Northern Plains, he had felt uneasy, as if there was a formless restriction shrouding his body. Now that this restriction had been reduced by a portion, Fang Yuan immediately felt that he was closer to this vast world. His aura also rose from rank 3 peak stage to rank 4 initial stage. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh heartily at his joyous mood. His body was gradually adapting to Northern Plains. His cultivation was recovering. This was a great help to his future plans. Northern Plains, I am coming. Fang Yuan shouted, his legs squeezing the wolf's abdomen. The hump wolf started to run, leading the poison-beard wolves into the distance. Kill! Battle cries reverberated on the hill. Dozens of Gu masters and over 1,000 wind wolves were engaged in an intense battle. The battle had already been going on for 15 minutes. These damned wind wolves. Leader Gu Guang cursed. His expression was malevolent as he waved his saber, beheading a wind wolf in front of him. But after chopping down, his saber broke into two. The half-blade in Gu Guang's hand had long since curled up. Howl! A wind wolf suddenly jumped, pouncing towards Gu Guang. Young tribe leader, be careful. Spiral water arrow. The Gu master behind Gu Guang shouted anxiously. Hearing this shout, Gu Guang, who had developed a tacit understanding from years of battle, didn't even think before he suddenly bent down. It looked like he was offering his head to the wolf's mouth. The wind wolf that was jumping in the air opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Just as it was about to bite Gu Guang's head, a blue water arrow with a strong spiral force shot towards Gu Guang's back. Next, this spiral water arrow fiercely shot into the wind wolf's mouth, killing it instantly. Using this chance, Gu Guang squeezed the wolf's abdomen, urging the hump wolf to retreating into everyone's defensive circle. Saber Gu. He clasped his hands together, squeezing out the last trace of primeval essence from his aperture, before injecting it into the saber imprint on his palm. Swoosh! Gu Guang swung his right hand fiercely, and a brand new saber formed in an instant, which he held tightly in his hand. Die! He roared, his voice already hoarse like iron. The new saber was extremely sharp, drawing a cold light in the air, directly cutting a wind wolf into two. Chapter 443. The Poison-Beard Wolf Group did not stop. They charged towards the Wind Wolf Group. Poison-Beard Wolves. Soon, the Gu Masters saw the Poison-Beard Wolf Group. They raised their heads and looked. Strange, don't Poison-Beard Wolves only live in Poison Grassland? Why are they outside? The Gu Masters were puzzled. They should be driven by a Gu Master. Gu Guang clenched his fists, looking at the approaching Poison-Beard Wolf Group. His eyes that were filled with despair started to shine with hope. Young master is wise, look over there, there is someone. A few breaths later, a Gu master pointed far away and shouted. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Fang Yuan rode the hump wolf and appeared in everyone's vision. We are saved. Everyone cheered. Not necessarily. Gu Guang squinted, he was clear-headed. There are less than 1,000 poison-beard wolves. It will depend on this person's wolf enslavement skill. With his reminder, the Gu Master started to worry. This person should be an enslavement path Gu Master, but he does not have many poison-beard wolves. Not good. The poison-beard wolves are under sunlight, their battle strength is weakened, they are slightly weaker than the wind wolves. Oh no! This enslavement path Gu Master does not even have 1,000 Beast King with him. With only a few hundred Beast Kings, how can he block the Wind Wolf King's charge? Gu Guang suddenly spoke. No problem, as long as this Gu Master gathers the poison-beard wolves at one spot and charges through the formation, there is a chance of saving us. These words greatly alleviated everyone's worries. But just as their hope was ignited, Fang Yuan willed, and the entire poison-beard wolf group was like a bucket of water that was poured out, crashing onto the ground and scattering. This. Many Gu Masters were tongue-tied. It's over. He's digging his own grave. Some people simply closed their eyes. Idiot, he wasted such a chance. Some Gu Masters stomped their feet in anger. They were extremely disappointed, they cursed, some even started to hate Fang Yuan. Gu Guang's expression turned pale. As long as there was a chance to live, who would want to die? Fang Yuan's appearance gave everyone hope. But this person destroyed this hope with his own hands. The Wind Wolf King howled, and the entire pack of wind wolves launched a counterattack. Just as the two wolf packs were about to clash, Fang Yuan suddenly let out a long howl. He was a human, but at this moment, he howled like a wolf. The cry was desolate and wild, like a bonfire swaying in the night wind. The wolf howls covered a radius of 800 steps. All the poison-beard wolves within this range went berserk when they heard the howls. They suddenly exploded with twice their fighting strength. This is a rank 4 wolf howl Gu. It can raise the battle strength of a wolf group. It is an extremely rare Gu. This person is actually a rank 4 Gu Master. Fang Yuan's wolf howl could be said to be earth-shattering, causing the Gu Master's expressions to change. Hope blossomed in many pairs of despairing eyes once again. Rank 4 and Rank 3 were two different concepts. Rank 3 was Clan Elder, Rank 4 was Clan Leader. Even Gu Guang was only at Rank 3 upper stage. After recognizing Fang Yuan's cultivation, no one cursed him anymore. Northern Plains Gu Masters might be brave, but they were not arrogant and unruly. They were filled with respect towards the strong, and humility towards strength. The poison-beard wolves were originally weaker than the wind wolves, but now that their battle strength rose, they were even stronger than the wind wolves. In just a while, the wind wolf group was forced to retreat, and there were large numbers of wind wolf corpses on the battlefield. Often, 10 wind wolves would die, only one poison-beard wolf would be sacrificed. During the banquet, some were curious about Fang Yuan's experiences. Fang Yuan said the words he had already prepared, in front of everyone. It was probably the same words he used to deceive Gu Yao, but it was more accurate than deceiving a young girl. The main point was his cultivation. Because of his injuries, he had fallen from rank 4 peak stage to initial stage. There were no flaws in his words. Everyone exclaimed and sighed. They felt even more admiration towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was sighing. He did not care about his past achievements. His gaze was filled with vicissitudes and his tone was melancholic. Good tribesmen saw that the legendary hero had such a painful side, such a side. They felt sad and sympathized with him. They felt even closer to Fang Yuan. On the third day, Good Tribe continued to invite guests, showing great enthusiasm. An unfamiliar elder appeared at the banquet this time. He was in charge of Good Tribe's intelligence. When Fang Yuan came to the camp, he was ordered to lead a group to search for Gu Yao. Sigh, it's all my fault. I have an unruly little girl. I have spoiled her too much. This time, she actually ran away from the marriage. Good tribe leader sighed. That's right, big brother Chang Shanin, you have returned from poison grassland. Did you see my sister on the way? Gu Guang asked. Feng Yuan had no hesitation. His expression was very natural as he replied. Apologies, I had wolves as my companions along the way. You are the first batch of people I met, so I feel very close to you. Gu Guang was only asking casually. He did not have any expectations. Furthermore, poison grassland was so big. It was normal that Feng Yuan did not meet her. Even if he did, it would be a rare thing. There is no news of my insensible sister now. I really don't know where she escaped to. Sigh. Now it is troublesome. Man tribe leader's second son Manduo is the one who asked for her hand in marriage. Now that she ran away, Manduo will not be able to get her. He will probably vent his anger on our good tribe. Gu Guang frowned, sighing deeply. The other elders' expressions also sank. These days, Man tribe had been pressuring them more and more. What they did not know was that Chang Shanin, whom they had warmly received for the past 3 days, had already killed Gu Yao. Trees die when moved, but people live when moved. Brother Gu, why are you so reluctant to leave this place? There is only over a year left until the blizzard. Your tribe can move to the north, participate in the Heroes' Assembly and attach to the Huangjin tribe. That way, you can hide in Imperial Court-blessed land when the blizzard arrives. Feng Yuan urged. It was not easy to survive in the Gu Master world. The environment was cruel. In southern border, people set up villages and easily attracted beast tides. But northern plains had no mountains to rely on. It would be baptized by the blizzard. A few days later, the Gu tribe broke camp and headed towards the southwest, meeting up with the other large tribes. A huge market was quickly formed between the tribes. On the way back, he tripped over a rock. He smashed the rock fiercely, and found a white-silver relic Gu under the rock. He offered the Gu worm to his tribe's young tribe leader. The young tribe leader needed this white-silver relic Gu, and was overjoyed. Not only did he heavily reward Ma Hongyun, he even gave him a chance to cultivate. Ma Hongyun opened his aperture and had great aptitude, but he did not have any powerful Gu worms. He was often bullied by the surrounding Gu masters, and once was kicked into the river. In the end, Ma Hongyun, who did not know how to swim, was filled with water, and floated downstream along the rapid river. Downstream, Sheng tribe leader's third daughter, Sheng Ling was bathing, and was seen by Ma Hongyun. According to Sheng tribe's tradition, the beautiful Sheng tribe female genius Gu master had no choice but to accept her fate and become his wife. Ma Hongyun obtained great help from Sheng Ling and never lacked Gu worms and Yuan stone. Sheng Ling even stole the tribe's treasure Gu for him, and raised his aptitude to a grade. After this matter was exposed, Sheng tribe leader did not want his daughter to marry such a poor lad, and secretly sent an expert to kill Ma Hongyun. In the end, this expert had a dispute with someone on the way, and was killed by another expert. Ma Hongyun and Sheng Ling became husband and wife, and was placed in an important position. Sheng tribe members were jealous of him, and plotted against him. He had no choice but to escape to poison grassland, and when he was about to be killed by the poison-beard wolves, he found Chang Shanin. After he saved Chang Shanin became his loyal subject. Just like this, relying on his shocking luck, Ma Hongyun climbed up step by step, and even became the lord of the imperial court. After He Lolan's death, he became the overlord of the imperial court for over 100 years. Afterwards, he obtained thieving heaven demon venerable and giant sun immortals' inheritances, and became a Gu immortal. He was even given a blessed land by a Gu master. When the flames of war burned the world, Ma Hongyun became one of the pillars of northern plains, resisting the central continent army, and was in the limelight. At this time, Ma Hongyun should be 13 years old already. It is a pity that I do not know his true identity. Ma Hongyun is only a name given to him by Ma tribe after he saved Ma tribe's young tribe leader. Ma tribe is one of the Huangjin bloodlines left behind by Giant Sun, and in order to fight for the imperial court, they have been expanding and annexing many tribes. I wonder if Ma Hongyun has become a slave of Ma tribe now. Feng Yuan collected his scattered thoughts and found himself at the entrance of a gambling den. There were couplets on the door. On the left side, show a little courage, get 4 seasons. On the right side, display your skills, get wealth in all directions. Feng Yuan asked around for prices, comparing goods, and gradually found a group of thick-back wolves. Feng Yuan had poison-beard wolves and wind wolves. Poison-beard wolves were hard to replenish, and their battle strength was weakened during the day. They were destined to be eliminated. Wind wolves excelled in speed, while thick-back wolves had thick skin and flesh. If they could be replenished and paired with the wind wolves, they would be able to form a proper wolf pack. But on the 9th day, Feng Yuan unexpectedly found a young mutated beast hidden in a group of water wolves. He immediately bought this group of water wolves without batting an eyelid, obtaining a small bargain. The market lasted for a total of 13 days. After Feng Yuan bought over 1,000 water wolves, he bought many materials for goo refinement, as well as food to feed the goo worms, and left the market on the 10th day. After this purchase, he only had over 3,000 yuan stone left. He spent money like water. Ge Guang clicked his tongue, inwardly admiring Chang Shanin. His heroic spirit surpassed ordinary people. Feng Yuan followed Ge tribe, returning to their original location and setting up camp. He concentrated on cultivating, using wolf soul goo to refine his soul while refining goo. After 2 failures, he succeeded in refining rank 3 golden back wolf skin goo into rank 4 azure wolf skin goo. Azure wolf skin goo was used for defense, and although it was a common item, it made up for Feng Yuan's lack of defense. On this day, he finished refining his soul and stopped cultivating, when he heard cries coming from outside. What happened? He pushed open the door and asked the guard goo master. But my sister is already dead. How can I hand her over? No matter how I explained, that Manduo kid did not believe me. According to the rules of the grassland, we have to accept the challenge. Right now he has already killed 3 of our tribe elders and injured 3 others. Even I was defeated. Feng Yuan thought in his heart, as expected, Man tribe had been pressuring them day by day. They could be said to be overbearing. Good tribe was very tolerant, but it had instead encouraged Man tribe's arrogance. Although Feng Yuan had been cultivating all day, he was not working behind closed doors. He was very clear of the outside world situation. Speaking of which, Chang Shanin has returned to Northern Plains. He needs a bigger stage to appear. I might as well use this chance to announce the return of the hero of the past. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan helped Ge Guang up, saying, I have been staying here for the past few days. I have troubled Ge tribe. I cannot just watch by the side. Quickly bring me there. Uncle nephew thanks you. Ge Guang was overjoyed. The 2 quickly went out, but before they reached the camp, they heard cursing outside. Ge tribe is full of cowards. Quickly come out and accept your death. This was the voice of a young man. Manduo, don't go too far. A Ge tribe elder shouted angrily. Hehehe, so what if I bully you? Wolves hunt their prey, eagles bully birds. This is a matter of course. Quickly hand over Ge Yao, otherwise, I will continue to challenge you until I kill all of you. Despicable. If it was the old tribe leader, would you dare to do this? Ge tribe elder retorted. Manduo was furious. Humph, you are the despicable ones. You agreed to the marriage but you can't hand her over now. Going back on your words. I know you are hiding Guyao, trying to stall for time. Earlier, you said she was escaping the marriage. Now you say she is dead. Do you think I, Manduo, am an idiot? A little rabbit dares to play with tigers and wolves. You will have to pay with your life. Sherwu continued to fight. Challenge me. Good tribe, quickly send your people up. Ha ha. Good tribe elders were pale. They looked at each other. No one dared to go up. Sherwu was a burly man with a bald head and a fierce face. He walked up the stage with a sinister smile. He was a rank 3 peak stage Gu master. He had great strength. The elder that Good tribe sacrificed was killed by him on the spot. He walked around the center of the stage, looking at Good tribe's huge camp. Why is no one going up? Don't tell me you're afraid. Good tribesmen were furious. Countless pairs of eyes spewed fire as they stared at Sherwu. Gutless cowards, let me give you a little more courage. There are 100,000 yuan stones here. Whoever dares to win against me, I will give all these yuan stones to them. No one from Good tribe responded. Sherwu laughed maniacally. Good tribe, you are just a bunch of rabbits and sheep. Have you laughed enough? With Ge Guang leading the way, Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd with a plain expression. Sherwu's laughter stopped. His pupils shrunk as he looked at Fang Yuan in shock. Rank 4 Gu Master. Who is this person? Not only Sherwu, but Manduo and the others also had the same question in their minds. Good tribe still has a hidden rank 4 Gu Master? Manduo felt something amiss. The reason he came to find trouble this time was to take advantage of the fact that the old Ge clan leader was bedridden. But to think that Good tribe had a second rank 4 battle strength expert. Before I came, I had already investigated. Where did this expert come from? With such doubts, Manduo jumped down from his horse. He changed his attitude. Placing his right hand on his chest, he bowed towards Fang Yuan. Friend, you are not from Good tribe. Why are you here? Fang Yuan looked at Manduo. He felt this young man was interesting. He first learned of Manduo's existence from Guyao's description. He felt he was not Fang Yuan's match. The more he felt this way, the more he could not display his full strength, and the worse the situation became. Manduo's heart also sank to rock bottom. Damn it, Sherwu did not even have the chance to display his full strength. He was already scared out of his wits. But even so, this rank 4 Gu master is too strong. With just a casual stroll, he defeated Elder Sherwu. Sigh, Sherwu is going to die. I lost an elder in this trip. I am afraid my brothers will blame me when I return. But out of his expectations, Fang Yuan did not attack again. You are just a rank 3. If I kill you with rank 4 cultivation, people will think that I, the great Chang Shanyin, am bullying you. Go. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Uncle Chang Shanyin, don't let this scoundrel off. Behind him, Ge Guang shouted. But Fang Yuan ignored him. Sherwu reacted and immediately got up. His face was filled with joy after surviving a calamity. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Fang Yuan frowned. Get lost. Yes. Sherwu turned around and left. Senior, farewell. Manduo bowed and mounted his horse. The group left dejectedly under Good tribesmen's insults. Father, I have failed. I am here to ask for your forgiveness. Manduo knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Man tribe leader had a strong body. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He sat on the tiger skin chair and looked at Manduo. Old Ge tribe leader is bedridden this time. And you brought several rank 3 experts with you, but you still failed? You did not do your job well. But I heard from my servant that Ge tribe suddenly invited a rank 4 expert? That is indeed the case. He was the one who defeated the stone martial elder. This person was only testing his strength, but he played around with our strongest elder Sherwu. He is truly unfathomably strong. But I have been in charge of this. It is all my fault for not gathering information. That is why I failed. I am guilty, father. Please punish me. Manduo's eyes were red as he choked with tears. Man tribe leader heard Manduo's words and his tone became gentler. Stand up. Even though you failed this time, you are still my son. Tell me the specifics. Manduo spoke and described the situation that day in detail. But just as he started, Man tribe leader stood up from his chair in shock, staring at Manduo. He called himself Chang Shanin? Which Chang Shanin? Are you sure his name is Chang Shanin? Even if I had 10,000 guts, I would not dare to lie to father. Manduo quickly clarified. Man tribe leader was dazed. Father, father. Manduo could not help but call softly. Is this Chang Shanin someone with a great background? Man tribe leader recovered from his daze. His gaze was solemn. It is hard to say now. He could be a fake. But if it is true, then Northern Plains will have one more person. You can leave first. I will deal with this personally. Manduo was shocked. His father was a busy man, but he had to deal with this personally. It showed how important Chang Shanin was. Chang Shanin. What kind of person are you? A few days later in Gu tribe. Thank you for your help in the past few days, Brother Shanin. This is 500,000 yuan stone. Please accept it. Old Gu tribe leader had a haggard expression. The pain of losing his daughter made him look like he had aged 10 years. Fang Yuan did not reject it. After saying a few words, he accepted it. I have been staying in your tribe these days. Helping is what friends should do. It's just that I'm indeed short on primeval stones, so I'll take these as a loan. Brother Shanin is of noble character and unquestionable integrity, as expected of a hero of Northern Plains. Old tribe leader was speaking when a subordinate came to report. He even brought an invitation card and a gift box. After a while, the eerie blue ghost fire became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan spat out a second lump of fire, making it burn even more fiercely. After a few minutes, this bone bamboo goo was completely burned. Fang Yuan took out a second bone bamboo goo from the gift box and continued to burn it with the ghost fire, creating white bone smoke. Like this, after using over 30 bone bamboo goo, Fang Yuan had completely repaired the deepest crack on the war bone wheel. A quarter of the bone bamboo goo in the gift box had been used up. To completely repair the war bone wheel, just these bone bamboo goo were not enough. And the war bone wheel was far from being usable in battle. The deepest crack had been repaired, but the other injuries were still all over the war bone wheel. It was like a patient. After Fang Yuan's rescue, he was pulled back from the precipice of death. But this patient's life was still in danger. He needed to continue repairing it. You can't become fat in one bite. The war bone wheel's injuries are too severe. But if not for that, I would not have been able to subdue it so easily. But even if I completely repair it now, I do not have enough primeval essence to activate it. There is no need to rush this matter. Fang Yuan got off the bed and stretched his numb limbs, opening the window. It was already nighttime. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It is about time. Thinking of tonight's banquet, Fang Yuan walked out of his room. Walking out of the courtyard, Manduo and Gu tribe leader had been waiting for a long time. Manduo greets Lord Chang Shanin. Manduo saw Fang Yuan and immediately bowed, showing great respect. How long have you been waiting? Fang Yuan nodded, asking casually. Manduo immediately replied. Just 6 hours. It is not worth mentioning. It is my honor to stand in front of Lord's door. Senior Chang Shanin, my father is not far away. He has prepared a sumptuous banquet. We await your arrival. Gu tribe's father and son will be accompanying you. Fang Yuan looked at this Manduo, feeling a slight pity. This lad was indeed intelligent. Unfortunately, Providence made a fool of him. His aptitude was insufficient. He was like his previous self. All right, then let's go. Fang Yuan rode on his hump wolf and left Gu tribe camp with everyone. With Manduo's directions, the group of over 10 people rode hump wolves as they galloped far away. The cool night wind whistled by their ears. The vast grassland seemed to be running behind them. Moonlight poured down like water. It was a good view up close, but from afar, the moonlight looked like smoke. The grass on the ground was lush and verdant. The hills flowed slowly towards the sky. In such a moonlit night, wolves galloped. The land was boundless. The moonlight was beautiful. It was a feeling of freedom. After galloping for a while, they saw a group of humped wolves on a hill. A group of Gu masters were sitting on the wolves' backs. At that time, what can my little cultivation count for? Right at this time, the dark clouds dispersed and moonlight shone down again. Hee, both of you are the heroes of Northern Plains. Good tribe leader spoke at an appropriate time. What is even rarer is that when tigers and wolves meet, they did not fight, but instead appreciate each other. We are fortunate to witness this grand event. It is like seeing the moon after the clouds have parted. His words caused everyone to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Brother Gu, your words fit the occasion. Please, the banquet is prepared. It is not far away. Mantu looked at Feng Yuan, making an inviting gesture. He did not set up a banquet in his own camp, but rushed here. Setting the banquet in the wilderness near Gu tribe's camp showed even more passion and sincerity. All right, please. Feng Yuan smiled and agreed, but his heart tightened. Next he frowned, showing a pondering expression as he said, I slept for 20 years. After I woke up, I left poison grassland. On the way, I subdued many poison-beard wolves. It was cold at night, so I hugged the poison-beard wolf to warm myself. It must be one of the poison-beard wolves that ate Brother Ji's daughter. Thus, my body was also tainted by the smoke. Is that so? Gu Guang gritted his teeth, his gaze flickering. Feng Yuan's explanation was reasonable. He had seen Feng Yuan walk out of poison grassland with his own eyes. When he saved him from the wind wolves, he was controlling the poison-beard wolf group. It is very easy to prove this. My wolf group is being kept in Gu tribe's farm. Why don't you all go to the farm and check? Wouldn't the truth be revealed? Feng Yuan suggested. This suggestion made everyone's heart beat faster. Then shall we go with Brother Chang's suggestion? Mantu looked at Gu tribe father and son. He still did not believe that Gu Yao was dead. Gu clan leader stood up and said, Everyone please step forward and be a witness. Everyone boarded hump wolves and went to Gu tribe's farm. Feng Yuan's wolf group was kept here. They were all fat and strong. Under the night sky, the poison-beard wolf group was even more energetic. Using the chase smoke Gu's black smoke, everyone found that several poison-beard wolves in the wolf group were tainted with smoke that was even thicker than Feng Yuan's. Longevity heaven above, immortal ancestors' blessing, my daughter's killer is here. Old Gu tribe leader cried bitterly. He turned around and bowed deeply to Feng Yuan. He was about to speak when Feng Yuan stopped him. Brother Gu, I know what you want to say. I will leave these poison-beard wolves to you. Feng Yuan said. Gu tribe leader was moved to tears. Benefactor Chang Shanin, thank you. Not only did you save my son, you even brought my daughter's killer to me. You will be the closest friend of my Gu tribe for generations to come. Gu Guang remained silent. It was true that Feng Yuan saved his life, but this evidence could not prove his innocence. If Chang Shanin killed his sister and ordered the poison-beard wolves to devour his sister's corpse, it would be too painful to explain. Mantu, who was at the side, was secretly anxious. From start to finish, he did not believe that Gu Yao was dead. If Gu tribe found out about the chase smoke Gu, they could easily cooperate with Gu Yao to create this fake show. Thus his lips twitched. Old Gu tribe leader, you have wronged Brother Chang Shanin. Brother Chang is a great hero of Northern Plains. He is such a righteous and respectable person. How could he murder your daughter? In my opinion, we should follow this chase smoke and enter poison grassland. Continue to collect evidence and prove Brother Chang's innocence. He used Fang Yuan as an excuse, but the truth was that he wanted to find out if Gu Yao was dead or not. If Gu Yao entered poison grassland, there would definitely be chase smoke on the grassland. But at this time Gu Guang suddenly spoke. No need to enter poison grassland. I have a way to prove Uncle Chang Shanyin's innocence. Lord Father, you prepared a set of precious water path Gu worms for my sister in the past. You used the rank 5 clues and clues Gu on this set of Gu worms, and left an imprint on it. My sister also knows about this. If she was killed, she would follow your instructions and not destroy these Gu worms, but leave them to the killer. This way, we can find the killer and take revenge for her. Now you just need to use that clues and clues Gu. Chapter 453. Gue Wang flew rapidly, following the faint aura of the immortal Gu and arriving under a snow willow. The aura of the immortal Gu is here. There is nothing further. Gue Wang's gaze was anxious as he searched the snow willow tree. No. No immortal Gu. The snow wash Gu on the snow willow had been plucked. Someone had clearly been here. But why did they not have immortal Gu? If the immortal Gu continued to move, its aura would naturally shift as well. But this aura stopped here. Don't tell me the immortal Gu died? Gue Wang made a guess. But he refused to believe this conjecture. He used investigative Gu and flipped the surrounding area upside down. No, still no. The Ghost King gritted his teeth, his heart full of regret and unwillingness. Wait. Suddenly, his gaze turned ruthless as he thought of another possibility. At the center of poison grassland is Zidu Blessed Land. The rank 7 Gu immortal Lady Poison Scorpion lives there. Did she take away the immortal Gu? Mortal apertures could not contain immortal Gu, but Gu immortals could. Once the immortal Gu enters the aperture, its aura will not dissipate. This explains everything. This means Lady Poison Scorpion is sitting at home, and immortal Gu will be delivered to her door? Damn it, damn it. Gue Wang stomped his feet in anger. He would rather believe that Lady Poison Scorpion took the immortal Gu than think of the possibility of the immortal Gu dying. But he did not expect that the true immortal Gu was not destroyed, and instead its aura was sealed by Fang Yuan's iron coffin Gu. Then he went back the way he came and was buried halfway. The Ghost King followed the aura and moved forward. Fang Yuan purposely divided the seals into sections, causing the Gu worm's aura to become weaker and weaker. This formed the inertia of thinking. Gue Wang was thinking of flying forward. He did not expect fixed immortal travel Gu to be buried in a certain location along the way. When he thought of Lady Poison Scorpion, jealousy and hatred drove him into a dead end. Lady Poison Scorpion is a rank 7 Gu immortal. She is very strong. I was able to gather the 3 deities of the Sea of Hua and Loner Hongyu to attack Langya Blessed Land, because I promised them some benefits. However, he did not have the power to rally them to attack Purple Poison Blessed Land. How hateful. If I had come more than 10 days earlier, I might have gotten the immortal Gu. Looking at the time, it's almost time for the Purple Poison Blessed Land to open its door and expel the poisonous gas. I'm no match for Lady Poison Scorpion. I'd better leave first. The Ghost King stomped his foot and flew up into the sky, diving into the dark clouds. The dark clouds billowed. The Ghost King stared at them for a while, unwilling to give up. Then he flew back to his lair. Tonight was destined to be eventful. On the farm of the Gu family, everyone focused their attention on Fang Yuan again. If Fang Yuan killed Gu Yao and took her Gu, then the clues and clues Gu would expose him. Fang Yuan's previous lie would also be completely exposed. Since you have never seen Gu Yao, how did you get her Gu worm? At that time, no explanation would make sense. Bastard. Old Gu tribe leader stared fiercely at Gu Guang, extremely furious. Chang Shanyin's benefactor is so righteous and benevolent. How can you doubt him? Kneel down and kowtow to our benefactor to ask for forgiveness. Father. Ge Guang was shocked. He did not expect old Ge tribe leader to have such a reaction. Didn't he always want to take revenge for his sister? He forgot one point. I am helping him find out what he missed. I am not doing anything wrong. Man tribe father and son, on the other hand, were watching from the sidelines. After this incident, I have finally understood Mantu's character. He is a greedy jackal. No matter how much wealth we have, it will not be enough for him. Now that your sister is gone, we have lost the right to borrow Hongyan Valley. We cannot split up the tribe and join Man tribe, right? No, Ge tribe cannot be destroyed like this, otherwise, I will be the greatest sinner of Ge tribe. After this night, I have thought it through. I cannot stay here. I will be killed by Man tribe sooner or later. A few days later, we will set off for the heroes' assembly. Father, if we leave like this, will Man tribe let us off easily? Ge Guang asked worriedly. Of course they will not let us off, but we will follow Chang Shanin. Mantu is wary of Chang Shanin. He will not dare to make a move. Old Ge tribe leader snickered. Then if we use senior Chang Shanin like this, isn't it? Ge Guang was slightly embarrassed. You idiot. Why not use him? What is wrong with using him? A good hunter is good at making use of everything around them. When we lack strength, we will use intelligence to make up for it. All of this is for the survival of the tribe. Old Ge tribe leader stopped after reprimanding, a complex expression appearing on his face. But this Chang Shanin is indeed a hero worthy of his reputation. Maybe he has already seen through it, but he is still on our side. Such righteousness, supporting the weak, this is the true role model of the righteous path. He is the light of the world. Son, rejoice that our Ge tribe met such a person. Time passed quickly, several days passed. Inside the room, Fang Yuan looked at the bone bamboo gu in his hand. It was burnt by the ghost fire. He let out a breath of turbid air. This is the last bone bamboo gu. These days he had been cultivating diligently, using up to 100 bone bamboo gu in the gift box. After his vigorous repair, the 8 most serious injuries on the battle bone wheel were all healed. Although the war bone wheel was still full of scars, it was finally out of danger. After returning the battle bone wheel to his aperture, Fang Yuan started to inspect his aperture. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. Thus, the 4 walls of the aperture were transparent. 90% of his primeval sea was made up of true gold primeval essence. But Fang Yuan had just arrived in northern plains. He had not adapted to the environment yet, so his true gold primeval essence was only equivalent to initial stage light gold primeval essence. Thus, Fang Yuan's cultivation had stopped for the time being. Using light gold primeval essence, he could not break through the barrier and become a rank 5 gu master. It is not like there is no way to speed up my adaptation. The most common way is to use third watch gu to speed up my own time. But this way, the gu master's remaining lifespan will be shortened by 3 times. This was a short-sighted move. Fang Yuan naturally would not take it. To be able to escape from the Ge tribe camp, which was loose on the outside but tight on the inside, it might have been arranged by Ge tribe leader to probe Man tribe. Unfortunately, accidents always happen in reality. No matter how good the schemes were, they could not keep up with the changes. Maybe Man tribe leader's eldest and second son's forces made a move, afraid of Man duo's influence and hoping for Ge Yao to die. In any case, Ge Yao escaped to poison grassland and met Fang Yuan, which led to the series of events. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan threw these guesses out of his mind. The foundation of any scheme is strength. Why did Man tribe not annex Ge tribe? It is because they are not a super tribe. They are only a large tribe with limited strength. Other than using me, The reason why the Gu family was able to turn the situation around was that they were once a large family and had a foundation. If Gu tribe leader had rank 5 cultivation, he would have taken out traces and clues Gu long ago. Chapter 455. The development of the matter was as Feng Yuan expected. A day later, old Gu tribe leader visited Feng Yuan, saying that he had thought things through. He did not want to stay in Hongyan Valley, but wanted to migrate the tribe to participate in the Heroes' Assembly and fight for a place in the imperial court. Feng Yuan knew old Gu tribe leader's intention. He wanted to use Changshan Yin to escape from Man tribe's control. Feng Yuan agreed readily. If he traveled alone in the grassland, it would be troublesome. With the Gu clan traveling with them, the risk would be greatly reduced. At the same time, it would be a cover for him. Brother Gu understands, but it is better to leave as soon as possible. Once there are any disturbances, Man tribe will sense it immediately. Feng Yuan instructed. Old Gu tribe leader's heart shook hearing this. He understood that Changshan Yin was an understanding person. Feng Yuan continued. I had agreed to Man tribe's request and wanted to visit them. But since Gu tribe wants to migrate, to be safe, I will not visit them. Just say that I have been cultivating for the past few days, and feel that my cultivation level is showing signs of recovering, so I will go into closed cultivation. I will write a letter now. Brother can find someone to pass it to me. If Gu tribe did not migrate, there was nothing wrong with Feng Yuan visiting Man tribe. But now that Gu tribe wanted to leave, Man tribe was not willing to let go of this juicy piece of meat. Man tribe was wary of Gu tribe and Changshan Yin's alliance. Man tribe might put Changshan Yin under house arrest and turn around to deal with Gu tribe. Earlier, when Gu Guang found the wind wolves, it was very likely Man tribe's handiwork. Man tribe was a righteous path faction. They would not kill Changshan Yin in consideration of their reputation. But Gu tribe was too juicy. They could use all sorts of reasons to put Changshan Yin under house arrest. Old Gu tribe leader heard Feng Yuan's words and looked at him deeply. He stood up and bowed. In front of brother, what is this bit of intelligence? I was muddle-headed earlier. Brother is still able to see the whole situation clearly. Ha. It's normal for one to lose oneself in a situation like this. You don't have to worry about it, old brother. As long as we leave this place, the Gu family will have a bright future. Feng Yuan comforted the Gu family patriarch. Then he wrote a letter on the spot and passed it to the Gu family patriarch. Brother Gu, I still need to continue cultivating, so I won't be seeing you off. Today, I will give the order to prepare for migration. The letter will definitely be delivered. Goodbye. Elder Gu took the letter and left the room. After returning to the king's tent, he immediately summoned the clan elders and gave the order for the entire clan to prepare for migration. After Gu Yao's marriage, the elders of Gu tribe all had a bad impression of Man tribe. They all praised Man tribe's wisdom. Gu family's father and son returned to the study room. The old clan leader opened Feng Yuan's letter on the spot. Dad, your behavior is not very good, right? Gu Guang felt embarrassed. Hey, today I'll give you another lesson. This is Changshan Yin's letter to Man too, but he did not use the letter Gu. Do you know why? Gu tribe leader chuckled. Is it because he does not have a letter Gu? No, if he wanted to use a letter Gu, he could have borrowed it from our Gu tribe. Gu Guang thought for a moment before his eyes brightened. Did he do this on purpose? That's right. The reason why he used this ordinary letter is to let us see it. Gu tribe is going to migrate. He will be on the same path as us. This letter is to express his intention to cooperate with us. Come here, let us father and son take a look. Saying so, Gu tribe leader opened the letter. The content of the letter was simple. It stated that he needed to go into closed cultivation to recover his cultivation. He expressed his regret that he could not visit Man tribe personally, and said that he would make up for this regret in the future. At the latter part of the letter, Feng Yuan requested to purchase bone bamboo Gu from Man tribe, expressing that he was willing to buy it at 20% higher than the market price. At the same time, he wrote a large pile of Gu refinement materials, as well as third watch Gu and other Gu worms, hoping to trade. So Uncle Changshan Yin needed these things. Dad, I feel that our good tribe should try our best to satisfy him. After all, he has helped us so much. Guguang said. Good tribe leader, however, stared at the letter in his hand, his eyes shining brightly as he felt a chill in his heart. Good tribe and man tribe's battle was mostly done in the dark. They did not fight openly. This was the rule of the righteous path. There were many sacrifices. A good tribe elder died because of Man Duo's challenge, and Guyao also died in poison grassland. Other than that, there were also many Gu masters who died in the wolf's mouth. In this battle, be it Man tribe or Good tribe, they were not the victors. Man tribe did not achieve their goal, and Good tribe had many sacrifices. There was only one person who truly benefited from it. This person was Chang Shan-in. Think about it. Chang Shan-in came from poison grassland. He was penniless and did not even have a complete collection of Gu worms. But now? In this battle, he earned a lot. Just the Yuan stone alone was worth over 1 million. Not to mention that rank 5 hints and clues Gu. Good tribe leader suddenly understood. Good tribe made use of Chang Shan-in, but wasn't Chang Shan-in also making use of Good tribe? Chang Shan-in looked like he was innocently sandwiched between the two tribes, falling into the whirlpool of battle, and getting into trouble that he should not have. But the truth was, neither side wanted to offend him. He instead benefited from both sides. We do not need to prepare these things for Chang Shan-in. Man tribe will send the things in this letter to him, and they might even give them to him for free. Good tribe leader let out a breath of turbid air, as if trying to get rid of the chill in his heart. Guguang was extremely shocked. This is impossible, right? Uncle Chang Shan-in is clearly helping us. Man tribe can't be so stupid, right? Those who are in high positions have different views. How much can these things be worth? Just over 100,000 yuan stone. To Man tribe, it is not even worth mentioning, not even a drop in the ocean. Paying such a price to befriend an expert, why not? Think about it. How much did we give Chang Shan-in? Guguang immediately thought of the 1 million yuan stone, as well as the traces of that rank 5 Gu. Good tribe leader heaved a deep sigh. There was a deeper meaning in this. It was too early to explain it to Guguang. Why did Chang Shan-in want to make a deal with Man tribe? This was not a deal, but a friendship. Using this method, Chang Shan-in expressed to Man tribe that although he went against the agreement and did not visit Man tribe, and was in Good tribe, he was not Man tribe's enemy. He did not want to become enemies with Man tribe, but wanted to be friends. Thus he could make a deal. Man too was not an idiot. He could understand the goodwill in Chang Shan-yin's letter. If Man tribe rejected this deal, it would be rejecting Fang Yuan's goodwill. If they traded according to the price, they would be expressing their dissatisfaction. If they gave it to Chang Shan-in, it would mean Man tribe accepted this goodwill and was willing to befriend Chang Shan-in. This deal was not the main point. The main point was the meaning behind the deal. This kind of obscure and hidden communication was something the righteous path higher-ups often played. Good tribe leader suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He had a thought. This Chang Shan-in is helping Good tribe not because of his righteous nature, but because he can only obtain the greatest benefits by standing together with Good tribe. Man tribe was powerful. Chang Shan-in was only the icing on the cake. But Good tribe was weak. With Chang Shan-in, he was a timely help, an important factor that could tip the scales of strength. This thought made Good tribe leader's body shudder. He felt a chill in his heart, almost to his bones. Old tribe leader subconsciously denied this guess. If a hero like Chang Shan-in is so scheming, then what justice and light is there in this world? I am gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. 3 days later, Man tribe's father and son stood on a hill, watching Good tribe slowly move south. Lord Father, I have something I don't understand. I would like to ask you. Man Duo spoke. Speak. You gave all the things you mentioned in the letter to Chang Shan-in. I can understand that. But why did you give 30,000 loads of rations to Good tribe? Good tribe, this fat piece of meat, flew away, but we still have to stick to it. This. Man Duo had an unwilling expression. Man Two's gaze was deep, looking at Good tribe's departing figures. He only said one sentence. Man Hao, you explain. Elder Man Hao, who was standing at the side, smiled and explained. Third young master does not need to worry. Lord Tribe Leader has already made arrangements. If Good Tribe wants to leave like this, they are too naive. Among the 30,000 loads of rations, many wolf lure goo have already been secretly used. At the same time, tribesmen are already luring them. There are about 3 myriad wolf groups waiting for them. So that's it. Manduo immediately understood. Father is wise. Once Good Tribe cannot resist the wolf groups, we will move out and save them, using this chance to annex them. Even if people question us in the future, these 30,000 loads of rations will show Lord Father's sincerity, it will shut their mouths. But, at the end, Manduo's tone was hesitant. Manhao sighed, continuing. But this way, Good Tribe will also suffer heavy losses. Our gains from annexing Good Tribe will be much lesser. We will even need to invest a portion of our wealth to take care of the injured. But Manduo shook his head. Manhao was not talking about his worries. Good Tribe has that Changshanin. He is called the Wolf King. Can these wolf groups stop him? Mantu frowned slightly. Manduo's words were what he was thinking. He had the same worry. But Good Tribe left too decisively. Man Tribe was a righteous path cultivator. They had to consider the impact of their actions. They could only lure out these 3 myriad wolf groups in a short period of time. If Good Tribe survives the attack of these wolves, then Man Tribe can only watch as they leave. Turtleback wolves had broad bodies. Their whole bodies were dark green, and their eyes were eerie blue. On their backs, there was a turtle-like carapace. This carapace was very heavy, about a third of the weight was concentrated inside. Other than defense, it was also similar to a camel's hump, having the effect of storing nutrients. 10,000 wolves galloped. The ground started to tremble. Feng Yuan walked out of the main tent and gazed at the grassland, only to see the boundless wolf group covering the ground. Looking down at the camp, Good tribesmen were busy but not in a mess. Living in northern plains, encountering beast attacks was a common thing. Thus, be it Gu masters or mortals, they all had strong mental fortitude. The first defensive line in the north was the first to engage in battle. Attack! The Gu master leader on the tall tower shouted loudly and sent out a wind blade. Soon after, the surrounding Gu masters attacked at the same time. A row of wind blades flew out and slashed, instantly knocking over dozens of turtleback wolves. The wolf group got closer and closer. The Gu masters gave up on using the wind blades and switched to the more powerful fire Gu, lightning Gu, and so on. For a moment, the battlefront was filled with countless colorful lights and shadows, like fireworks. The roars of humans, the furious howls of the wolf group, and the sharp whistling sound of the wind blades piercing through the air, all of them merged into one. The wolf group withstood the rain of attacks and successfully charged forward. They first collided with the earth wall. The earth wall was thick, and the base was reinforced with a layer of copper and iron. Countless turtleback wolves were smashed until their heads bled and died on the spot. But the wolf group advanced wave after wave. Some stepped on the corpses of their comrades and jumped up. Some clawed at the earth wall, trying to break it. Next, the southeast and northeast defensive lines also started to engage in battle. Battle cries shook the sky and casualties started to appear. Healing Gu masters started to display their usefulness. Because of the ample preparations, the whole Gu tribe camp started to operate in an orderly manner. Look, it's the myriad beast wolf king. Someone pointed in a direction and shouted. Everyone immediately looked towards the direction of the voice. This turtleback myriad wolf king was so huge that even if an ordinary turtleback wolf expanded by 10 times, it would still be slightly inferior to it. Its domineering aura manifested as it squatted on the ground and howled, commanding the wolf group to split up. The turtleback wolf group split into 5 to 6 groups and started to attack Gu tribe camp, trying to find a loophole in the defense. Like this, wolf shadows appeared all around Gu tribe, and the whole periphery of the camp started to fight. On a nameless hill outside the battlefield, Man tribe used goo worms to conceal themselves and used investigative goo to observe from afar. They are fighting. Elder Man How laughed in Schadenfreude. Goo tribe actually diverted the water into a canal. That old man Goo is really an old fox. But this is over 30,000 turtleback wolves. Even if Goo tribe can resist them, they will suffer heavy losses. Man Hong sneered. He looked very similar to tribe leader Man Tu, and was the eldest son of Man tribe, with rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Young tribe leader is right. Even if Goo tribe blocked the first wave of wolves, there will still be the second and third wave. Man Hao flattered. Although Man Hong was the eldest son, Man tribe had not officially appointed a young tribe leader. But Man Hao had already submitted to Man Hong, and was his hardcore supporter. He called Man Hong young tribe leader, which was both flattery and expectation. Young tribe leader? Man Hong did not refute, instead nodding and continuing. Father gave me this important mission. After I complete it, I will have made a great contribution. Once I return to the tribe, I will probably become the young tribe leader. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Man Duo did not come along. Otherwise, I will borrow someone else's knife to kill him, and get rid of that treacherous kid. Although Man Duo is smart, his aptitude is insufficient. He is not young tribe leader's match. Look, the 100 wolf kings have entered the battlefield. Man Hao said. 100 beast kings had rank 2 goo worms on their bodies, and had great battle strength. Their participation in the battle immediately increased the pressure on Goo tribe's front line. The number of casualties soared, and even 200 to 300 wolf kings smashed through the mud walls, fiercely stabbing into Goo tribe's defensive line. Seeing Goo tribe Goo masters dying one after another, Man Hong's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. This group of ignorant fools, they actually didn't join Man tribe, now they are suffering. Man Hong's laughter stopped. Using his goo worm's investigative ability, he saw 100 wolf king was implanted with wolf enslavement goo. It immediately changed sides, and after letting out a howl, it caused chaos in the wolf group around it. Next, these turtleback wolves followed the wolf king into Goo tribe's camp, and gathered at the feet of a goo master. Looking at this goo master, Man Hong squinted. Is this wolf king Chang Shanin? Yes. Man Hao confirmed. Man Hong sneered. Father said that he's the biggest variable. I want to see what ability he has. Chapter 457. Look over there, it is the great hero of Northern Plains, Chang Shanin. Chang Shanin has made his move. He is truly extraordinary. Goo tribe's camp was filled with cheers. Not only Man tribe's goo masters, even Goo tribe's goo masters were looking at Feng Yuan. Just now, Feng Yuan had made a small demonstration by taking 100 wolf king as his subordinate, immediately causing hundreds of turtleback wolves to submit to him, turning the situation around for the better. Chang Shanin. On a tall hill, Goo tribe leader stared at Feng Yuan's back as he muttered. Everyone had a question in their hearts. The former wolf king, the once famous genius of Northern Plains, how much strength did he have left now? Feng Yuan looked at these tens of thousands of turtleback wolves with a fervent gaze. In other people's eyes, these wolf groups were scourges. But in Feng Yuan's eyes, these were gifts that came to him on their own initiative. He was worried that he did not have enough wolves. If he could subdue these wolf kings, his strength would definitely rise sharply. Right now, the sky was blue and the sun was shining brightly. It was the time for a great battle. Goo tribe had made ample preparations. They had 3 earth walls as a defense line and also channeled water into a canal. The wolves would be separated layer by layer when they entered, and would not be surrounded by the wolves. This was the geographical advantage. Looking at his side, Goo tribe's goo masters were guarding him, and young tribe leader Goo Guang was the leader, ensuring his safety. Goo tribe's unity in resisting the wolf group was like a stronghold. All of them were united. This was human harmony. If I were to travel alone, I would definitely retreat if I met such a myriad beast group. But now, the timing and geographical advantage are right. This is a peerless opportunity. The opportunity is already in front of me. How can I not grab it? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his battle intent surging as he said to his left and right, "Everyone follow me." Gu Guang and the others loudly responded. Under Fang Yuan's lead, the group of Gu masters started to move their camp, and soon arrived at another part of the battlefield. Rumble. The tall arrow tower fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. The main culprit of this disaster let out a roar, and was fighting fiercely with more than 10 rank 2 Gu masters beside him. This was 100 Wolf King. By the time it reached here, the wolves around it had all died, leaving it to fight alone. The surrounding Gu masters continued to use Gu worms to attack it from afar, trapping it here and whittling away its life force. There were already 3 Gu masters' corpses on the ground. At this time, Fang Yuan and the others arrived at the scene riding on hump wolves. Wolf enslavement Gu go. Fang Yuan pointed his finger, and the rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu turned into smoke, landing on the 100 Wolf King's body. The Wolf King roared again and again. It resisted with all its might, unwilling to be enslaved. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. 100-man soul, suppress. The Wolf King whimpered as the light smoke completely descended and fused into its body, instantly turning it into Fang Yuan's personal pet. The 100 Wolf King was lying on the ground, its claws and teeth withdrawn. Its body was covered in wounds, and blood was flowing out. Healing Gu Master. Fang Yuan lightly instructed as a person walked out from behind him, and activated a Gu worm to heal this 100 Wolf King. This damned beast. He killed my brother. A young Gu master who had just joined the battle wanted to attack again. Gukan, Gu Guang shouted, staring at this person. The young Gu master straightened his neck and walked to the 100 Wolf King, kicking it fiercely, but did not attack again. Next he covered his face and cried, making muffled sounds. The surrounding Gu masters were all sorrowful. The young Gu master cried a few times, before raising his head and wiping his tears. Go, let's continue killing wolves. Okay. Let's follow Big Brother Gu Can't. This ordinary small team once again entered the front line of the battlefield. Let's go to the next stop. Fang Yuan urged his wolf forward. At the northwest direction, 300 Wolf Kings broke through the earth wall, and were wreaking havoc in the defensive line. Fang Yuan rushed to the scene. I am Wolf King Chang Shanin. All Gu masters listen to my commands. With Gu Guang beside him, he smoothly took over the commanding authority. These 300 Wolf Kings, what Gu worms do they have? Fang Yuan asked. Immediately, someone reported. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he split everyone into 3 groups. First group, lure the 100 Wolf King on the left, and let it enter the second line of defense. Fang Yuan ordered. Let it go. A Gu master was shocked, expressing his doubts. Fang Yuan stared at him fiercely. I said let it go, so let it go. Carry out my orders. Yes. Second group, you are in charge of restraining the Wolf King on the right. You must destroy its defensive Gu. Yes. Third group, follow me. Fang Yuan commanded, going into battle personally. After a while of intense battle, he used the Wolf enslavement Gu. Just as the smoke was about to fall, the Wolf King suddenly spat out a flame from its mouth and burned the smoke away. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Losing the rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu caused his heart to ache. Gu Guang scolded. Why does it still have a firelight Gu? Young tribe leader, please forgive us. This is the first time this wolf is using this Gu. The subordinate quickly reported. Gu Guang, you are in charge of this firelight Gu. Use all methods. I will come back later. Fang Yuan saw that he could not deal with this Wolf King in a short time, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to deal with the problem. He then moved his target to another Wolf King, using another wolf enslavement Gu. This Wolf King's defensive Gu was destroyed by the Gu masters. Without any accidents, Fang Yuan successfully subdued it. Turning around, Gu Guang had already succeeded. The 100 Wolf King's mouth was tightly bound by the green vines, unable to spit out any more fire. Good binding. Fang Yuan praised, activating another wolf enslavement Gu. The 100 Wolf King watched as the smoke landed on its body. It resisted for a while, but its soul lost to the 100-man soul, becoming Fang Yuan's pet. After subduing these 200 wolf kings, Fang Yuan turned around and charged back. He also subdued the 100 wolf king at the third line of defense. In the blink of an eye, these 300 wolf kings were split up and subdued by Fang Yuan, resolving this crisis. Everyone was convinced, continuing to follow behind Fang Yuan, waiting for his orders. Chapter 458. Myriad Wolf King's attack made good tribesmen nervous. Far away, Man Hong's eyes shone. Don't tell me this Myriad Wolf King is going to join the battle now? But soon his eyes dimmed. After Myriad Wolf King's attack on Fang Yuan failed, it did not continue, but continued to command the wolf group from the rear. Another 1,000 wolf group rushed over, making up for the lack of manpower on this battlefield caused by the surrender of the 1,000 Wolf King. This 1,000 Wolf King's body was burning with scarlet flames, and black smoke was spewing out of its nostrils. This is rank 3 burning body goo. Fang Yuan recognized this goo worm. With this goo worm protecting the 1,000 Wolf King, wolf enslavement goo's smoke would be burned to ashes before it could even land. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched as he took a deep look at the distant Myriad Wolf King. Myriad Wolf King also seemed to be staring at him. At Myriad Beast King level, their intelligence would far surpass their own kind. This was clearly targeted at Fang Yuan. Ge Guang, stay behind and cooperate with the 3 elders to kill this wolf. The rest follow me. Fang Yuan turned around and left. It was not impossible to subdue this 1,000 Wolf King, but it was troublesome and a waste of time. If this one did not work, then he would change to another one. The battlefield was so big. Fang Yuan did not believe that all the Wolf Kings had methods to restrain wolf enslavement goo. Sure enough, he moved to a few places and reaped great profits. In just 2 hours, he had subdued another 1,700 Wolf Kings and 2,000 Wolf Kings. Adding the wolf groups from before, Fang Yuan had 4,000 Wolf Kings, over 300 Wolf Kings, and over 8,000 ordinary wolves, close to 10,000. Among them, most were turtleback wolves, but there was also 1,000 beast-level Wind Wolf King. Among the 100 Wolf Kings, there were Poisonbeard Wolf King, Water Wolf King, and Wind Wolf King. After his drastic measures, the situation had changed. The difference in military strength on the battlefield was also increasing. The Myriad Wolf group that had over 30,000 was subdued by Fang Yuan, and countless more died, leaving only around 20,000. The battle was in full swing. Good tribe leader's eyebrows loosened as he saw the hope of victory. With Chang Shanyan's help, the pressure on our front line has lessened by a lot. As expected of a legendary hero, this ability is really impressive. This is not strange, he is a rank 4 Gu master. It is also enslavement path. It is most suitable for this kind of battlefield. The elders praised him and the atmosphere in the king's tent became relaxed. Don't be careless. The Myriad Wolf King hasn't made a move yet, so the outcome of this battle has yet to be determined. The Gu clan elder spoke in a timely manner. He warned. Lord Patriarch is right, we still can't relax. However, in my opinion, this Myriad Wolf King might not participate in the battle. It's very common for the Wolf King to retreat after losing more than half of the wolf pack. Not good. While they were talking, the Myriad Wolf King suddenly howled. All the wolves on the battlefield heard this howl. At the same time, he launched a wild attack. More than 20,000 turtleback wolves risked their lives and charged towards the camp. For a moment, the Gu clan was caught unprepared and was defeated. Order the front line. Quickly retreat to the second line of defense. Gu clan elder immediately ordered. The wolf group has launched an all-out attack. Ge Guang, who was at the front line, had a change of expression. You guys go help the front line Gu masters retreat. I will return to the ranch to rest and reorganize. Wait for my reinforcements. Fang Yuan's expression was like iron. Lord, we are here to protect you under the tribe leader's orders. Some Gu masters were hesitant. Feng Yuan stared with his eyes wide open. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Everywhere his gaze passed, the Gu masters lowered their heads. Guguang. Feng Yuan looked at the Gu tribe's young tribe leader. Guguang gritted his teeth and said, "I will listen to uncle." Saying so, he waved his hand. "Everyone follow me." Feng Yuan rushed back to the ranch alone, surrounded by wolves. He gathered all the wolves together. Close to 10,000 wolves squeezed together, making this temporary ranch seem extremely small. Feng Yuan willed, and a vigorous water wolf scuttled out from the wolf group. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a water wolf. But in Feng Yuan's eyes, it was a white-eyes wolf. White-eyes wolves were mutated beasts, like Biao in a tiger group, thunder boar in a pig group, and so on. Any ordinary adult exotic beast would automatically attract wild Gu insects to live in its body, and it would possess battle prowess comparable to a myriad beast king. But this white-eyes wolf in front of him was only an infant, and had not matured yet. Its fur was like water with a hint of blue, resembling an ordinary water wolf. But as long as one observed carefully, they would find that its pupils were less black and more white, very different from ordinary water wolves. When it fully matured, its entire wolf eyes would turn white. At the same time, their vision would increase greatly, comparable to some rank for investigative Gu. Even at night, their vision would not be affected. In the market, Feng Yuan accidentally found this ingrate, and bought the entire water wolf group it belonged to without batting an eyelid. Now this white-eyes wolf had already been successfully planted with rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu by Feng Yuan. At the same time, to speed up its growth, he used third watch Gu. This caused the white-eyes wolf's appetite to increase sharply, 13 times that of an ordinary water wolf. At the same time, its lifespan would be shortened correspondingly. Go. Feng Yuan ordered inwardly, and this white-eyes wolf's speed surpassed the winged wolves, quickly leaving the farm and arriving at a high spot. Wolf care Gu. Feng Yuan stretched out his hand and covered his right eye, looking at the white-eyes wolf with his left eye. At the same time, he activated his primeval essence and injected it into Chang Shanyan's investigative Gu. In an instant, the scene in his left eye changed. It was like he was standing at a high spot, looking down at the battlefield. This was the effect of wolf care Gu, shifting a certain wolf's vision to the Gu masters. Feng Yuan opened his right eye, and 2 different scenes appeared in his mind at the same time. On the left was the battlefield, allowing Feng Yuan to observe the situation at all times. On the right was the farm, with wolf groups huddled together. Feng Yuan summoned the wolf kings one by one, and searched their bodies for Gu worms. Wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu. Under the protection of the wolf group, Feng Yuan attacked repeatedly. 3 wolf enslavement Gu turned into smoke and attracted 300 beast kings. Turn left charge. With a thought, the entire wolf group army changed direction, charging towards the southeast battlefront of the camp. Feng Yuan's gaze was like an eagle, locking onto the 1,000 wolf king on the battlefront. The 1,000 wolf king howled, trying its best to mobilize the wolf group. But most of the wolves were stuck at the front lines, unable to turn back immediately. This 1,000 wolf king only managed to mobilize a few hundred wolves before they were overwhelmed by Feng Yuan's army. Rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu. Feng Yuan found an opportunity, and a puff of smoke descended. This 1,000 wolf king might have been scared stiff. It whimpered, but its soul did not resist as it went under Feng Yuan's command. This was the 5th 1,000 wolf king. The wolf group that was fighting with the Gu masters turned around and joined Feng Yuan's army under its call. Chapter 459. The Gu masters were fighting with great difficulty, but in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield had calmed down. Their mortal enemies had instead become their allies. This is Lord Chang Shanyan's method? So powerful, so powerful. Using his own strength to lead a myriad wolf group. No wonder he is called Wolf King. The Gu masters stared at Fang Yuan with dazed gazes. They watched his back as he left this place and charged towards another battlefield. Rampage, rampage. Anyone who dared to block his path would be swept away. With a thought, countless wild wolves would charge forward. With a finger, the sharp edge of a weapon would be unstoppable, using his own strength to turn the tide and change the situation. This was the style of the enslavement path. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong, Man Hao and the others turned pale. Under their complicated gazes, Fang Yuan's wolf group expanded like a rolling snowball, increasing in number as he killed. Wherever he went, he swept away the battlefield. After a while, he left behind a mess and a group of dazed Gu masters. Such a wolf enslavement technique was tyrannical to the extreme. Under his immense strength, the slightest obstruction was directly crushed. Fang Yuan intentionally avoided the myriad Wolf King battlefield and circled around Gu tribe's camp, subduing another 3,000 Wolf Kings. Adding on the previous ones, the number of 1,000 Wolf Kings had already risen to 8. As for the number of 100 Wolf Kings, it had nearly doubled, reaching as many as 59. Fang Yuan's wolf formation was like a monster, devouring almost all the turtleback wolves along the way and strengthening itself. After subduing these Wolf Kings, Fang Yuan's soul also received a backlash, making him feel restless and nauseous. Fang Yuan endured this uncomfortable feeling as he gathered the wolf group and returned to the ranch. The ranch could no longer hold these wolves. There were too many wolves. Fang Yuan could not count them all in a short time. He roughly estimated that there were definitely more than 12,000 wolves. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to join the battle. Now that the situation was settled, he got off the hump wolf and closed his eyes to rest. During this period of time he would open his eyes to take a look. With the ingrate monitoring the battlefield, Fang Yuan was constantly paying attention to the situation of Gu clan's patriarch and the others. These higher-ups of the Gu family could not die. Once he died, the Man family would be tempted. It was very likely that they would make a move. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan rejoined the battlefield. Although he had not fully recovered, he was no longer lacking in strength. This time he only mobilized 8,000 Wolf Kings to participate in the battle. An ordinary wolf pack. To the myriad Wolf King, the threat level was too low. Along the way, the Gu clansmen all shouted his name. Chang Shan-in is here to help. Hearing such a commotion, the Gu tribesmen's higher-ups who were attacking myriad Wolf King became energized. Members of the Gu clan, please retreat and rest for the time being. Let me handle this. Fang Yuan arrived at the battlefield. With a thought, the 8,000 Wolf Kings surrounded Zhang Xian. The myriad Wolf King already had the intention to retreat, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the encirclement. Such a wolf taming technique. Seeing the myriad Wolf King being easily toyed with by Fang Yuan, Man Hao, Man Hong and the others finally showed expressions of shock. Earlier, when Fang Yuan charged into the formation, it was only a grand formation that pushed everything in its path. He did not have the foundation of the wolf taming technique. Now he was manipulating it meticulously. Northern Plains' first-rate beast taming technique was on full display. Merely 8,000 Wolf Kings, 7 of them. But once it matures, it would need a rank 4 Gu, otherwise it would not listen and might even escape. Lord, we found a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. At this time, a Gu master who was searching the myriad Wolf King's corpse shouted. Oh! Old Gu tribe leader's eyes shone with brilliance as he laughed. Haha, a treasure Gu goes with a hero. This Gu was prepared for you, Brother Chang. Although the myriad Beast King's body had a higher chance of having a rank 4 beast enslavement Gu, Fang Yuan was still happy. In today's battle, although there were some flaws, he was still very satisfied with the result. Although a myriad Wolf King died, it was a pity, but he obtained a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. This Gu worm came at the right time. Fang Yuan had not encountered such a good thing in a long time. Carefully receiving this Gu worm, Fang Yuan bade farewell to Gu tribe's higher-ups. He did not even participate in the following celebration banquet. They all used the excuse of refining this rank 4 Gu as an excuse to avoid it. Night fell. Outside the house, the celebratory bonfire was blazing. The laughter of victory, the crying of the dead. Mixed together, it faintly entered Feng Yuan's ears. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, calming his mind as he looked into his aperture. 90% of his primeval sea was calm. The sea water was like gold, shining brilliantly. Unfortunately, he had not completely adapted to northern plains, and was still under the suppression of the foreign region, causing Feng Yuan's cultivation to temporarily stagnate. His true gold primeval essence looked impressive but was useless. But cultivation. It was only a portion of his strength. If Feng Yuan wanted to raise his strength, he had other ways. For example, he took out the strength of Tenjun Gu. This Gu was also rank 4, but compared to the rank 4 beast enslavement Gu, its value was much lower, because it was easy to refine and its cost was low. It was also commonly seen in the market. The strength of Tenjun Gu's appearance was not eye-catching, like an ordinary iron weight. When Feng Yuan activated it, it floated above Feng Yuan's head, emitting profound light that shone on Feng Yuan's body, engraving the Tao mark of a certain strength onto Feng Yuan's body. A moment later, the strength of Tenjun Gu suddenly exploded, only leaving behind some iron scraps that landed on Feng Yuan's hair. The strength of Tenjun Gu was also an expendable Gu. This was the third strength of Tenjun Gu that Feng Yuan had used. Feng Yuan shook off the iron scraps on his hair, clenching his fists, feeling the increase in strength. The increase in strength has reached a bottleneck. Next, I need to modify my bones, skin, muscles, tendons, and so on. I need to make the bucket deeper, bigger, and more sturdy, so that it can hold more strength. Feng Yuan's gaze flashed, taking out Wolf Soul Gu. This is the last Wolf Soul Gu. Feng Yuan activated his primeval essence again. The Wolf Soul Gu exploded, turning into a gray wolf soul that crashed into his body. The 100-man soul and wolf soul intertwined, but this time, it was several times more difficult than before. Earlier, when Feng Yuan used Wolf Soul Gu, he only had over 3,000 wolves. In today's battle, he had subdued many wolf kings, and the burden on his soul was huge. Feng Yuan frowned. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, the 100-man soul and wolf soul fused together. Boom! A soft sound echoed in his ears, and at the moment of Feng Yuan's plan, the long-term accumulation finally caused a qualitative change. The 100-man soul completely turned into a wolfman soul. The whole wolfman soul was dark gray in color, condensed to the limit. The soul's appearance was Feng Yuan's original appearance, but the bridge of the nose was taller, the eyes sharper, and the body thinner. Two sharp wolf ears grew on the top of the head, and long hair hung down to the side of the waist, while a furry wolf tail grew on the butt. Once the wolfman soul was formed, Feng Yuan immediately felt relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. In his mind, the connection with the wolf group became even closer, and there was even a faint sense of familiarity coming from the Wolf King's souls. This was something that the 100-man soul did not have before. After forming the wolfman soul, Feng Yuan had the aura of a wolf, and the Wolf Kings mistakenly thought that he was one of them. Thus, it was no longer the simple suppression of the 100-man soul, but a sense of recognition. The 100-man soul has almost reached its limit when it enslaved so many wolves. Now that it has become a wolfman soul, I can still subdue 3 times the Wolf Kings. It is just that such a good opportunity like today will be rare in the future. But the grassland is so big, and there are so many wolf groups. On the way to the heroes' assembly, I can at least double the size of this wolf group. Chapter 460. The stars in the sky were sparse. The night wind on the grassland was bone-chilling. 2 hump wolves were carrying Gu tribe's investigative Gu masters, one old and one young. Huff huff huff, so cold. The young Gu master curled up his body and breathed out hot air. I told you to wear more clothes, but you refused to do so. This is called not listening to the advice of the old and suffering losses. The old Gu master laughed. He was wearing a thick leather robe, long sleeves and boots, as well as a felt hat, so he did not feel cold at all. "Uncle, this is my first time scouting. I lack experience." The young Gu master mumbled and swore. "Damn it, when I go scouting tomorrow, I will definitely wear the thickest clothes." "Don't be too thick. Clothes that are too thick will affect your movements in battle. Also, if it is too warm, you will fall asleep easily. We are good tribe's eyes. We need to be vigilant at all times. It is best to keep warm, or you will feel cold after staying still for a long time. This is the best. It can invisibly urge you to continue scouting." The old Gu master's expression was solemn as he imparted his experience. 3 days had passed since the Turtleback Wolf group's defensive battle. The old Gu master's partner had died on the battlefield. The young Gu master had replaced him. He was still immature and needed the old Gu master's guidance. "Uncle." The young Gu master was about to speak. "Sure." The old Gu master suddenly raised his hand to stop him. He squinted his eyes and stared at the bright light in the distance. "What is that?" The old Gu master immediately became vigilant and activated his investigative Gu, but he did not see anything. "Lad, quickly use your hand-ear Gu to listen," the old Gu master ordered. "Yes." The young Gu master did not dare to be careless. He quickly got off the hump wolf and stretched out his right hand. As he infused his true essence into it, his right palm began to sprout like grass, producing a granulation. The flesh blossomed and formed an ear. The young Gu master stuck his right ear to the ground and listened to any movements. Nothing much, just the sound of the wind. The young Gu master listened attentively, but there was no result. He laughed. "Uncle, you are really scary. There is no fart at all. Maybe the battle just ended and I was too nervous." The old Gu master sighed. He had looked again and there was no abnormality. He felt his eyes were playing tricks on him. "What are you nervous for? Our tribe has the old tribe leader and Wolf King Changshan. Even if another group of turtleback wolves comes, I am not afraid." When the young man talked about Feng Yuan, his eyes flickered and he could not help but reveal a look of reverence. "Yes, it is our tribe's fortune to have Wolf King's help." The old Gu master sighed as he recalled the scene on the battlefield. So. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow piercing through the air could be heard. "Who is it?" the old Gu master shouted, subconsciously jumping down from the hump wolf's back and rolling a few times. Thump, thump, thump. A series of sharp bone spears stabbed into the ground. Enemy attack. The old Gu master's mind immediately had this thought. He quickly stood up and glanced at the young Gu master. The young man had already been pierced by the bone spear and died on the spot. The old Gu master's heart twitched. He did not have time to grieve and immediately took out the signal Gu from his aperture. But before he could activate it, he suffered a fatal attack. He was like a stone statue, standing there in a daze. A line of blood gradually appeared on his neck, and then it became more and more obvious. Finally, his head tilted and separated from his neck, falling on the grass. Blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. Several figures walked out from the darkness. Leading was Man Tribe's external elder Sherwu. Frankly speaking, they had to sacrifice their lives to exchange for the tribe's survival. Chapter 461. Old Gu tribe leader was also hesitating. He was not afraid of death, but at his age his cultivation had stagnated and he was indifferent to life and death. What he was hesitating about was whether he should use this method. Gu tribe's power was gone now, but that did not mean it was exterminated. If the mortals died, they could just rob them. In the eyes of Gu masters, mortals were just numbers. As long as the Gu masters and elders were alive, the tribe's prestige would remain. But now that they retreated and gave up on the others, only Gu tribe's higher-ups would remain. They would have to rely on Man tribe for the time being. And Man tribe already had the intention of annexing Gu tribe. This night wolf group's arrival was probably one of their schemes. But if they used Feng Yuan's method, the risk was too high. Once they failed, Gu tribe's higher-ups would be finished, and no matter how many mortals they had, they would just be sheep to be annexed by outsiders. Father, uncles, I feel Uncle Chong is right. This is the only way to save the tribe. Gu Guang spoke. Looking at the hesitant people, he felt a chill in his heart. He was still young and hot-blooded. At the crucial moment, he saw everyone's true colors. He had never found Gu tribe to have such a weak side. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. When he learned of the wolf group's attack, he was first shocked and then joyful. If he could take this chance to subdue this myriad beast king, his strength would double from his current foundation. This was a great opportunity. He wanted to grasp it. But to enslave the myriad wolf king under this situation, he needed Gu tribe's help. Charging into the formation was risky, but to Feng Yuan, it was not a big problem. He was a rank 4 Gu master, and also had rank 3 eagle wings Gu. If the situation was unfavorable, he could just fly and escape. It would be too much of a pity to let Gu tribe decline like this. Since he wanted to make use of them, he had to make the best use of them. Everyone. Feng Yuan shouted, attracting everyone's attention. He shouted like thunder. What are you waiting for? What are you hesitating for? Are Gu tribesmen so afraid of death? Listen outside, those are the Gu tribesmen's screams. These hateful night wolves are slaughtering our parents, our friends, our wives, and our daughters. If Gu clan is annihilated tonight, all of you will become stray dogs. Can you bear to see our loved ones die in front of our eyes like this? I can't. Even though I, Chang Shanin, am only an outsider, in these days that I have interacted with you, I have felt warmth, I have felt the deep love in Gu tribe's bloodline. For my friends, for the sake of justice in the world, I will charge forward and fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Men of the Gu family, do you still have your sabers? The spirits of your ancestors are watching over you. Could it be that cowardice and cowardice are flowing in your blood? Feng Yuan was filled with righteousness as he roared furiously. His momentum was astonishing. His voice was very loud. Even the Gu masters outside the main tent were attracted. The elders all stared at him with astonished gazes. What is a hero? It was only the power of a hero to turn the tide. And at every critical moment, at the juncture of danger, he would step forward bravely and face the difficulties head-on, bringing confidence and courage to others. This was the demeanor of a hero. Gu Guang heard Feng Yuan's roar, and his whole body trembled slightly. At this moment, Feng Yuan's image was so tall that it was deeply engraved in his heart. His eyes shone and the rims of his eyes turned red. His heart pounding as he felt his blood boiling in his chest. With a swoosh, Gu Guang activated Saber Gu, his right hand tightly gripping the saber as he raised it high. Many rank 2 elites were sacrificed. Oh no, we don't have enough primeval essence, we can only activate self-detonation Gu for the tribe. An elder suddenly shouted and jumped out of the group, throwing himself into the wolf's mouth. The wolf king opened its bloody mouth and bit him. This elder laughed malevolently and self-detonated, killing this 1,000 wolf king on the spot. This was Gu tribe's first elder's death since the start of the battle. Old tribe leader saw this and felt like his heart was bleeding. Chapter 462. The old tribe leader was even more dissatisfied with Feng Yuan shouting, "Wolf King, where are the reinforcements you promised?" "Brother Good, don't worry, they will arrive soon. Everyone, follow me and kill. We will take revenge for our dead elders." Feng Yuan shouted as he charged towards the front lines. "Quick, protect Lord Chang Shan-in." Gu Guang immediately shouted. "Wolf Wangda, you are the key to our victory. Please retreat to the middle of us. We will protect you. Kill all these beasts." The eyes of everyone in the group were bloodshot. They had already forgotten the worry of death, falling into some sort of frenzied state. Even if they died, they would bite off a piece of the wolf group's meat. The valiance of Northern Plains people could be seen at a glance. Gu Guang, who was charging at the front, was pulled back by the old tribe leader. Follow behind me. Gu Guang shouted loudly. After charging for a while, he went to the front again. Old Gu tribe leader was anxious, grabbing him back and slapping him. Follow behind me. Don't forget you are our Gu tribe's young tribe leader. This old man. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly as he saw this. In the whole group, he and the old tribe leader were the only two clear-headed people. You guys go, I will restrain these damned wolves. The battle hall leader shouted. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant stone man. He was a rank 3 peak stage Gu master, but now he had rank 4 battle strength. Battle hall elder. Old Gu tribe leader felt great heartache. The battle hall elder was the second expert in Gu tribe after him, but he died here. Lord Battle Hall Elder used this Gu and sacrificed his life. Everyone had an intense feeling of sadness. Don't let the Battle Hall Elder's life be in vain. We must turn defeat into victory. Fang Yuan shouted. Come, beasts, let this old man play with you. Ha ha. The Battle Hall old man laughed. With his own strength, he temporarily restrained almost all the 100 Wolf Kings and 1,000 Wolf Kings. With his help, the group finally reached the myriad Wolf King. Kill. Since it had come to this, the Gu clan elder did not say anything else and was the first to attack. The rest of the people followed closely behind, bursting forth with powerful attacks. The Night Wolf King spat out acid and shot out poisonous needles. Its entire body was covered in a layer of golden light, making it extremely ferocious. This is Golden Shield Gu. They had to get rid of it. Only then can I activate Wolf Enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan shouted. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the wolves howled and surrounded him. Beside the Night Wolf King, other than Gu masters, there were also large numbers of Night Wolf guards. The Gu masters had to deal with the Night Wolf King as well as these ordinary Night Wolves. More and more Gu masters died. They used their lives and blood. He composed a solemn and stirring battle song. The Night Wolf King moved extremely quickly, even faster than a cheetah. Its entire body was hairless, and its black leather armor was shiny and flickering with dim light. It possessed quite a bit of defensive power to begin with. It charged left and right, and every time its sharp claws struck, an unfortunate Gu master would be smashed into meat paste. A wolf tail that was as long as a whip. Every time it lashed out, it would sweep through an area and clear the surrounding battlefield. Gu masters died one after another, and the Night Wolf King's body was riddled with injuries. But the Golden Shield Gu had not been destroyed yet. The siege did not last long. A large group of Night Wolf Kings rushed over from the back. The Battle Hall Elder died, and could no longer stop these Wolf Kings. Wolf King, where are your reinforcements? Gu tribe leader shouted anxiously. They will be here soon. Fang Yuan hurriedly replied. He then ordered Gu Guang, bring a portion of people to restrain these Wolf Kings. Chapter 463. Father. Gu Guang saw this and immediately screamed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Bravery Gu's effect faded, the Night Wolf King's battle intent dissipated, and it let go of old Gu tribe leader, being forced back by everyone's attacks. This is the moment. Fang Yuan was excited as he woke up. Rank 4 Wolf Enslavement Gu. Wolf Enslavement Gu turned into a large cloud of smoke and enveloped the Night Wolf King. This Night Wolf King's battle intent had faded and it was heavily injured. Its consciousness was close to going crazy, and now it was fighting with Fang Yuan's soul. Fang Yuan's soul was already stronger than 100-man soul. The Night Wolf King had an intense feeling of resistance, but from Fang Yuan's wolfman soul, it felt a similar aura. The feeling of resistance thus fell sharply, and under the pressure of Fang Yuan's soul, it did not last long before the smoke fused into its body. Success. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. Wolf Smoke Gu. He rushed to this battlefield and breathed out a large amount of wolf smoke, wrapping the Night Wolf King. The Night Wolf King's severe injuries quickly stabilized. It let out a long howl. And with this howl, the night wolf group was in chaos for a while before turning around and retreating. Good Tribe's crisis was resolved. But the surviving Gu masters did not have much joy of victory. They gathered around a deep pit. In the deep pit, old Gu Tribe leader was lying down. Several Gu masters were lying beside him, doing their best to heal him. Old Gu Tribe leader's body had already turned into a pile of mud, but with this healing, half of his body gradually recovered. But it was useless. His injuries were too severe, and as the healing Gu master's primeval essence was used up, the faint hope of saving old tribe leader completely disappeared. Father, father. Gu Guang knelt on the ground. Gu Guang knelt on the ground, grabbing old Gu tribe leader's hand and screaming in pain. Old clan leader. The rest of the elders also had tears streaming down their faces. The old tribe leader's face flushed red as he grabbed Gu Guang's hand. My child, be careful. He was about to say Chang Shanyan's name, but at this moment, Fang Yuan pushed through the crowd and walked in. Brother Gu. His face was full of grief, and his shoulders were trembling slightly. Hot tears trickled down. The old tribe leader looked at Fang Yuan deeply. His mouth moved a few times and he had to change the topic. Son, from today onwards, you are the tribe leader of Gu Tribe. Father, you can't die. I still have many shortcomings. I still need to listen to your teachings. Gu family still needs you. Gu Guang called out, tears flowing down his face. The old chief was like a fish on the shore, panting weakly with his mouth open. His eyes were unfocused, and his senses were quickly disappearing like the ebbing tide. The smell of death. It was incomparably dense. But I'm worried. I really have too many things that I can't let go. The obsession in his heart made the old clan leader muster the last drop of strength. He grabbed Gu Guang's hand tightly, and his unfocused gaze focused in an instant. He didn't know where he got the strength from. He shook Gu Guang's hand with slightly turbid air. Son, you need to remember that you are the Gu tribe leader. For the tribe, don't be rash. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. After saying this, the old tribe leader's body stiffened. Then he fell down with his head facing upwards. His life was far away from him. This Gu tribe leader who gave his all, ascended to the position at the age of 38, and died in battle at the age of 87, gave his all for Gu tribe, and shed his last drop of blood. In defending Gu tribe, in the bitter battle against the wolf group, he sacrificed himself heroically. Father? Father! Gu Guang shouted, not willing to accept this cruel reality. Gu tribe leader is dead, but the wolf king is still alive. He has also subdued the huge wolf group. Lord Father, doesn't that mean we have no more chances? Manduo asked unwillingly. Mantu snorted coldly, placing the letter Gu on the table, and leaving his seat, pacing around the main tent with his hands behind his back. What else can we do? Do you want us to mobilize the entire tribe? Gu Yao's excuse has already been lost. We have no proper reason. This time, we listen to your plan and mobilize the tribe elders. We have already overstepped our boundaries. Chang Shan-yin, our man tribe lost to this person. Mantu heaved a long sigh. Then the third wave of wolf group. Manduo hesitated, asking again. Ruthlessness flashed in Mantu's eyes. We have already reached this step. Let's lure them over. Let's cause more losses to Gu tribe. If these wind wolves are also subdued by Chang Shan-yin, then I will be waiting to see the great wolf king become a joke. A few days later, Fang Yuan took the initiative to lead his army to fight against the wind wolf group. Under his meticulous control, he obtained a great victory. Apart from killing the wind wolf myriad beast king, he also obtained a great victory. Other than killing the wind wolf myriad beast king, they also subdued a large number of 1,000 wolf kings and 100 wolf kings. After the battle, Fang Yuan found that his wolf group had already grown to an enormous number of 35,000. Like doing business, the beginning was always the hardest. The initial stage was the most difficult. After accumulating capital, it would be easier to expand. After 3 battles, Fang Yuan's wolf group army had already taken shape. But to this extent, Gu tribe had also paid a heavy price. Tens of thousands of mortals died. A large number of high-ranking Gu masters died. Less than half of the elders remained. Even old Gu tribe leader had sacrificed himself. Uncle Chang, it is all thanks to you that our Gu tribe can truly escape from Man tribe's control. A few days later, Gu Guang visited Feng Yuan, bringing a rank 4 Gu impermanence bone. Uncle Chang's kindness to Gu tribe is as great as the mountains and rivers. But Gu tribe is facing difficulties internally and externally. We do not have the strength to repay this kindness. Junior found this rank 4 Gu in the tribe treasury. It might be useful to Uncle, so I brought it here. Gu Guang said calmly. Setbacks made people grow. After his father died, Gu Guang took over as tribe leader. His entire person seemed to have changed. He was much more composed. You have just become the tribe leader recently. If you need any help, you can tell me. Or if the other elders are not satisfied, you can tell me. Feng Yuan took the impermanence bone Gu and asked with concern. Are there any elders who are hypocritical? But right now, the tribe does not have enough Yuan stone. Most of the rations have been destroyed, and the compensation for the injured has caused the tribe treasury to be empty. Recently, the situation has stabilized, and some tribesmen have even secretly escaped a few days ago. Especially the food. If this continues, the rations will be used up in less than half a month, and the whole tribe will starve. Gu Guang said this and looked at Feng Yuan, his gaze flickering. Feng Yuan chuckled. I know what you want to say. Your tribe is facing a huge burden in order to feed my wolf group. Gu Guang quickly stood up. Junior is ashamed. Uncle Chang is our Gu tribe's benefactor, but now we still need Uncle. No matter. Actually, even if you did not mention it today, I would have said it. The wolf group is indeed too many, and I do not want to implicate Gu tribe. This way, I will personally lead the wolf group to hunt for food. At the same time, when hunting, I will purposely reduce the numbers. The wolf meat produced can be used as rations for Gu tribesmen. Feng Yuan smiled warmly. Uncle Chang, I really do not know what to say to express Junior's reverence towards you. Gu Guang was moved, his eyes turning red. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Speaking of which, I am also responsible for your father's death. After all, I was the one who suggested this idea. I will weaken the wolf group to 3 kings and 2,000 wolves. I will accompany Gu tribe along the way. I think Gu tribe also needs this force to protect them. Do you understand what I mean? Nephew understands. Feng Yuan patted his shoulder. Work hard. Don't let down your father's expectations of you. You may leave. Yes, nephew will take his leave. Seeing Gu Guang leave, Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. Youngsters are so immature. If Gu tribe leader was here, he would have already started to weaken the wolf group by all means possible. Chapter 464. The sun rose from the east, shining on the vast grassland of northern plains. The huge iron-shelled flower bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A pink-skinned bunny jumped out of the greenhouse. This was the pink flower rabbit, one of the most commonly seen animals in the grassland. It did not dig holes, but lived in the heart of the iron shell flower. The petals of the iron shell flower were as hard as steel, and could defend against the attacks of those wild beasts. The pink flower rabbit jumped and jumped, putting its nose close to the wild flower and sniffing it. After finding it was not poisonous, it swallowed it in one bite. Suddenly, the pink flower rabbit's ears trembled, and an intense warning rose in its heart. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, an iron feather pierced through it like an arrow, killing it on the grassland. 2 investigative Gu masters rode on hump wolves, running from afar. Brother, your iron feather arrow Gu has 100% accuracy. The food in the clan is getting lesser. We have no choice but to hunt some wild beasts to fill our stomachs. The 2 talked about Gu tribe's current situation, looking worried. Although Feng Yuan reduced the number of wild wolves, and the dead wolves were made into jerky, to a huge tribe like Gu tribe, it could only alleviate a bit of the conflict between supply and demand. As the clan's rations got lesser, Gu tribesmen started to panic. The two investigative Gu masters continued to move forward. Not long after, Gu tribe's main group also moved here like an old giant beast. Most of the mortals were leading big-bellied horses. Families that were slightly wealthier would have curved horned running bulls pulling carts filled with goods. Gu masters mostly rode on hump wolves, and because they did not need to fight, the hump wolves also had large amounts of goods tied on their backs. Other than that, there were also many lizard house Gu, moving like elephants in a herd of deer, moving their forelimbs and moving around. Feng Yuan was inside a lizard house Gu, resting with his eyes closed. Ever since he subdued large numbers of wolves, the burden on his soul had become very heavy. He had to ensure at least 4 hours of sleep every day, and other than that he had to rest from time to time. It was not so easy to become an enslavement path Gu master. Every Gu master had a glorious side. They all had their strengths, but at the same time, they also had their weaknesses and their own pain. His body moved along with the lizard house Gu, slowly moving up and down. Feng Yuan's mind entered his aperture. In the aperture, the true gold sea rippled slightly, the crystal walls were bright and clear. At this level, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he could already break through to rank 5. But now Feng Yuan was in northern plains, his cultivation was temporarily stagnant. He checked the Gu worms. His vital Gu, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, was still hidden, sleeping in the center of the aperture. Above the sea, a dark cloud in the shape of a wolf floated. This was wolf smoke Gu, specially used to heal wolf groups' injuries. On the primeval essence sea, the rank 5 battle bone will still had many cracks as it chased the waves. Similarly, there was also snow wash Gu. It was like a snow-white willow leaf floating on the surface of the water. As for clues and clues Gu, it was like a cuttlefish swimming in the primeval sea. At the bottom of the sea, there were large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu. Most of them were rank 2, few were rank 3, and none were rank 4. Other than that, there were 2 strength of Tenjun Gu. Feng Yuan had bought 5 strength of Tenjun Gu, but now he had used 3. Only 2 were left. A Gu worm with a wolf head and fish belly was lying at the bottom of the sea, moving around from time to time. This was wolf swallow Gu, a rank 4 storage Gu. Feng Yuan still had 1 storage Gu. It was shaped like a cup. It was the rank 5 moving perspective cup Gu. Of course, originally, its effect was only rank 4. Other than the one in the aperture, in Feng Yuan's left eye, there was a faint double pupil. It was wolf care Gu. In his throat, there was wolf howl Gu. Under his tongue there was ghost fire Gu. On his chest, there was an azure wolf tattoo. It was azure wolf hair Gu. On his back there was a pair of eagle wings tattoo. It was rank 3 eagle wings Gu. The bone bamboo Gu and wolf soul Gu that he had were all used up. On each of his legs, there was a rank 4 wolf sprint Gu, used for movement. The immortal Gu fixed immortal travel had to be mentioned. It was buried under poison grassland. Chang Shanyin's set of Gu worms was basically inherited by me. Now that I have tens of thousands of wolves, I can be said to have small success in the aspect of enslavement path. But at this level he could bully the weak, but against experts he was still lacking. What enslavement path Gu masters feared the most was beheading the leader. Feng Yuan had cooperated with Gu tribe before, and dealt with wolf groups that did not have much intelligence. But against Gu masters it was much more difficult. As long as one was not an idiot, they would target Feng Yuan first. Back then, Chang Shanin was able to kill Hatu Gu and the other bandits not only because of his 1,000-man soul, but also because he had several myriad wolf kings, over 100,000 wolves, and even a trump card troop made up of mutated white eyes wolves. Feng Yuan's enslavement path strength was not even 1/5 of the original Chang Shanyin's. My biggest problem now is that I have reached a bottleneck. I have no choice but to stop cultivating in all aspects. In terms of soul, I have already nurtured a wolfman soul, but to strengthen it further, the best way is to use Guts Gu. Unfortunately, I am in northern plains and cannot return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and Dang Hun Mountain is also dying, waiting for me to save it. Because of the effect of Immortal Gu Gruel Mud, there are very few complete Guts Gu. A few days ago, Feng Yuan had used Impermanence Bone Gu, turning all his bones into impermanence bones. A human's body was like a skin bag, containing the soul. Impermanence bones made Fang Yuan's skin bag even sturdier. It was no longer a problem to contain thousand-man soul. My cultivation has already stagnated because of the foreign region's suppression. My soul has reached a bottleneck. In terms of strength path, I have used 3 strength of 10 Jun Gu to nurture 30 Jun of strength, but this is also the limit of my body. Other than this, as the wolf group increases in numbers, the weakness of enslavement path is also becoming apparent. To feed these wolves, I have to let them out every day to hunt for food, or I have to personally lead them to hunt, and if they are unlucky, they will have to starve. A patch of dark clouds surged from afar, emitting a sinister aura. The dark clouds blocked the moonlight, casting a thick shadow. The shadow was like a ferocious beast, streaking across the surface of Crescent Lake, before stopping at its center. It is here. Several people were standing on the dark clouds. One of them was laughing loudly. He had an ugly appearance, his forehead was bulging, his eyes were deeply sunken, his eyes were tightly shut, and his ears were large and conspicuous. His hair was disheveled, and he wore a black robe, giving off a sinister aura. It was none other than the rank 6 Gu immortal, Gui Wang. Langya Blessed Land is hidden here? Loner Hong Yu casually asked. He was also a rank 6 Gu immortal. He had a youthful appearance, a round face, and was clean. Loner Hong Yu immediately expressed his support. Ghost King, please go first. The 3 immortals reached a consensus. Ghost King chuckled, taking out a bead of green grape immortal essence, and activating a goo worm. It flew into the hole with the green grape immortal essence in its mouth. When this goo worm entered the blessed land, it was unknown if it was suppressed or destroyed by the earthly calamity, but it instantly lost contact with Ghost King. But Ghost King's green grape immortal essence was also sent into Langya Blessed Land. It immediately exploded and started to consume the immortal essence in Langya Blessed Land. To Gu immortals, every bead of green grape immortal essence was extremely precious. Normally, Gu immortals would focus on accumulating. They would not use it unless absolutely necessary. Seeing that the Ghost King had taken the lead, the other 4 then followed suit and threw 1 each. Ghost King threw the second bead, and according to the sequence, the others also threw the second round. After a Gu immortal died, although they formed a land spirit, they could no longer produce immortal essence. The immortal essence in the land spirit's hands decreased as time passed. While Ghost King's group had 4 people, they had the advantage in numbers. But after 100 rounds, this Langya Blessed Land still had immortal essence to use. Other than Ghost King, the other immortals were hesitant. That long-hair ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Although he died, he left behind white lychee immortal essence. 100 beads of green grape immortal essence cannot compare to 1 bead of white lychee immortal essence. When it was Fairy Fenming's turn, she held a bead of green grape immortal essence, but did not immediately throw it. Ghost King's gaze flickered with a sinister light. He sneered. Fairy, what is there to fear? Long-hair ancestor was a person from thieving heaven demon Venerable's era. He tried to prolong his life, struggling at death's door until giant sun immortal's era, when he finally died of old age. Although he left behind white lychee immortal essence, he had also experienced the eras of spectral soul demon Venerable and paradise earth immortal Venerable. The former Langya Grotto heaven had already fallen to a blessed land. How much white lychee immortal essence is there now? I'm afraid only some immortal water remains. Loner Hong Yu also chuckled. Ghost King is right. You guys have seen the earthly calamity earlier. Langya Blessed Land has so many recipes, many of them involve immortal goo. The fortune is too great, every calamity and tribulation is so intense. No matter how much white lychee immortal essence there is, it will be used up soon. This world has always been like this. The courageous die from overeating while the cowardly die from starvation. Everyone has already thrown in so much immortal essence. Are you going to give up? Maybe you are not far from success. Ghost King tempted. The three female immortals looked at each other, and Fairy Ching Sua said, "What the two of you said is correct, but the immortal energy of us three sisters is also saved bead by bead. It's not something that grows out of nowhere. How about this? Let's throw in another 50 rounds and see the situation." After another 50 rounds, Langya Blessed Land finally showed signs of not being able to hold on. Gue Wangda was overjoyed and laughed wildly. The three female immortals had always felt Ghost King's laughter was hoarse and ear-piercing, but now they only felt joy when they heard it. It was as if they could see immortal goo recipes waving at them. After another 30 rounds, the four immortals' immortal essence entered the Blessed Land and expanded, affecting each other and causing a chain of explosions. But the Blessed Land finally showed no signs of movement. This meant the Blessed Land's immortal essence was exhausted. "Everyone, I'll be going first." Ghost King suddenly laughed loudly, flapping his green-black bat wings, and entering Langya Blessed Land through the hole. "Oh no!" Loner Hongyu shouted loudly, afraid of falling behind. He turned into a red light and flew in. These demonic Pathgu masters are truly devious and crafty. Hua Hai's three immortals were so angry that their noses were crooked, they quickly followed behind. The three immortals entered the Blessed Land and could use all their rank 5 goo worms at will. Langya Blessed Land's immortal essence was indeed used up. Fairy Huang Sha said excitedly. The three immortals charged through the myriad lightning rain and arrived at the depths of the Blessed Land. The Blessed Land was filled with a pure white cloud sea, with smoke curling up and rising. In the primeval sea, there were 12 pavilions, each with carved railings and painted rafters, looking grand and magnificent. It was a wondrous sight. In the pavilions, there were immortal cranes flying, feathermen circling, colorful lights filling the sky, and sandalwood fragrance wafting in the air. This is cloud soil. It is like stepping on solid ground. The soil is fertile and far surpasses mortal soil. Fairy Ching Sua stomped her jade-like feet and said excitedly, "This is indeed the aura of an immortal ancestor." Fairy Fan Meng exclaimed in admiration. In the legendary 12 cloud pavilions, each pavilion has a huge collection of secret recipes. To think I could see it with my own eyes today. Fairy Huang Sha felt extremely blessed. "Ha ha ha, these are all mine." Far away, Ghost King's ear-piercing voice could be heard. He was flying towards one of the cloud pavilions. As for Loner Hongyu, he was already extremely close to another cloud pavilion. Ma Hongyun obtained these 3 rank 5 goo and recuperated completely. He returned to the stone forest and displayed his might, turning defeat into victory and making a comeback, finally ascending to the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court for the second time. Feng Yuan recalled as he walked slowly. Next, his eyes brightened as he stopped under a purple stone pillar. This stone pillar was ordinary, but there was a rock at the base and the top was smooth like a stool. Back then, after Ma Hongyun was defeated, he was chased by the enemy and was on the verge of death. When he escaped here, he had nowhere to go and was on the verge of death. He sat on this stone stool and leaned against the stone pillar, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, he felt that this stone pillar resembled his beloved wife's appearance. He was close to losing consciousness. He used his blood-stained hand to touch the stone pillar, calling out with deep emotion, "Lian Yun, oh Lian Yun. I really regret not listening to your advice. I want to see you. I want to tell you in front of your face. I love you. I was wrong." At this time, the enemy had already arrived. His saber was already raised high. But at the next moment, Ma Hongyun suddenly vanished. He had entered Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan sat on this stone stool and leaned his back against the stone pillar, raising his head to look up. But he did not find anything resembling a woman on this stone pillar. Feng Yuan laughed. It seems that this Ma Hongyun is thinking of her after seeing something. His longing is so deep that he can think of Zhao Lianyun in everything he sees. This Zhao Lianyun was a mystical woman. She would become a wisdom path Gu immortal in the future. She was Ma Hongyun's wife. She helped him plan and scheme. But right now, she was just a little girl. Feng Yuan took out his dagger and cut a wound, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. This purple stone pillar, thieving heaven demon venerable, had once used a mysterious Gu worm on it. Blood was only the first requirement to open the passage. There was still the second requirement, that was to say the word want. The moment Feng Yuan said these two words, his body instantly vanished, and his vision abruptly changed. By the time he reacted, he was already in a room. In the room, there was a pill furnace's fragrance. Dragon pillars, golden curtains, crane lanterns, vermilion windows. An old man with the demeanor of an immortal was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed, meditating with his eyes closed. He was tall and thin. His hair was white as snow, his beard reached his chest, his face was ruddy like a baby's, and he wore a loose robe. His sleeves were fluttering. Demon Venerable's descendant Changshan, Yin has come to pay respects. Feng Yuan placed his right hand on his chest, slightly bowing. You are Changshan Yin? The old man opened his eyes slightly. His eyes flickered with brilliance as he looked around at Feng Yuan, his gaze seemingly solid. Your skin is quite interesting. It is human skin, shame plum, autumn sound grass. There is also pill fire Gu and medicinal strength Gu. And some. The land spirit frowned deeply, stroking his beard with a hesitant expression. He actually saw through Feng Yuan's disguise at first glance, and even deduced the general contents of the human skin Gu's recipe just by observing. Lad, do you want to exchange for this Gu worm recipe? I will use a Gu worm of the same level as the exchange. Or you can choose a Gu worm recipe of the same level. Oh right. Secret code, right? Secret code. Halfway through, the land spirit came to a realization, slapping his forehead as he remembered there was a secret code. Feng Yuan shrugged his shoulders. The secret code that Demon Venerable agreed upon back then? That means there is no secret code. As for the human skin Gu's recipe, I cannot exchange it now. Chapter 471. After several months, Feng Yuan finally entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit was very happy. because the time flow in Hu immortal blessed land was 5 times faster than the outside world. Feng Yuan had spent several months in northern plains, but to her, it had been more than a year. Feng Yuan first inspected the stargate behind him. This stargate was even smaller than the one in northern plains. It was only the height of a person, barely allowing Feng Yuan to enter and exit. The one in northern plains Crescent Lake was huge, tens of feet tall and wide. Stargate goo is not separated into mother and child. It consumes too much primeval essence. Even a rank 5 peak stage goo master cannot sustain it for 3 breaths of time. Only immortal essence can sustain it for a long time. Little Hu immortal activates one, and I activate the other one in my hand, so I do not need to expend primeval essence. However, the activation of Stargate goo not only requires immortal essence, but also large amounts of starlight to condense into a door. Northern Plains is one of the 5 regions. It is filled with stars and starlight. But here in Hu immortal blessed land, the starlight is too weak, and the starlight comes from a group of starlight firefly goo. Feng Yuan thought to himself as he looked at the group of starlight firefly goo flying in the air. Starlight firefly goo was a rank 3 goo. It was small and looked like a normal firefly. But what they emitted was true blue starlight. This group of starlight firefly goo originally had over 500. But because of the activation of Stargate goo, 32 had died. And to maintain Stargate goo, one would die in 3 breaths of time. Over 500 starlight firefly goo might seem like a lot, but they could not maintain the Stargate for long. Thus, Feng Yuan ordered Little Hu immortal to stop activating the Stargate goo. The Stargate dissipated, turning back into an oval-shaped blue gem. Little Hu immortal stretched out her dainty hand, and beckoned this precious Stargate goo into her hand. Master, for you. Little Hu immortal held the Stargate goo with both hands, raising her head and opening her big watery eyes, handing the Stargate goo to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan rubbed her little fox ears, smiling warmly. I will leave it with you, take good care of it. In the future, if I need it, I will send a message to you through moving cup exchange goo. Yes, master. I will take good care of it. Little Hu immortal solemnly placed the Stargate goo into a small pocket on her clothes, patting the pocket. As for the Stargate goo in northern plains, it was on the ground, guarded by the myriad wolves. Master, there are 2 more immortal Yuan stone here. I listened to your instructions and used the immortal goo's recipe to buy the starlight firefly goo. Little Hu immortal presented the treasure again. Ordinary Yuan stone was the size of a duck egg, and was an oval-shaped gray-white stone. The immortal essence stone was also the size of a duck egg, but it was not oval in shape. Instead, it was the shape of a pearl. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent like a crystal, yet it also had a jade-like luster. If primeval stones were mortals, then immortal essence stones were goo immortals. Immortal Yuan stone. In immortal Yuan stone was and could. Yuan stones. In immortal Yuan stones. Mortal. Goo world, immortal Yuan stones. In Yuan stones. In Feng Yuan sighed with a smile. These 2 immortal Yuan stones were extremely valuable. Even 200 million Yuan stones could not be exchanged for them. These 2 immortal meta stones were extremely valuable. Even 200 million immortal meta stones couldn't be exchanged for them. In the 500 years of his previous life, Feng Yuan only had 60 or so immortal essence stones in his possession. Feng Yuan put away the immortal Yuan stones. Alright, let's return to Dang Hun Mountain. Little Hu immortal happily agreed, then grabbed Feng Yuan's hand and teleported to Dang Hun Palace. Quickly activate connecting heaven goo. Feng Yuan ordered. He was not at ease leaving the other Stargate goo in northern plains. Feng Yuan had to make good use of his time and settle Hu immortal blessed lands matters. Little Hu immortal quickly activated connecting heaven goo. Whole earth goo was connected to the blessed land. Once it was planted, it could not be changed. Similarly, connecting heaven goo could only connect to one grotto heaven. Feng Yuan's connecting heaven goo was connected to jewel yellow skies. It could not be changed anymore. Little Hu immortal expended a bit of immortal essence. The entire body goo turned into a boundless round mirror that was embedded in the air. In the round mirror, the scene of jewel yellow skies was displayed. This grotto heaven was empty, with a yellow light that resembled a lemon. There were no mountains, plants, or beast groups like ordinary grotto heavens. Above the blessed land was the grotto heaven. The most famous grotto heaven was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. It was the famous immemorial nine heavens. Verdant great sun refined fixed immortal travel goo and flew to the nine heavens. In the azure sky, he plucked a jade bamboo in the jade sky. In the blue sky, he collected the 8-pointed diamonds in the starlight fragments. The immemorial nine heavens were white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. But later, Renzu's sun wreaked havoc in the world. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple heavens were destroyed one after another. Until now, only white heaven and black heaven were left. The origin of jewel yellow skies was related to yellow heaven of the immemorial nine heavens. During the medieval antiquity era, there was a rank 8 gu immortal known as Daoist Many Treasures who unexpectedly obtained a fragment of yellow heaven. After he fused it into his grotto heaven, it formed jewel yellow skies. Jewel yellow skies was a very special grotto heaven. It was completely empty. There were no mountains, rivers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, or fish, only treasures. Jewel yellow skies had a rank 8 immortal goo, treasure light goo. Rank 1 to rank 3 treasure light goo were very common. Rank 4 and 5 treasure light goo were usually only possessed by large forces. There was only one treasure light immortal goo above rank 5, and it was in jewel yellow skies. Treasure light goo was used to test the value of items. The higher the value of the item, the brighter the treasure light that would appear. In Shangclan City, the treasure light on both sides would be tested during the battle, to evaluate the value of the Goo Master's goo worms, and from there, to estimate the Goo Master's battle strength.